Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
All my life, I've dreamed of getting out there into space. Now that was a challenge for me because I went to 13 different schools and I have a condition called dyslexia. Today, I want to talk about 3 fellow Black scientists, one from the past, one from the present, and one for the future. All pioneers in their field. My first hero is unfortunately no longer with us. His name was Alan Powell Goff. He was born in Kingston upon Thames in 1920. His father was Jamaican and his mother was English. Both his parents were physicians. Like me, he was inspired by his parents and gained a degree in medicine and a diploma in bacteriology. He went on to specialize in pathology, the study of the causes and effects of disease. In the 1950s, measles was described as the greatest killer of children in history. Goff's work on vaccines was revolutionary in ending the measles epidemic. A sample of the virus is taken and then weakened, usually by reproducing it many times. This creates a living but weakened version of the original virus, which the body can fight, stimulating long-lasting immunity. He also worked on the polio virus and made important contributions to the development of a vaccine for this too. Tragically, he died young in a sailing accident, aged just 46. Dr. Goff was a true pioneer, but few people know his name. And with the important role that vaccines are playing in our lives today, it's wonderful to celebrate the work of this fantastic man. A present-day scientist who I think you should know is Dr. Asmeret Asafal Berhe. She was born and grew up in Eritrea. Sadly, when Asmeret was young, her country was undergoing a war of independence. Despite this turmoil, she was one of only 1,000 students admitted to university in Eritrea when she left school. She studied soil science and was fascinated by ecosystems within the soil. Her childhood experiences led her to conduct research into the effects of landmines on soil, looking at how the explosions cause disruption in the structure of the soil and how they can leak toxic chemicals into the soil. She also worked out that if just a quarter of the landmines from the affected areas were removed, that this would enable the land to produce enough food to feed 1.6 million people every year. Another brilliant Black pioneer. Her work inspires me because in my early career, I worked on the development of a handheld landmine detector, also trying to tackle the same problem, but from a different angle. Now, a scientist you should look out for is Kaisha Payne. Like me, Kaisha grew up in London and showed an early aptitude for science and maths. It was chemistry that most excited her. She loved the idea of studying the fundamental building blocks of everything. This passion led her to undertake a degree in chemical engineering. She was the first member of her immediate family to go to university. Kaisha was a process engineer at AstraZeneca in Cambridge. This is where one of the COVID-19 vaccines was developed. Kaisha's work focused on ensuring that drugs that were being developed didn't degrade by the time they were administered to patients. Throughout her studies and her career, she was often the only Black person in the room. Passionate about having more diversity in STEM, Kaisha created the Black British Professionals in STEM, a network for Black students in the UK to connect with their peers and receive advice and mentoring from Black British STEM professionals. As she says, when you don't see yourself represented in an industry, it's extremely difficult to believe there's a place for you in it. These 3 Black scientists didn't only dream of a better future, but had the determination to make it a reality. I'm truly inspired by these amazing people, and I'm excited by what the next generation will achieve.
Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed that, be sure.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Stanley versus the World show. This is a fascinating channel. I just discovered it overnight. BBC Ideas. I highly recommend it. A lot of good stuff there. And you know what? Watching this show made me think of Black jobs. They aren't just for Black people anymore. You can go out and do stuff. So that's why I showed it. And I am definitely going to dig into what this particular YouTube channel has to offer. There is a shitload of stuff to think about, to do, to watch, to have knowledge of. And if you got kids, I think that's going to be why a parent would want to watch stuff like this. Let your kids know what's out there, folks. You don't all have to be a Johnny boy. So let's see. Got a bunch of news stories. And towards the end, I had no clue there were so many gardening shows done by Black people, Black Americans specifically. Mostly women, as far as I have seen so far. There's stuff to do out there, folks. And if you want to be cooped up and hear about the travails of Black people leaving trash on the streets, there is a show for you. This show wouldn't be one of those shows. So I'm going to go right into Trump news. Trump is always in the news. I guess presidents tend to do that, just some presidents more so than others. Trump can keep National Guard in Los Angeles for now. An appeal court has ruled. However, I imagine this is going to wind up, going higher than an appeals court. Kind of wondering. I had no clue they were still in LA. No major riots that I know of, but once a decision's made, Trump will just keep the decision in place. Usually he takes 2 weeks to come to a decision, and but once he makes it, it's on.
You're listening to Trump Can Keep National Guard in Los Angeles for Now. Appeals Court Rules, a news story written by Perry Stein and read by an AI-generated voice. President Donald Trump can keep the California National Guard in Los Angeles for now. A federal appeals court ruled on Thursday evening, delivering a win for the president as he aims to use the military to police protests against his deportation efforts. The unanimous decision from the 3-judge panel on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit, 2 of whom were appointed by Trump in his first term, and the 3rd appointed by President Joe Biden, said that Trump appears to have lawfully deployed the National Guard in the city, even though he did not consult California Governor Gavin Newsom, Democrat. The narrow order was issued on an emergency basis so that the federal government could quickly know whether it was allowed to keep the National Guard in place while litigation on the matter continues. A hearing Friday afternoon in a lower court will examine the broader question of when and how a president is allowed to deploy a state's National Guard. On social media, Trump hailed the appeals court decision as a big win and suggested that it would open the door for similar deployments across the United States if he determines that local law enforcement is unable, for whatever reason, to get the job done. The San Francisco-based appeals court overturned a lower court order that said Trump had probably overstepped with the deployment and should return control of the Guard to California Governor Gavin Newsom, Democrat. The Trump administration quickly appealed that decision, saying that the protesters prevented federal law enforcement from carrying out their duties related to deportations, and it was within his executive authority to call the National Guard. The appeals panel disagreed with the federal government's stance that Trump's authority to deploy the National Guard could not be scrutinized by the courts. But the judges also rejected California's legal argument that a federal statute clearly requires a governor to be consulted before the deployment, rather than just having the president route the deployment command through the governor. In the end, the court ruled that the president showed that he had at least some reason to believe that protesters interfered with federal law enforcement's ability to carry out their deportation-related duties, and that deploying the National Guard was necessary. The opinion cited evidence from both sides that protesters in Los Angeles threw objects at immigration and customs enforcement vehicles, used commercial dumpsters to breach the parking garage of a federal building, and vandalize property. Affording appropriate deference to the president's determination, we conclude that he likely acted within his authority in federalizing the National Guard. The opinion states, the appeals judges said that once the case is fully litigated, Trump is likely to win the argument over what a president must do to deploy a state's National Guard, which is why they are allowing the National Guard to remain in place for now. Trump had called up to 4,100 National Guard members and Marines in response to protests that swelled in parts of Los Angeles over the president's immigration deportation policies. In filings, California officials conceded that the protests had on occasion turned violent, but said that thousands of state and local law enforcement officials were more than capable of responding to any disturbances. The state said no other president had ever deployed the state's National Guard over the governor's objections. The filings sought to restrict what the National Guard and Marines could do in Los Angeles, and argued that the troops should only be allowed to protect federal facilities and personnel. Demonstrations already have dwindled in Los Angeles, with law enforcement outnumbering protesters on some days. But the question in front of the court, which could reach the Supreme Court, could determine how and whether Trump wields state National Guards if demonstrations against his administration continue. U.S. District Judge Charles R. Breyer previously sided with California, ruling that the president acted illegally in dispatching the troops, both exceeding the scope of his statutory authority and violating the 10th Amendment to the United States Constitution. Before Breyer's order went into effect, the appeals court panel set in an emergency order that could remain on Los Angeles streets while it considered the case. This is a developing story. It will be updated. Francis Venel and Jin Tak Han contributed to this report.
Well, I think the natural course of action is going to be Trump going, well, the crowds are dwindling because I made the decision to send in the Guard and the Marines. No way to refute that counterfactual. So Trump wins. There's almost no way he's going to lose this one. So, we will have to take this on the chin. The good thing is that people like Donald Trump always overplay their hand. Restraint, subtlety, class is not something that folks of that ilk will be able to. Well, restraint is a better word. Restraint, subtlety, that sort of thing. That's beyond Trump's pay grade. So, by the way, before I forget, please, everyone, make sure you hit the like button. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Please make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's Stanley Cross 6000. Yes, I said I was going to do, the usual morning show. And I got back from visiting my father last night rather late, and I just simply overslept. It's 60. You can't do what a 30-year-old can do, and I just simply woke up late, and then had things to do. And John started his show, and I'm certainly not going to step on, John's show. He is the star. I am just the morning guy, but I enjoyed the show. Had lots of objections to the logic. I just think sometimes that anti-black stuff is just out to lunch. sometimes it's really weird. The anti-black blacks really sound like they're victims of something. Um, Victims of the hood. I just can never quite sort it out. But you know, um, nah, we'll never step on, the anti-black blacks when they feel sad because they lost some money and want to blame all the blacks in the neighborhood they choose to live in. Who am I to have a solid critique? I don't live in those neighborhoods, so so we go. Also, make sure you support the host. It is the weekend, and I will, would appreciate a couple bucks towards a Bud Light or two. The other show note: Portia may preempt this Stanley versus the world. She has, some things to say about Juneteenth, which I'll definitely be tuning into. So I did my Juneteenth stuff yesterday on Juneteenth. Portia's out of the country, so the internet over in Africa is not what it is, in the States. So I may wind up cutting this short, but we will see. We are flexible. I'm late in the first place, so I am living on borrowed time. So the other thing that was totally fascinating, LA Dodgers, they just got sold. I'm sorry, the Lakers just got sold to the owner of the LA Dodgers. And apparently ICE wanted to set up like a command center or something in their parking lot. So I didn't read the story. I just want to react to it with you all.
You're listening to LA Dodgers block federal agents from setting up in stadium parking lots, team says. A news story written by Kelly Kasulis Cho and Toby Raji and read by an AI-generated voice. The Los Angeles Dodgers blocked federal immigration agents from accessing Dodger Stadium parking lots Thursday, the team said. Immigration and Customs Enforcement denied having agents at the stadium, while the Department of Homeland Security acknowledged that Customs and Border Protection vehicles were present. This morning, ICE agents came to Dodger Stadium and requested permission to access the parking lots, the Dodgers wrote on social media Thursday afternoon. They were denied entry to the grounds by the organization. Tonight's game will be played as scheduled. In a social media post, the Department of Homeland Security said the incident had nothing to do with the Dodgers. Customs and Border Protection vehicles were in the stadium parking lot very briefly, unrelated to any operation or enforcement, the DHS said. ICE called the statement from the Dodgers false, writing in a post on X, "We were never there." Local media reported that protesters arrived at the stadium after accounts of immigration agents near the parking lot had circulated on social media. Armed agents with covered faces stood near unmarked SUVs outside the stadium lot, the Los Angeles Times reported. Local police eventually arrived and the agents drove off. In an emailed statement, the Los Angeles Police Department said its role was limited to facilitating the safe departure of the vehicles from the area. This is another example of the federal administration doing everything in their power to strike fear and hurt hardworking families, said Diana Crofts Pelayo, Director of Communications for California Governor Gavin Newsom, Democrat. The move from the Dodgers marks the latest confrontation between federal agents and a city that has faced unrest over recent immigration enforcement raids. ICE agents this month began detaining people in downtown Los Angeles, prompting week-long demonstrations punctuated by images of flames and destruction in the area. Law enforcement fired tear gas canisters and rubber bullets into crowds of protesters, at times hitting journalists. Newsom and President Donald Trump publicly clashed over the protests, with the governor accusing the Trump administration of illegally and unilaterally deploying the National Guard. ICE has been under pressure from the White House to increase immigration arrests in an effort to fulfill Trump's.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop that right here. They're gonna, kind of go back into the history of ICE in LA. I'm I'm just more interested in why they were at Dodger Stadium. were they gonna were they going to arrest the baseball players? You know, baseball has kind of gotten a lot more Latin over these decades. So were they going to umpire the game when they say you're out? Do they mean do they mean out of the country? Balls and strikes, folks. Balls and strikes. So lame jokes, but I am kind of wondering why the hell um, America's pastime needs to be interrupted by ICE. Apparently, it's not American enough, maybe. So let's see. What do we got here? We are going to do one more immigration story. Actually, I have a couple more. So, pregnant U.S. citizen detained by Border Patrol agents. We didn't do anything wrong. Is that the pregnant lady and her child didn't do anything wrong, or the ICE agents? Let's see.
KTLA, a pregnant U.S. citizen who was detained by federal agents approximately 2 weeks ago, has since given birth to a healthy baby girl. But her boyfriend is now being held out of state, and her problems are far from over. Carrie Lopez Alvarado told Nextars KTLA that she tried to remain strong during the scary ordeal, which took place outside a building where her boyfriend and cousin were doing maintenance work on June 8th. She was 9 months pregnant at the time. Video taken by Lopez depicts her struggling with a masked agent wearing a Border Patrol uniform asking to see her identification as she was protecting a truck carrying her boyfriend Brian Nahara and cousin Alberto Sandoval, the latter of whom is also a U.S. citizen. All three of them were eventually detained. Further footage posted on social media shows agents detaining Lopez after they had pinned her truck between a wall. He's a U.S. citizen. Feds seen in violent arrest of LA County man. They had my boyfriend on the ground already, and they had tackled my cousin down. That's when I was inside the car just banging on the door, Lopez said. I was asking, what are you doing? Why are you guys treating us like this? We didn't do anything wrong. According to a statement from a Department of Homeland Security representative, Lopez was arrested because she was obstructing agents from accessing a car containing 2 Guatemalan illegal aliens inside. During this incident, agents were assaulted, and an additional subject was taken into custody for pushing an officer, the statement read. The then soon-to-be mother was taken to a processing facility in San Pedro, where, according to her, the agents automatically assumed she was undocumented. They said, "But you're from Mexico, right?" And I'm like, "No, I'm from here," Lopez said. They asked, "Where's here?" And I'm like, "Here, the US, Los Angeles." They put us in chains, so I had a chain from my hands under my belly that went all the way to my legs, she added. Every now and then, I would fix my hands because I felt like I would be putting too much pressure because the chain went under my belly. Lopez was released after complaining of stomach pain and went straight to a hospital where she started having contractions, which she believes were caused by the stress of what she had gone through. LA artist who sang national anthem in Spanish at Dodgers games speaks out. For days after the incident, she gave birth to a healthy baby girl, but the stress isn't over yet, as the baby's father, Nahara, is said to be detained at a facility in Texas despite Lopez saying he has a spotless record. He doesn't have any criminal record or anything, she said. They took him while he was working, and that hurts because he didn't do anything wrong. He was just working and taking care of his family. Why are you treating other people this way when they aren't criminals? The color doesn't matter. The race doesn't matter. At the end of the day, we are all human, she continued through tears. Newsom.
Well, here is where this news story goes wrong. Here is where the administration goes wrong. And I've said this a few times over the past couple weeks. When what a duly elected president is doing hurts American citizens, at some point, American citizens are going to push back. And I mentioned a few minutes ago that Donald Trump knows no restraint. He knows no subtlety. And he's hired a bunch of people who literally are tunnel vision. Donald Trump says this, and we're going to do it. Whether we hurt American citizens or not, they are fucking up and they're not smart enough to understand it. They literally think that Americans are willing to let Americans be hurt on some sloppy mission. And it'll happen. They are fucking up a good thing. And that's what people like Donald Trump do. It's a good mission. The method is just sloppy. The ends do not always justify the means. And in my old man experience, the ends rarely justify means that are sloppy, cruel, and hurt people. If you're hurting Americans, it is anti-American. And y'all, you Trumpists, you need to start realizing that America first literally means America first. If you are hurting Americans, that's not America first. So let us move on from the obvious. You know what? I have a story here and I cannot find it. That dude from Columbia University. I think I X'd it out by accident. Let me find it right quick because this is actually going to make another point. Sloppy work. That's what this administration is doing. Now, this dude was one of the first big cases. It was kind of a win, etc. Guess what? Damn it, did I do that again? Let's see here. I X'd out of that accidentally. My bad. Give me 1 sec. Let me pull up that story again. So back to my point about sloppy work by this administration. I'm getting all excited pointing out the excesses of the Trump administration. So this was one of the first cases that was kind of a victory. That master's student from Columbia protesting, the Palestinian Israeli stuff. Judge orders release of Columbia protester Mahmoud Khalil from ICE detention. Now, this has gone through all kinds of stuff, and in the end, the courts are pretty much like saying, Trump, you're wrong.
You're listening to Judge Orders release of Columbia protester Mahmoud Khalil from ICE detention, a news story written by Joanna Slater and read by an AI-generated voice. A federal judge on Friday ordered the Trump administration to release former Columbia University student Mahmoud Khalil from detention after more than 3 months, saying the government's efforts to keep him in custody were highly unusual and potentially a form of punishment for his political views. Khalil was the first non-citizen activist to be arrested and detained by the Trump administration this year, as it launched a crackdown on what it said was anti-Semitism. Khalil, a legal permanent resident, was arrested in New York in March and flown to an Immigration and Customs Enforcement detention center in Louisiana, where he has remained. In April, his wife gave birth to their first child. U.S. District Judge Michael Farbier said prosecutors had failed to provide a legitimate justification for Khalil's continued detention. The government's bid to keep Khalil detained based on a relatively minor alleged immigration infraction when he is neither a flight risk nor a danger to the community is highly, highly, highly unusual, Farbiar said. The facts of the case suggest that there is at least something to the underlying claim that the government is using the immigration system to punish Khalil for his activism, the judge said. And of course that would be unconstitutional. Farbiar said he would order Khalil to be freed by later Friday. The battle over Khalil's detention has pitted the Trump administration, which accused Khalil of being pro-Hamas, against free speech advocates, who say the government is retaliating against him for his activism in opposition to the war in Gaza. Khalil has not been accused of any crime. Instead, officials initially relied on an obscure provision of immigration law to arrest him and launch deportation proceedings. The provision allows the Secretary of State to issue a determination that a non-citizen's presence in the country would harm a compelling foreign policy interest. In a March memo, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that Khalil's participation in anti-Semitic protests fostered a hostile environment for Jewish students and undermined U.S. foreign policy. Last month, Farbiar's found that the provision of immigration law cited by Rubio was likely unconstitutional due to its vagueness. And last week, Farbiar's blocked the Trump administration from continuing to detain Khalil on foreign policy grounds. However, prosecutors subsequently stated that they were detaining Khalil based on a different rationale, namely their allegation that he had omitted information on his application for permanent residency. His lawyers deny that claim. Farbiar's also noted that the government virtually never detains immigrants solely on that basis. A spokeswoman for the Department for Homeland Security did not immediately respond to a request for comment on Friday's ruling.
Yep. I will go back to what I just said. If American citizens are being hurt, that is pretty much anti-American. The other thing I want to point out, if someone like Khalil has legal status, they're here legally, this whole legal immigrant bullshit, this guy's not an illegal immigrant. There needs to be due process. If you are here legally, you actually have constitutional rights. If the answer or if the rebuttal is, well, you know, if you're not a citizen, U.S. citizen, you shouldn't have constitutional rights. That is a position. Change the Constitution, change the statutes. As of now, if you have a legal status, and quite frankly, if you are under the jurisdiction of American law, you have rights, even if you're here illegally. So people just need to fucking... John Galt wants to mock Black people specifically who read books. Well, you know what, John? People should read books. And the problem with this whole anti-black bullshit logic is that if a book teaches you or makes you aware of something that contradicts the anti-black bullshit, then their first reaction is to mock it. Oh, he reads books. Motherfucker, you are a fifth grader. Well, Stanley, you sound white. That's literally what, books. That's literally what it sounds like to me. It's fifth grade fucking, like, get into, at recess, get into the playground and trade, check each other, called it checking. I guess it's the dozens is the more traditional name for it. Dude, I recommend books. That means you might know some shit. I really don't like ignorant motherfuckers. It annoys me, and I don't troll in the chat. I mock stupid people. I love it. I get my jollies by mocking the ignorant. And if you're motherfucking over like 21 and you're stupid, I'm definitely going to mock your ass. Deal with it. Push back. but know your shit if you're gonna fuck with me. At least rhetorically. What's up, Mella?
I'm pleased to have heard you say that.
Say what?
That ignorance is the problem. And there are too many people who don't understand or are willing to admit that they're ignorant. It irks
Well,
me.
I mean, if you're ignorant, you don't know you're ignorant a lot of times.
It irks me. It's okay to admit that you don't know something. Why must someone's ego take over and just keep ramming and ramming and ramming the point that they know something that they don't?
Well, can I offer a reason why? Because I got that dope. I've been smoking plenty of dope, and the more dope I smoke, the less books I need. That's my take on it. I could be wrong.
I don't know, man.
Dope is my book.
I guess.
How you been?
Terrific, actually. I'm
Good for
quite
you.
pleased. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, yeah. Absolutely terrific. And well pleased when I examine the position of life in which I live. It's not my habit to compare my life to others, but there comes a time when you actually should do that.
Mm-hmm.
And just
well, I mean, actually, that's an interesting point and a good point. You know what? Every now and again, you have to, just so you know that how lucky you are. There before the grace of God go I. There's nothing wrong with that kind of comparison.
Yes. I choose not to get carried away with it.
Oh no, well, you know me. I do. No, and you'll have to forgive me because I've had a couple contributions towards my Bud Light, for the weekend. But bottom line is, I hate these blanket statements that the anti-black blacks want to do. And then, when they go, well, I got that dope. Black people should be this. Black people should be that. I'm like, well, Stanley, you know what I mean. I don't mean all black people. Well, motherfucker, how about use some precision in your argument? Otherwise, that dope, motherfucker, I don't need your dope. That's what just annoys the shit out of me. Motherfucker, I don't need your dope. If I needed dope, I'd fucking buy some. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's not hard to find. Are they literally talking about drugs, or is it a euphemism?
No, it's a euphemism. It's a euphemism. John thinks he's that nigga, and he simply isn't. He's just a nigga in the hood doing very well. But you would think I hear John go, well, the whites couldn't do what I did, what I do. That is bullshit. Whites have been doing that shit. Who do you think the original slumlords were? It's ridiculous. Oh, look at Portia. That is Portia. One of these days, I am old. Let me talk to Portia here because he's fucking with me. One of these days, I might need to, Portia, but not today. I'm just being old and cantankerous. This young lady's gonna just.
At least you can admit it. Shout out to Portia. Glad
You
she's
know what,
here.
Portia's kind of like my, young people will go, well, you know what, Grandpa, you're being a little rambunctious. How about reel it back in? That's what Portia just did. Like, come on now, Grandpa. don't don't be talking too much, Grandpa. You're starting to sound old and ridiculous. And she's right. So. But and you know what? Shit, I wish I could be John Galt, but I'm not. And John Galt is the best John Galt, better than anything Ayn Rand could ever dream up. If Ayn Rand had written um the Fountainhead or what what's it? I can't even remember what John Galt was in. I've actually read on Ayn Rand, the Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged. Bottom line, I honestly think had this John Galt, our John Galt, been the main character in those novels, she would have probably fucking won a Nobel Prize for literature. He is much more interesting than a John Galt or a Howard Rourke or any of those, brittle, brittle motherfuckers. They were very inflexible in their whiteness. So anyway, I'm getting way off topic here. So let's see. You're very happy. That's a good thing. And humble. I actually started way late. I honestly thought I was gonna be able to start the show at 5 like normal. Dude, I didn't wake up till 7. And I was I'm like, dude, I woke up at 7 and I was still tired. So, I started putting together this show. It usually takes me about an hour, just to get all the news stories and line it up and document and all that stuff. And by the time, I'd done all that, John was starting. And again, he is our John Galt. He is the star of this channel. I'll fuck with him, but he kind of gives me latitude because I'm old, and he just goes, dude, take some Geritol, you'll be okay. But I just simply cannot abide by that blacks can only be entrepreneurs and blacks can only live in the ghetto. And if you don't live in the ghetto, you're not black. That feeds into the white shades arguments. And, that white shade knows who he is. CK, how you doing? So anyway, I'm kind of over talking, Mella, and kind of, sipping on some beer here. So feel free to interject. I am a little talkative,
No,
more so than usual.
thank you for your consideration. I'll just stand by until you have a specific question, if that's all right.
Okay, well, we'll get back to the news, folks.
All
If you
right,
want to
great.
come up, this is a little bit more of an open panel than usual. I do have news stories. I will watch some gardening shows because I had no idea. It's a thing on YouTube and a beautiful thing, quite frankly. So not everybody lives in the hood. There is actually a show. There's hood gardening. You can get a fresh tomato that you grow yourself, even in the hood. And that's what I would love to highlight. Black achievement. It's not, we are not all Johnny boys. if you ever listen to John Galt, it's like every motherfucker, if you don't smoke John Galt's dope, you're gonna wind up being a Johnny boy. That's how I take some of that crazy stuff he talks sometimes. So anyway, let's get back to serious stuff. Drip, what's up, man? How you doing? Hit the link, man. You are totally welcome on this show. Feel free. Um, we have a celebrity in the chat. Drip, come on up and tell. I haven't talked to you in a while, Drip. Feel free, hit that link. Come up. We can drift. I got a bunch of news stories, but we can go. I don't get celebrities too much. So Tulsi Gabbard sidelined in Trump administration discussions on Israel and Iran. And when I first saw this story, I thought a 12th man who is, um, when Tulsi Gabbard gets around to, some free time and wants to drink a beer, but she gets busy, like she'll get that call at 3 o'clock in the morning. First thing she's going to do is 12th man, hold my beer. That's what I thought of. 12th man is like some huge Tulsi Gabbard fan. And she is weird by that Cruella de Vil hairstyle she has. It is but 12th man, I hope you're lurking somewhere out there. Hit the link so I can fucking mock you and Cruella de Vil. I've been thinking of jokes for a few minutes now. So anyway, in March 2025, President Donald Trump and intelligence chief, she's a chief, Tulsi Gabbard publicly clashed over whether Iran is nearing the capability to develop a nuclear weapon. The split stemmed from Gabbard's testimony to Congress stating Iran is not pursuing nuclear weapons, conflicting with Trump's claim that Iran was near acquiring one. Now, the first thing you should learn as a political appointee is don't be contradicting the president. What the fuck was she thinking? Does she actually think Donald Trump respects women? Oh, my Lord. Following Israel's strikes on Iran last Friday, Trump fully supported Israel while sidelining Gabbard from key deliberations, including a Camp David meeting on U.S. involvement in the conflict. Oh, that poor woman. An official said Trump is not firing Gabbard since she is not doing any harm. Oh, my Lord. The intelligence chief, like she is the number one intelligence person. She is the boss of the CIA, the NSA. So this is a DHS secretary fucking literally the president says she's not doing any harm. Hey, Trump appoints people who will not bother him when he's not ready to hear from him. Oh, my Lord. But Trump views her as off message, especially after her video warning of nuclear annihilation risks. Republicans largely sided with Trump on Iran, and Gabbard's marginalization suggests ongoing internal disputes over U.S. policy towards Iran and Israel amid escalating regional tensions. So this woman is just collecting a fucking paycheck because she's insignificant in a national should America go to war conversation. You know what? Literally, Tulsi is telling 12th man to hold her beer. And Trump is like, she's insignificant. The most interesting thing about Tulsi Gabbard is that little white shit in her hair. This is hilarious. So let's move on because Trump and news is just like a fucking comedy show. Iran held direct talks with U.S. amid intensifying conflict with Israel. Reuters said this. Israel began airstrikes on Iranian military and nuclear sites on June 13, 2025, prompting missile attacks between the two nations and escalating conflict. The escalation followed long-standing tensions over Iran's nuclear program, with Iran refusing full talks unless Israel halts its attacks and the U.S. seeking to end uranium enrichment in Iran. Following recent strikes, a series of phone conversations has taken place between a U.S. special envoy and Iran's foreign minister, with Washington initiating the talks to seek a peaceful solution and discuss a proposed plan for a regional uranium enrichment consortium. Really? Group enrichment. Rachi stated Iran is willing to return to nuclear negotiations if Israel stops bombing, and indicated potential flexibility if Washington pressures Israel while Iran insists on peaceful nuclear rights and third-party involvement. The talks aim to prevent a broader war threatening global energy supplies and regional security, with the new nuclear plan offering international oversight and cooperation among Middle Eastern nations. The thing that strikes me is that Donald Trump hasn't talked about that phone call. I'm curious as to why. And why does Donald Trump need 2 weeks to? Well, obvious. He needs 2 weeks because they're talking to Iran. Why does that not come out? So salute to Ground News. Again, this isn't a Ground News commercial, though I wonder if I shouldn't seek, because Ground News is actually a really good news source. It'll compile, let's see, we got 5, 6, 8, 11, 12. This is like based on 14 news sources. They just kind of compile it all. And there is left, center, and right perspectives. Very effective if you want to dive deep into, they don't cover every story, but the important stories, they actually offer, a variety of publications from different political perspectives. So there we go. So Iran cares. They don't want to be destroyed. So we got 2 weeks, folks. And next story, Iran uses Trump's own words against him. I have not read this story, but let's see what this is all about.
Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said Iran sees the U.S. as already participating in Israel's attacks and cited President Donald Trump's words. The U.S. has not yet joined in with Israel's strikes, which began on Friday, June 13th, with the launch of Operation Rising Lion, but is helping it to defend itself against Iran's retaliatory missile and drone attacks. Trump has given himself 2 weeks to decide if the U.S. should strike Iran's nuclear facilities, a window of time for Tehran to make a new deal. He has said Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb. Iran says its nuclear program is for civil energy purposes. Araghchi told Iranian state media that we consider the Americans to be aligned with and cooperating with the Zionist regime. In these attacks that have been carried out against Iran, there are multiple signs indicating cooperation between U.S. forces present in the region and the Zionist regime, Araghchi said, originally in Farsi. But more importantly than all of that are the tweets and interviews given by that country's president, where he explicitly uses the word "we," saying we did this, we carried out that action, this must happen, that must happen. Well, that makes the case clear without needing further evidence. The presence and participation of the U.S. in this scene is evident. He also ruled out talks with the U.S. while Israel is striking Iran. Newsweek has contacted the White House press office for comment via email outside of normal business hours. Trump on Israel-Iran. We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Trump posted to his Truth Social platform on Tuesday, June 17th, after Israel said it had achieved aerial superiority over the Iranian capital, Tehran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment, and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA. The US is a major supplier of military equipment to Israel. We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding, Trump wrote in a subsequent post. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, kill, at least not for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Trump followed up with a demand for unconditional surrender. The president has also said he speaks regularly to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as the Iran conflict unfolds. Related articles. Israel targets Iran's remaining nuclear scientists in targeted strikes. Reports.
Let's not do related articles. Let's move forward. This is interesting. A U.S. attack on Iran would show the limits of China's power. I have not read this article. I didn't think about China, but let's see.
That possible?
Ma'am?
No, I'm just, this is a curious article.
Well,
I'm
yeah.
wondering how that works.
I have not read it, and I am going to be surprised with you. I have no clue. And by the way, Uncle Fatty, you are actually a real newsman. I didn't know anything about Switzerland or the talks. So, and by the way, again, because I never do this, please make sure you hit the like, folks. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. He does have that dope, but he smokes it too much. But you know, who knows? He is a grown man. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. I've been lazy and have done nothing of note this week. But by the way, my father turned I think 82, and I got to spend a couple days with him and enjoyed it thoroughly. Yeah, he's I've often said that I honestly do not have heroes because my parents were awesome. Now they were strict, and I wasn't, at 20, I wasn't going, yay, dad. By the way, I never called him dad. I call him daddy and I call my mother mama. But when I refer to them in the third person, he is my father. She was my mother. She's not my mama. He's not my dad. He is my father. And he's a very kind of dignified man, though you know what? He has a sense of humor, and my mother had an even better sense of humor. My father is kind. My mother will fucking rake you over the coals and laugh when she does it. And then she'll go, you kind of deserved it.
I'd like to ask you this. Do you remember them having date nights when your mother was alive?
Back in the day, I'm
Right.
sure they did.
Okay, you don't recall. Do you recall them being affectionate in public, like public displays of affection?
No, but I mean, who does that? But let me also mention this. For years, every summer, we would go stay with my father's parents, for a couple weeks. So who knows what they were doing when we weren't there. I'm sure they had they had date fortnights. And then when we were in Savannah, I mean, every now and again we'd go stay a weekend with my mother's mother. Her father died when she was a girl. So shit, you know what? We were just glad, like, hey, grandmama. We want to stay with grandmama. We never asked what, the parents were doing. I just assumed they had a good time.
Yeah, yeah. I had fun visiting my grandparents in the summer as a child. Yeah, I remember that.
So I mean, back in the day. Now I'm 60, so this is back in the day. Kids didn't really give a fuck what their parents were doing, and you know, um, they would like maybe hug or kiss or something in the house. I don't shit. Unless you just like survived a plane wreck and you want to hug your wife, and it
I
wasn't
only
done
mention
back
it.
in the day.
I only mention it because I do have memories of my mother and father just dancing. Like she's
Oh
cooking
yeah, well, I
in
mean,
the
shit. Well,
kitchen,
my
and
father
then
wasn't a
he walks
dancer,
up
but
on
no,
her, hugs her from behind, and next thing you know, they're
no,
dancing. And it's like that
no,
looks weird.
no. I don't ever remember my father dancing. However, they did meet, at like a dance situation. So, um, but my mother, yeah, you know, I can remember back in the day because you know what? Next time I go home, I mean, she had quite the vinyl collection, and yeah, she put on Marvin Gaye, and it'd be a dance party in in the house. So there are a ton of good memories, but you know, um, public
You're right, though. As a
displays of
child, you were
affection.
not
There's
really.
such a thing. There's such a thing as privacy, probity, that sort of thing. My wife and I, we weren't gonna, quote swap spit in public. That's for
No, they
private.
weren't making out. They were dancing.
You know what? They could be a little formal in public, but this is why I really talk about culture being built inside your four walls. Okay. And there are reasons. I think y'all sometimes, and not you, Mella, not certainly not you, and not Portia, not John Galt, not HB, not Crack. Y'all know me a little bit better than newer folks. Look, there are levels. There are formalities. The right tool for the right job. I just think that there's a time for, you know, um, public displays, and there's a time where, and maybe it's me being more of an introvert. Sometimes I just need my private time to reflect. But I, I'm a, I will never deviate from culture is built from the ground up, and it starts in your four walls. And even under difficult circumstances, single mother, and I will always have an affection for single mothers because I did single parenting for a while, and I just happened to have a decent job and the means and all that stuff. I can't imagine what a single mother would go through, say in the hood. It's I'm always gonna have sympathy. I'm frankly gonna always have sympathy um, for a woman in the hood. Now, this is a hypothetical. I'm always gonna take up for the woman. I don't give a fuck what her character is, because if the man's not there taking care of his family, um, you become a hood servative. And that's a joke, and it's a shot, and it's, like I said, a joke. But if you want to do whole shows about black women being masculine, what that tells me is you just weren't man enough to make that woman respect you. And I dare a motherfucker to come on this panel and challenge me on that. If you can't tame your woman that you knocked up, then you're a pussy. And the links
Bars.
pinned, the links pinned. on the Urban Landlord chat. Anyone in my chat who wants to come up and fuck with me on this, I would love to
Bars.
hear. I would love to hear. I'm too pussy to deal with my quote masculine black woman or masculine woman. Bunch of goddamn pussies. Ooh, she's too masculine. Y'all sound like a bunch of fucking babies.
Man, listen. Bars.
Motherfucker, you know what? Well, hold on one sec, Mel, because I have to say this and I didn't make. Look, if you get with a woman and she's successful or she knows her own mind or she wants to do things a certain way, she will respect you if motherfuckers you might have to grow. Okay, you can't be hanging out with saggy pants philosophies and expect a woman to fall in line because you have a set of chromosomes that are XY. I literally heard someone the other day on another show go, "Well, you should respect me because I'm a man." Now, this motherfucker wasn't her man, or this is like a YouTube panel. She
Some
should
random
respect.
nigga.
Like, just because I'm a man, you should respect me. The fuck? That is the biggest pussy.
And by the way,
I,
all niggas ain't black. So when I say a
well,
random
well,
nigga,
I don't care about
there are other
any of that
ethnicities that
N-word
have that
stuff. I tend to
attitude.
not want to. I tend not to want to use the N word on this panel. We try and keep it non dope smoking John Galtish.
Okay, point taken.
Well, no,
So
but you
these
know what I mean.
these random males will insist that just because they're walking around with XY chromosomes, that that entitles them to a level of respect in which
All
they
right, well,
have indeed.
respect. All I'm saying is respect is earned, and if you really like a
It's
girl,
earned.
let's just say it's like a dating situation, and you're like 17. If the girl has a mission, say, and I'm making this up, it's a pure hypothetical, but I've known girls like this when I was in high school, like smart girl. First off, don't date a dumb woman. And if you're a girl, don't date a dumb boy. Fucking, pick
That part.
your person. Just cause she got a fat ass, don't mean she what the fuck is all that? She needs to be you can find a woman with a fat ass and a good brain. They're out there. Stop. And I got a 19-year-old son who's in college. So, I've had these conversations. I'm not just making them up. But just because she got a fat ass don't mean shit. It just means you'll fuck her, maybe. But what if she don't want you, son? What you gonna do? Oh, she's masculine because she don't want me. That is what I think happens sometimes. Okay, she thinks you're a dumbass, and because she is refusing your advances, she's masculine. I suspect that's what happens. I hate to throw a percentage on it. Let's say 60% of the time. Oh, she thinks she all that. Fuck all that bullshit. If you want her, earn her. And that might mean you have to pull up your pants, son. So anyway, I'm sorry. Like I said, I will do the disclaimer. I've had a couple sips of Bud Light, and I'm gonna speak my goddamn mind because I heard a show that was fucking so anti-black. It was goddamn stunning. And salute to Nightish, by the way, because in my opinion, I don't always agree with Nightish. I don't always, I don't necessarily have his worldview. But you know what? I think Nitish came up on John Galt's panel today and was a pure businessman. He wasn't about all that N-word shit. Motherfucker, it was all business. This is how we're going to make our spaces attractive. We're not going to go overboard. Um, don't spend too much money. Look, Nitish put on a landlord clinic. And I'm not a landlord, have no compunction, to use an old fashioned word, to get property and rent it out. But if I was going to listen, Nightish, to use your word, Mella, was spitting bars. I stopped trolling long enough to listen to what this man was saying. So salute to Nightish.
Yes, he actually drops wisdom on a regular
You know what?
basis.
I've literally never listened to his channel. So guess what? I subscribed. I will start listening. He caught my attention, that's for sure.
Yeah,
So
he can be diplomatic. A lot of people would choose to classify him as something other than diplomatic, but actually having experienced his live streams, I've seen.
well, I saw him for a few minutes, maybe an hour ago. He's up on CT's panel. So and you know what? Speaking of CT, last week CT and I, he was talking about Trump and was like, liberals come up. And you know what? We had a one-on-one for about 10 minutes and it was very substantive. CT, I think sometimes CT can be a bit of a edge lord, a bit of a showman. But you know what? I fucking enjoyed talking to him about politics. CT can be, um, you know, um, enjoyable talking about politics. Motherfucker was spot on. I That's a CT I actually love talking to. The dude is smart. And you know what? CT is a surprisingly good interviewer. Um, he will bring out the worst in you too. But anyway,
Yeah,
anything else before I start this?
no,
What you
please
got?
proceed. Thank you.
Okay.
A U.S. attack on Iran would show the limits of China's power. This article is by David Pearson, Keith Bradshaw, and Barry Wang, and read by an automated voice. When China helped negotiate a peace deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia in 2023, it hailed the breakthrough as a victory for Chinese diplomacy and a sign that America's chief geopolitical rival had emerged as a major power broker in the Middle East. But as President Trump openly ponders deploying American forces to join Israel in attacking Iran, the limits of China's clout in the region are coming into focus. China has much to lose from a runaway conflict. Half of the country's oil imports move in tankers through the Strait of Hormuz on Iran's southern coast. And Beijing has long counted on Tehran, its closest partner in the region, to push back against American influence. But despite those strategic interests, China, which has little sway over the Trump administration, is unlikely to come to Iran's defense militarily, especially if the United States gets involved. The reality is they don't actually have the capability to insert Chinese forces to defend Iran's installations, said Zach Cooper, a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute in Washington. What they would prefer to do is very quietly provide some material support, some rhetorical support, and maybe some humanitarian aid. Though China favors stability in the Middle East, it could also gain if the United States gets roped into a prolonged war there, which might divert American troops, ships, and other military resources away from Asia. Whether Mr. Trump decides to strike Iran will offer lessons for Beijing that could shape its own geopolitical strategy. China will be trying to understand Mr. Trump's approach to foreign policy and his willingness to use force. The outcome could influence Beijing's assessment of whether the United States would come to the defense of Taiwan, the self-governed island that Beijing claims, should China decide to invade it. Despite China's close relationship with Iran, its rhetoric about the current conflict has been strikingly measured at the highest levels. After its top leader, Xi Jinping, called for a ceasefire during a call with President Vladimir V. Putin of Russia on Thursday, a summary of the call released by the Chinese government did not overtly criticize Israel for violating Iran's sovereignty. Mr. Xi also refrained from directly urging the United States not to attack Iran, saying only that the, quote, international community, especially major powers that have a special influence on the parties to the conflict, should make efforts to promote the cooling of the situation, rather than the opposite. When China's top diplomat, Wang Yi, called his counterpart in Israel, he expressed Beijing's opposition to Israel's attacks, according to the Chinese summary of the call. But he stopped short of saying that China condemns them, as he had in a call with Iran. In another call, with the foreign minister of Oman, Mr. Wang said that we cannot sit idly by and watch the regional situation slide into an unknown abyss, according to a Chinese government statement. But it is unclear what, if any, specific efforts China has made to find a diplomatic solution. In any case, Israel would likely be skeptical of China's neutrality as a mediator because of its alignment with Iran and engagement with Hamas, the Palestinian ally of Iran that attacked Israel in October 2023. China's efforts, at least in public, have been focused on evacuating more than 1,000 of its citizens from Israel and Iran. Beijing is scrambling to keep up with the rapid pace of events and is prioritizing looking after Chinese citizens and assets in the region rather than any sort of broader diplomatic initiative, said Julian Gewurtz, who was a senior China policy official at the White House and the State Department during President Joseph R. Biden Jr.'s administration. Discussions of the conflict on China's heavily censored online forums have largely centered on the poor performance of Iran's military and security apparatus, though some participants have noted the limits of China's support for Iran. Zhu Jiaoyi, a Middle East expert at the University of International Business and Economics in Beijing, said in a post that China could not provide Iran with, quote, unconditional protection and confront the United States and Israel militarily. He said Beijing could only exert pressure through the United Nations Security Council, of which China is a permanent member. The turmoil in the Middle East is both a challenge and a test for China, Mr. Zhu wrote. China's tempered response resembles that of its like-minded partner, Russia, which has done little more than issue statements of support for Iran, despite having received badly needed military aid from Tehran for its war in Ukraine. Both Beijing and Moscow were also seen as bystanders last year when their shared partner, the Assad regime, was overthrown in Syria. Their relative absence raises questions about the cohesiveness of what some in Washington have called the axis of upheaval, the quartet of China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, which have drawn closer diplomatically and militarily around a common opposition to the US-dominated world order. Of the four nations, only China is deeply embedded in the global economy, which means it has much to lose from turmoil in the Middle East. It buys virtually all of Iran's exported oil at a discount, using clandestine tanker fleets to evade US sanctions, and its ships depend on safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz to transport additional oil from Gulf states. Higher energy prices would present another major headache for Beijing, which is trying to turn its sluggish economy around. Besides energy, Iran provides China with a crucial foothold in the Middle East for advancing its interests and countering the United States, which has tens of thousands of troops across the region. Beijing has cultivated closer ties with Gulf states for the same reasons. Chinese analysts often argue that Beijing is an attractive mediator in the Middle East because it will not lecture other countries about issues like human rights. It's the only major power trusted by rival factions in the region, capable of achieving breakthroughs where the US cannot, said Wen Jing, a Middle East expert at Tsinghua University in Beijing. But some Western analysts say China played only a small role in the détente between Iran and Saudi Arabia toward the end of those negotiations. Washington has also been frustrated by Beijing's reluctance to put pressure on Iran to stop Houthi rebels from attacking ships off the coast of Yemen, except in cases involving Chinese vessels. That unwillingness to apply pressure on its partners undercuts China's standing in the Middle East, said Barbara Leaf, a former Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs at the State Department, who is now a senior advisor at Arnold & Porter, a Washington-based law firm. Nobody is saying, we better call up Beijing and see what they can do here, because Beijing has played a purely commercial and economic role, Ms. Leaf said, describing the attitudes of Middle Eastern officials with whom she has spoken over the years. They just sort of take it as a given that China is going to look out for China, she said.
Well, Portia, you're the executive producer. Absolutely. I think I've heard of the channel, and again, towards the end of this show, I did not know there was this kind of I don't know if it's a sector, but there are a ton of black women in particular, but black men too, who actually garden, and it's fascinating. So, whatever you decide, executive producer. So anyway, Mela, I have a question for you. And this is actually more, kind of a channel question. I do dry stuff. But I'm fascinated by, news and stories and what China's doing and all this sort of stuff. And I fear that, to be blunt, I'm not doing nigga shit. I don't have that dope, don't choose to smoke that dope. I think there's a lot going on outside of the hood, and black people should know about it. So that's kind of why I do what I do. I'm not going to have 100 people listening to, China versus, China on geopolitics. But
I think I get your point.
I also don't care. The people that care about this stuff are the people I want to talk to anyway.
Yeah, and I wish they were here. That would be great because it would.
It'll come. It's going to be slow, but bottom line is, there are people like you.
There are people that actually like these geopolitics, and they're obsessed. I know one in mind that I might actually send a link to, like, hey, they're discussing your thing. Why don't you join, even though they don't know you? That's his thing. It's like if he's not interested in discussing these topics with channels he's not familiar with. So,
well, you know what? And I can kind of understand. This is the only place I actually talk a lot of politics every now and again on T's show, because I'm comfortable with her. I've known her for a little bit, and yeah, they know how cantankerous I can be. Roz is another one. I recommend Roz's show. So I'm gonna have to be more organized, because there are a ton of shows that I would drop. Last weekend I did panel hopping, but it's,
how did you like it?
It was enjoyable, but I'm an introvert. It took a lot of it took a lot out of me.
Yeah, I became indoctrinated in what you would refer to as the N-word S word vernacular. Just it took about 2 years to become familiarized with the patterns of and priorities in which people such as that chooses to discuss.
Right.
Everybody's not quote unquote hood. It's just that they ride the wave of what's the popular happenings, so to speak, right? And at the time, the popular happenings was superficial conflicts. It was ridiculous. But having this style about myself to adjust to almost any environment that's reasonable, I entertained myself into thinking these were reasonable environments because this was my only access to this newfound technology of you can actually talk to strangers on a device and everybody's cool with it. Like it was a whole new thing for me. And we're talking several years ago. And
Right.
I was first invited because that individual and myself share something in common. Our passion is nutrition, longevity, and well being. And it just so happens he runs as what you would call a N word, S word type of channel. That was his thing. I didn't know it. And so I'm listening to this channel and he's inviting me to join in on what's called the panel. I said, you mean socialize with strangers? He
Well,
said, yeah.
here's the deal. Like Portia says, like, you know what? Um T, and I have to say Mo Love, who I just have a crush on that woman. I don't know what it is about Mo Love, but T and Mo Love, um, there was a time, and I think that it's still the time. I like listen to T's show. Now I'm not into the karaoke, you know, that's young people stuff, but I just like them. You know, and I don't want to make it all mystical, but I just kind of
You
they
can't
have a
explain
vibe.
why.
Well, no, they have a vibe. And
Is
it's
it their voice
relaxing, it's
tone?
soothing. No,
Oh,
it's more than voice. It's just kind of how they carry themselves. You know, T can be
you feel
T in a
safe with
way.
them.
No.
You-
I'm just saying T can be someone like me if she's had a couple beers. She'll go after you. It makes me laugh. Like, oh shit. Mo Love is just like Mo Love is she is just she will chill you down. And the reason I say this is I've heard Mo Love on, you know, Freezy's channel or Drip. And you know what? She is like a moderator, like she's just calm. She and I know she gets upset. She can, but she might be Portia's kind of like that, but I think Mo Love, like that woman will drip honey, but you think it looks like honey, but it's really amber. You will get trapped in it. I have, I have seen her take some ratchet motherfuckers and just like sweeten them to death. It's like I've literally never seen someone under like my grandmother's age. Those men are helpless. Uh, The woman is fascinating. So anyway, you know what? I'm fawning over these young girls. I
Yeah, I
am
think you
being
need a
old.
hug.
Nah, I don't need a hug.
Yeah,
I just
you
need to.
do. Yeah, you
I,
do.
I
Yes,
just,
that
I just,
baby need a hug. Yes.
you know what? I would, all the women like my sister, you know, my wife. Yeah, they know when I need a hug. Sometimes they, my wife used to just go, "Yes, dear," and walk off. It's like whatever. You gotta, you gotta know. But anyway, T is honestly T is awesome. Mo is and I've said this in front of Mo. She's my crush. If I were 20 years younger, you know, I would at least invite her out, you know, to dinner. So let's see what else do we have here. We must move on to the next story before I drown in old manness. So this is something that I am thinking. I think we are starting, and it's. I'm only what 2, 3 stories in. I honestly think this political violence is going to become um, concerning. So we have Albany. I assume that's New York. Albany U.S. attorney assaulted by knife wielding illegal immigrant. Now, yes, illegal immigrant, but what I'm looking at is the political violence, and I have another story after. I have Gretchen Whitmer, the kidnapping stuff, and those guys got pardoned, I think. Um, I'm not just doing 2025 or 2024. I'm going back a few years too. We had Minnesota state politicians, and I'm not going to even. I'm just saying the political violence. This is starting to happen, and I'm getting concerned. But who knows? Um, on Tuesday night, near the Hilton Albany Hotel on Lodge Street, 40-year-old Saul Morales Garcia was taken into custody after supposedly threatening to kill the Northern District of New York's U.S. Attorney John Sarcone or Sarcone. I think it's Sarcone. Maybe it's Sarcone, but I doubt it. Using a knife. Morales Garcia, a previously deported undocumented immigrant with a criminal record in multiple states, aggressively charged Sarcone and made throat-cutting gestures before deputies survived. So this illegal. He is illegal because he's been back a second time, obviously, and committed crime. So he is illegal. Sarcone escaped unharmed after retreating to the hotel's lobby, contacted authorities, and Morales Garcia was apprehended without further incident near 40 Lodge Street. Morales Garcia is charged with trying to kill someone in the second degree, unlawfully carrying a weapon, and threatening behavior, and he remains in custody without bail, rightly so. Albany District Attorney Kindlin stated that the incident seems to have been a chance encounter on the street. Oh, my Lord. Chance encounter? Federal agencies are reviewing the case, and local officials affirm strong efforts to hold offenders accountable to ensure public safety in Albany. Now, it's hard for me to believe that the dude just walked by and made threats, Morales. But again, I'm just seeing a pattern. Next story kind of makes, my point a little bit firmer. Ohio Representative Max Miller says he was run off the road and threatened while driving. Now, let's hear this because maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just, kind of discerning something here.
A man who allegedly ran Representative Max Miller off the road in Rocky River, Ohio, showed a Palestinian flag and threatened the congressman has turned himself in, police said Friday. The Rocky River Police Department identified the driver as Faraz Hamdan, 36, from Westlake, Ohio. They obtained a warrant for his arrest after Miller signed a criminal complaint for aggravated menacing and filed a motion for a criminal protection order against the driver. Hamdan turned himself in after the warrant was issued, police said. He is awaiting his first court appearance. The case remains under investigation, police said. State and federal authorities, including the U.S. Capitol Police, are also involved in the investigation. In less than 24 hours, the USCP received notification of a threat against a member of Congress, had boots on the ground, collaborated with the local police department, and the suspect in the case was arrested that same evening. Acting Capitol Police Chief Sean Gallagher said in a statement, "This case is a prime example of the USCP's stance towards threats against our elected officials. We will continue to have a zero-tolerance policy." Ohio Representative Max Miller describes unhinged incident. Some unhinged Deranged man decided to lay on his horn and run me off the road when he couldn't get my attention, to show me a Palestinian flag, not to mention death to Israel, death to me, that he wanted to kill me and my family, Miller, a Republican, said in a video posted on X. The congressman, who is Jewish, called it blatant anti-Semitic violence. Miller said on X he reported the issue to local authorities and the U.S. Capitol Police, adding, "We know who this person is." The Rocky River Police Department in Ohio confirmed to CBS News that the incident was reported, but did not provide any further details. Capitol Police did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Rocky River is a suburb of Cleveland. The congressman did not elaborate on the alleged threats. CBS News has reached out to Miller's office for additional details.
Yeah, I'm going to stop it there. Again, this is just my thinking. I'm not making an argument like this is happening. I'm just kind of noticing. And I think Portia would make the argument that, these are like immigrants. But, the actual, gunshots fired, people killed, America's always had political violence, but it's never been like third world level. And I'm just kind of bullshitting here, but I wonder. And I don't know. I'm just musing. We'll see how it bears out. So I have to do the Juneteenth thing because I know Portia will appreciate it. I know you will. Trump on Juneteenth. U.S. has too many non-working holidays. You can never have too many non-working holidays, damn it. What is this man talking about? So on Juneteenth, President Donald Trump criticized what he called an excess of non-working holidays in America, stating it costs the country billions of dollars to keep businesses closed.
And he's golfing all the time.
Oh, he's president. Rank has its privilege. I'm not going there. Trump did not participate in Juneteenth events and did not issue a proclamation to commemorate it. Now, maybe he's just like, hey, it is American history. We don't have to make huge fanfare. Former President Biden, who established Juneteenth as a federal holiday in 2021, attended events in Galveston to celebrate it. Critics argue Trump's comments reflected a political divide over the recognition of Juneteenth and its significance in American history. Well, 2 points here, and I made one of these points last night. Juneteenth was not the end. Oklahoma, there were, Indian, there were Indian tribes, Cherokee, and a few more. There's a whole nother history there. And actual slavery went on a year or more. There were black slaves in Oklahoma, enslaved to Indian tribes after Juneteenth. And I don't know the history in detail, but I do know that there was slavery.
Yeah, there's more to it.
So my point about Trump is, did you really expect him to, put on kente cloth? And I also have to point out, in all fairness, and honestly, I haven't pursued the story, but the NAACP for the first time in 113 years, didn't invite an American president. So maybe he's just pissed off about that. And again, in his defense, you know what? Fuck, if you didn't invite me, fuck, I'm that petty. So, and you know what? Maybe There could be reasons, but I also think that you know, and Portia will have to forgive me, but I do not think Trump is Trump is the most American president we've ever had. And I mean, when I say American, I mean in the spirit of an Andrew Johnson. Blacks are okay as long as they are under control. That is what I think of President Trump. As long as, they're dressed nice and they speak when spoken to, um, blacks are okay. But that's a lot of America. So don't treat Trump like he is. Back in the day, Andrew Johnson was like a hero in Tennessee before the Civil War ended. And Andrew Johnson's nickname was Black Moses. They literally, the black people in Tennessee, because I think he had something to do with their liberation. Tennessee was more or less kind of a border state. I think it was Tennessee. Oh, no, no, no. Actually, once Tennessee was liberated, Andrew Johnson, had a part in it. And my history might be spotty, but the bottom line is black people loved Andrew Johnson before he became president. And then, like Andrew Johnson and Frederick Douglass, they weren't fans of each other. Donald Trump is not Andrew Jackson. He is Andrew Johnson. And in my opinion, about as endowed intellectually. And I think I could prove that out easily.
I was told that
Andrew Johnson, by the way, Andrew Johnson was impeached as well.
I was told by a reliable source that Trump actually doesn't read that well. Whether he's dyslexic, it hasn't been revealed. Not that there's anything wrong with being dyslexic. It's just that, from what I understand, he's really shy when it comes to reading.
Well, let me ask you a question. I'm 60, and I literally think only about 10% of the people that are in my age range read well, especially publicly. America's never literacy, is different than reading well. That you know a word doesn't mean you necessarily understand it or the nuances behind it.
That's
Most
true.
most Americans don't read well. I mean, I literally, and I'm kind of a snob. My mother, I can tell you stories. My mother was an English teacher, and my favorite story was I was in high school, and my mother was like, "Well, Stanley," because she knew my I think it was my junior English teacher. Um, and I don't know, it was probably a mother thing, but she was like, "Well, Stanley, um, I'm an English teacher, and you never ask me to proofread your papers." And yes, I'm a dick. I'm like, "Well, I don't really need you to. I mean, I'm good." No, if I had had a whit of sense, I would have just said, "You know what, mama? You're right." But nope. Young dumb Stanley was like had to be cocky. And I suspect I hurt her feelings. Um and the problem, I'm going way deep in this weird psychology, but I think in a weird way, she wasn't expecting better. Um, Look, she and my she and her mother, like, what did you think you trained me to do? I mean, I literally was really good. Um, anyway, I don't want to get too deep in that, but let's cast this forward about 40 years. My son, oh motherfucker, like writing his college essays, he was having none of that shit. My son, I had to strike a deal when my son was like in second grade because he would literally get upset if I checked his homework. So I had to strike a deal like, okay, if you make a B, I'm going to help you with your homework. And you know what that spiteful motherfucker did? He never made a B. He wasn't about to have, some old person over his shoulder. He just knew what he was doing. The upshot is not everyone has parents like that. Most Americans, and I'm going to go on a limb and say 90% of Americans are not good readers. Motherfucker, Americans hate books. Have you ever heard a John Galt show where I might be in the chat and he starts going in on niggers and books? That shit is hilarious. Well, Stanley read it in a book. I think John forgets that, motherfucker, I was a naval officer. I've been deployed a couple times and I was in a war. Motherfucker, if you think that books are all I know, then you are being very disrespectful, son. So most Americans don't read very well, and that's good. We have the internet. We have AI. They can read the book to you. And part of the reason Americans will not get better at reading is because they don't have to read. Audible has been around for like 20 years. So Americans have never had to read. Pretty soon there'll be no lawyers. There'll just be AI. The only humans will be in the federal courts or the higher end state courts. I don't think AI is going to take over the U.S. Supreme Court, but, who knows in 200 years? Lawyers have to read a lot, and the better lawyers tend to be good at reading and interpreting. Again, knowing what a word is doesn't mean you understand what it means and the nuances. Dictionaries, when you look up a word, will have one or two or three or more definitions. That's what people don't get. A word does not mean one thing in English. So, sorry, Mela. Reading comprehension in America and white people in general, and I'm going to pick on white people. Those motherfuckers do not all have high IQs. And it is hilarious to
It is hilarious.
these IQ arguments. Like, motherfucker.
I was frustrated the other day at the vitamin shop when I realized I offered insight to what would otherwise be a racist white person.
Okay, why would do you work at the vitamin shop? Why would you be
No,
offering insight?
I was purchasing some necessary items, and it occurred to me that this random customer was buying stuff where I could interpret that someone, if not herself.
Okay, you've kind of lost me. Why did this come up? Do you
I'm
often go
talking
into
about the
vitamin?
reading.
Well,
I'm
hold
talking
on.
about how white people are ignorant.
Hold
You just
on. Let me
said
ask
that.
let me ask the question. How would you interact in a vitamin shop with a random customer and reading comes up?
Okay. May I continue?
Oh,
Do I have your permission to speak?
You not only do you have my permission, you have my wonderment. How did this happen?
The scenario is as follows. I ran out of a particular brand of vitamins that I take to supplement my meals. I went to what's known as the Vitamin Shop. It's a national brand, all-encompassing nutrition focused store, and in terms of supplements. And I arrived there. It's my usual store. The staff is happy to see me because they're familiar with me. And they like the fact that I'm knowledgeable. I'm more knowledgeable than they are about their own products.
Good.
And
So, how did you interact with the customer?
I'm getting to that. I'm just painting a picture. As I was saying, they were addressing the customer. It was just she and I there. They were addressing the customer because she said, "Wow, you're really friendly to your customers." And they said, no, she's a special customer. She knows all about nutrition. And her eyes opened up like saucers. And I ignored it because I don't know her from a can of paint. But then what happened in terms of reading, she was like, "Oh, well, I guess she likes the same types of stuff I like." And she waved this vitamin, right? She waved this
Okay,
vitamin.
well, hold on, because you're getting ahead of my comprehension of the
Do
story.
you know what, Stanley? I'm
Hold
turned off
on.
right now, Stanley. I'm
Where
turned off.
does the reading come in? She's waving, but where does the reading come in?
I'm actually getting to that. It's not going to take too much longer. I promise.
You made a comment about paint drying.
Stanley, that must be some damn good beer because you tripping. Can you give me a few more moments or not?
Yes, ma'am. My
I
apologies.
appreciate you for that. Thank you. As I was saying, because I didn't forget, I'm not slow. So let's continue where we left off, shall we? What I was saying is that she insisted that she knows what I know. After the staff has given me this compliment, extraordinary compliment, she, with her competitive nature apparently, she's like, "Oh, she must know what I know." And she waved this particular product that she had, which was eye-catching because I know that product is BS. I know what the fillers are in it, and I know what she's looking for. She was looking for something to help someone with neuropathy. That's why and I looked at that. I said, "So someone in your family has neuropathy?" And she looked shocked. She said, "How did you know that?" I said,
because neuropathy means nerve pain. Was she a diabetic?
Anyway, Stanley,
wait, hold it. You're talking about
I'm about to tell you who has neuropathy.
My bad.
Literally, I'm literally about to tell you that. Anyway, I said, "Someone in your family has neuropathy?" She said, "How did you know that?" I said, "Because that product is being popular. Oh my God. I'm so frustrated right now with you.
Popularized. Do you need me to spell it?
No, I don't. I just need you
to. Hey, wait, hold it. It's just
stop
a joke.
interrupting me.
Wait, hold it. Did you say stop interrupting you on your panel?
Yeah. I literally just said that because
on your panel, right?
It's getting to the point where you don't want me to make the point. It's like, why are you entertaining me?
Why are you taking this so personally? I'm just teasing you.
That's the problem. You think it's funny, and it's not funny. It's important to know that there are people out here that pretend that they can comprehend what they're reading, and they don't. I agree with you regarding that.
let me
And I'm
ask you a
emphasizing
question.
it with a personal story of an
Gotcha.
experience at a store. And I'm getting
Yes,
to
ma'am.
the point where I
Yes,
actually
ma'am.
had to point out to her where she has no reading comprehension, but she's practicing all the arrogance on planet Earth. And she's doing it because she has shared with me her heritage and how educated she is.
What's her heritage, by the way?
She's German.
Uh, gotcha.
And she is emphasizing how educated her family is. And as it turns out, she doesn't even know what it takes to reverse neuropathy. Okay? I do. I know what that
Well,
takes.
that's not a reading thing. That's like a
I
medical
showed
thing.
her the ingredients on the vitamin package in comparison with a more superior vitamin, and she was astounded. Her jaw, I saw her jaw drop. Like, I never looked at it like the way you put it. And it's a really detailed, easy to miss difference if you don't know any better. And what really pisses me
Well,
off about
can
myself,
you elaborate on that difference? Now I'm
I
curious.
will,
In your own
I
good time, of course.
will. If you stop teasing me,
Oh, am I teasing you now? I'm
you
sorry.
claimed you were teasing me. You already showed your card. You told me you're teasing me. So if you would take a moment to stop teasing me, I'm getting to the point. The point is that there's a specific filler that supplement companies use that nobody's paying attention to as to why they're not getting better. I pointed it out to her specifically on the vitamin labels in comparison, and she was floored. And I hate that I did that because some people don't deserve to live, Stanley. Period. That chick was German. Some people don't deserve, they just don't deserve it. They don't deserve the insight it takes for them to heal.
Well,
I know how to
I'm
do that.
not. Whoa,
I am fully aware as to how to reverse conditions and save lives.
Ma'am.
Some people don't deserve it.
Okay, do you know how many directions I could go with your last statement? How about let's I'm not sure that I agree that who lives in doesn't um should depend on an encounter at a vitamin store. That's a little melodramatic, don't you think?
She did not deserve that insight.
Okay, well, you didn't say insight. You used another word. So,
What word was that?
how about now this is like a rules thing. How about keep it in check.
Keep it what?
In check. You substitute live for insight. There's some things that you're being melodramatic about.
Is that right?
I just,
And
ma'am,
you not overexpressing something
Mela,
about your son is not dramatic.
Mela, you need
You're just
to
looking to
realize.
control people,
Okay,
Stanley.
Mela,
No wonder
yeah,
no one has hit the
yeah,
link. No one wants to deal with you.
Mela. All I'm saying is let's keep it like life affirmative. let's criticize insight, not whether someone deserves to live. That's really where I'm going to go with this.
Fine.
So finish the story. We just assume this person deserves to live, and
It's a
learn
done
from
deal,
Mela.
bruh.
Yeah,
It's a done deal.
this
Nah,
this
it's a done
person
deal.
this person at the vitamin store.
It's a done
Because
deal.
why do you go to a vitamin store but to prolong the time you live? So
It's
don't
a
wish
done
her
deal.
don't wish this person less than the time to live.
It's a
Talk
done
about because
deal.
I assume you go to the vitamin store to extend your reach.
It's a done deal
What's a done deal, dear?
to educate people on the necessity of quality supplements
Have you ever heard of lifelong learning?
in addition to their proper meal planning. The nutrients, and now while we talking about gardening and everything, that's all fine if you control your soil. If you don't control your soil, there are
Do
nutrients.
you garden, ma'am?
Occasionally, I assist someone who does garden. How about that? Thanks for interrupting me, or rather teasing me again. As I was saying, it is necessary to supplement in addition to proper meal planning. Now, my voice is changing for a reason. I'm getting turned off. I've been
Turned
listening
off.
to you
Wait,
blathering.
hold
No,
on.
you're
I'm
blathering,
sorry.
and it's annoying.
That's an odd turn of
You're
phrase.
blathering, and it's annoying.
Were you turned on?
Yeah. I wouldn't have hit the link if I wasn't attracted to your presence. But
Oh
now
my
I'm
lord.
turned off. I'm no longer attracted to your presence. You're blathering. It's annoying. Good day to you, sir. Thanks for having me. Peace.
You know what? I don't know what the fuck to say. Did okay. Um wow. Okay, well, I'm sorry, Mela. Oh my lord. I did not I did not mean to ruin the date. So I'm gonna move on. Someone saved my dumb ass. I heard her say turned on, and I just assumed she meant by my argument. So all right. Well, Mela, my sincere apologies. It went from reading comprehension to me turning you off. That was totally not my intention. So, please do hit the link if you'd like. I can apologize in person, and I had no clue. And Portia, stop that bullshit. What? Really? Portia, well, I can't be that bad. I look, you know what? I'm just gonna fucking I can't be that bad. And if I am Portia, you are the executive producer. You can take over this mess. I literally like hit the goddamn point of the story. I do not give a fuck. If it's about reading comprehension, keep the story about reading comprehension. I don't give a fuck. You know, Portia, you are stirring my drink. If I'm out of control, then you know what? We need to end this bitch because I thought I knew where this story was going, and now I'm worried. So anyway, let's just listen. And this is Jamel Bowie, very good amateur historian. He's talking about Juneteenth and the Emancipation Proclamation. Obviously, they're connected. And Mela, I swear I did not mean to drive you away from the panel. I just had questions. Yeah, well, this ain't a dating show. I think Mela just popped my balloon. Oh my lord! Now I know how it feels. Damn. All right. Well,
Happy Juneteenth. I'm recording this on Juneteenth, June the 19th, a federal holiday. Didn't used to be. For a long time, it was largely celebrated by Black American communities in Texas and Louisiana, in places where those communities migrated to during the 20th century, during the first and second Great Migrations. But in recent years, it's become more of a national Black American celebration than, of course, a federal holiday following the 2020 George Floyd protests. One of the symbolic things that came out of that, right? Everyone gets a day off. What's the significance of Juneteenth? I'm sure you already know this, but basically it marks the time when the last group of Black Americans in Texas and Louisiana learned of emancipation in 1865 after the end of the war. The last crop of people who were freed by the Emancipation Proclamation. And so it's considered, for the most part, to be a general celebration of emancipation, of this momentous moment in American history where the enslaved population, 4 million strong, are freed of bondage. I don't think Americans often appreciate enough just how momentous emancipation was. Again, I mentioned 4 million Americans. That was more than 10% of the total population of the country. They sustained the economy of one of the sections of the country, the South, because of the ways the economy of the South was intertwined with the Northern economy and economies across the Atlantic in Britain and France. They really sustained tens of millions of people's livelihoods. The destruction of chattel slavery then was this momentous world historical event. And what was all the more momentous and world historical is that these people were then integrated into the society. They weren't shunted aside as a subordinate caste. They were, nominally at least, citizens. And with the Reconstruction Amendment, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, they were citizens with the full protection of the Constitution. And in the years that followed, many of them would engage in the work of citizenship. They would run for office, serve in all kinds of public positions.
oh, that's
And although
funny.
there would be retrenchment, it's very important not to diminish the real significance of what happened. The significance of the 13th Amendment, the Constitution's first mention of slavery, which then abolished hereditary enslavement from the constitutional order. And if you like, we can have a separate discussion of the 13th Amendment and you could say, disagreements with the perspective that the 13th Amendment is responsible for mass incarceration. I think that's kind of bad history, but that's not the topic of this video.
You know what?
The topic of this video is actually...
Look, this is a motherfucking important point. I do not agree with Michelle Alexander and the 13th and all that stuff. It literally states the exceptions. He's right about that. It's bad history. Motherfucker, don't commit a crime if you don't want your freedom taken away. And Mela, come back here. Butter on your grits. You know what? Good grits don't need butter, ma'am. If you make your grits right, butter is kind of like a luxury. Back in the day, we didn't have butter unless you churned it yourself.
The Emancipation Proclamation, and why I'm not sure that Americans take it seriously enough as a founding document. Now, the Emancipation is kind of a strange document. As I'm sure most of you know, it doesn't free all enslaved people in the United States. It freed only those in those states that were rebelling, which meant that in border states, as they were called, like Kentucky and Maryland and Missouri, it did not free the enslaved. And yet, in the moment when it was issued, it was considered to be an epochal event. When it was issued, even critics of Lincoln did not see it as some kind of half measure. This is what they wanted. What they wanted was for the war to become an abolition war. What they had pressed for again and again and again was for the war to become an abolition war. When Black leaders like Frederick Douglass went to the White House, what they were telling Lincoln was, you have to make this an abolition war. And with the Emancipation Proclamation, he made this an abolition war. And we know from contemporaneous...
Okay, motherfuckers. Look, if salt the water, and you know what? I'm not going to even get into how water should be salted, Admiral. No, you want the water salted. If you salt the water right, um, my recommendation is add half to a whole cup of water to your grits because these days grits, if you're not careful with them, you have to give it a stir a couple times. You don't want your grits lumpy. Salted water, good grits, and even like Jim Dandy grits, which y'all northerners won't know about. You if the grits is cooked well, you actually don't need butter on it. And if you're going to use butter, use unsalted butter. So, and never sugar, never jelly. CK, you know that. You're just fucking with me. Ignorant, what's up, man? Hit the link. Might as well. I cannot keep a solid point. I'm trying to be serious, and I have lost this bubble. Mel is mad at me. I had no clue. Look, Portia, she couldn't. She could not have meant turned on, just because to come on a panel. That's not how this works. God damn it, Portia. I'm gonna listen to this, the end of it, and then Ignat or CK or somebody, or well, Portia's busy. Somebody fucking come and bail me out of this embarrassment.
Reports from firsthand accounts that those enslaved people who heard of the emancipation did not say, "Oh well, it didn't only."
No,
did
Kelvin,
not
I had
say,
no
"Oh well, it only
fucking
freed
clue.
some
It's
of
a
us."
YouTube
They
show,
took it as
not
this
Pop the Balloon.
world-ending event because it was world-ending in the sense that it was
I
ending one
mean,
particular
you know
world
what I
and
mean.
birthing
This
a
is
new
so
one.
annoying.
Its legal force may have been lacking. There remains this real question of whether it actually fell under Lincoln's war powers at all. But its symbolic force is hard to argue with. It's hard to deny the symbolic power of the Emancipation Proclamation. That for all of its staid language in most of the document, its central claim that you are henceforth and forever free is ultimately what mattered, is ultimately what made it significant. It's this element of the Emancipation Proclamation, its symbolic power, the power of these particular words, henceforth and forever free, that should call to mind one of the other great documents of American history, that is the Declaration of Independence. We're a couple weeks away from Independence Day, but if you read the Declaration, you'll quickly notice that most of it is just a laundry list of grievances against the Crown, and they're not even particularly eloquent. We don't necessarily remember the Declaration for that laundry list of grievances. We remember it for its opening lines. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinion.
You know, one thing that I notice about Jamel, and I think Jamel Bowie is he is really grounded, really smart, really a good critical thinker. I think in being a man of a certain age, and my father used to actually tell me this, and I've told my son this, and I was just home with my father yesterday in our actual home that I grew up in. And my mother, she used to kind of say it, but my father would say it with bass in his voice. Being smart is not enough. Y- it- God damn it, everybody should have a father like my father. My mother could be little well, she was a woman, and women are fine. I think my mother being a mother, women and men are different. We all know that. But um, having a father who is rather accomplished go and motherfuckers, I have always like prided myself on book knowledge and all that shit. And I learned it from my father. And of course, sometimes I would just shake my head like my son does now because he's not dumb. But I remember being on a pier in Hurghada, Egypt. My first deployment. Actually, it was my second deployment, I think. Everything that my father said, being smart, especially as a black man, is not good enough. You have to be better. And I think you could even not racialize it, but I think it's especially poignant given America's history. Being smart's not enough. When I say motherfuckers don't read books, do not ever think that I have gotten to 60 years where I am right now just by reading books. You have to be, I've also said, you gotta be able to read books and hammer a nail, turn a screw, knowing which tool to use, change your oil, whatever. We have some motherfuckers in this channel who have problems with subtlety. Motherfucker, you better be reading books. You better teach your kids to read books. But it worries me that people think all I've done is read books. And jelly on grits, are they really Mississippian, CK? I cannot imagine they would be. Anything sweet, the grits are sweet enough. If you boil them, salt is to kind of look, starches, like corn, ground corn, they turn to sugar almost in your mouth. Be careful of starches like corn. You don't need sugar, a little salt. So this ship is going. Hey, Duali, what's up? Hit the link, Duali. I haven't talked to you in a bit. All right. Well, if no one is going to come up and save me.
Opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Those are the words we remember. Those are the words that count. The rest of it is trivia for nerds. In addition to this stirring declaration of universal human rights, the other thing we take away from the declaration, first and foremost, is that this is a country where there are no kings, where there are no monarchs, where we are free people who choose our own leaders. And I think one way to think of the Emancipation Proclamation,
because I think this is kind of buying into the hype. Of course they're kings. Dude, literally, some of this stuff that Jamel wants to push in this particular video, very pie in the sky. Go back, look at the Gilded Age, look at Trump now. There are kings. Motherfucker, we just had a fucking foreigner have access and win court cases into government databases. Do not tell me that there are no kings. This is rhetoric. In practicality, there are kings. Even within America, we have had them. Dude, plantation owners were kings on their land. You could kill a nigga and get away with it. It'd be like no big whoop. Jamel, sometimes you just have to be brutal with the logic, and he's a nice child. Earnest, even.
To think of its significance to American history, think of its significance to our identity as Americans, is to look at it as the next evolution of the Declaration of Independence. If the Declaration of Independence tells us that there are no kings, then the Emancipation Proclamation tells us that there are no masters, or rather, there are no slaves, and therefore, there are no masters. Funny enough, that's a bit of a paraphrase of Lincoln, who, when asked to define democracy, said that, as I will not be a slave, therefore I will not be a master. No kings, no slaves, no masters. If there's one thing to take away from this Juneteenth, it's that as Americans, we're not meant to be subordinate to others, that we're free people standing tall, equal to each other.
All right. Well, let's stop this. Oh, that's my ghetto gardener. I'm gonna save this one though. Oh, I have some comments on that. This is brought to you by Uncle Fatty, a sponsor of the show. He is a better newsman than me. He finds Uncle Fatty finds some things that well, let's watch this.
Used in the city of Los Angeles? I do not know that. It's just depending on where the federal agencies will need to have them.
2 stars, folks.
Okay, so
He's
we could
not
see them in
Navy.
other places.
Today, California National Guard Major General Scott Sherman, the commander in charge of what's being called Task Force 51, confirmed that military personnel, including 700 active duty Marine infantrymen, have been authorized to detain civilians up until the point when civilian law enforcement is able to arrest them. And according to the Associated Press, some National Guardsmen have already begun to do so. Marines in particular are not.
I'll stop this shit right here. That motherfucker's not a fighting general. I'm gonna roll this back. Look at the punch. Look at the punch. This motherfucker's not a goddamn fighter.
Until the point when civilian law enforcement is able to arrest them. And according to the Associated Press, some National Guardsmen have already begun to do so. Marines in particular are not trained for domestic law enforcement or crowd control. Marines are trained to be lethal on the battlefield. And despite the fact that the protests in Los Angeles appear to be calming down, General Sherman warned that he expects the situation to escalate, telling the AP, quote, "We are expecting a ramp up." Now that ramp up may mean Marines not just in Los Angeles, but in other cities across the US where ICE is carrying out raids.
It's Ken Harbaugh with the Midas Touch Network. It's hard to believe we are at this point. I say that as someone who literally led a war game in early 2024 that predicted.
All right, well, Uncle Fatty. I think the news clip said enough. I think Midas Touch tends to be a little melodramatic. So I'm not a big fan of those folks either. So, ooh, is that Stanley McChrystal? Well, he's my namesake. Let's see what General McChrystal has to say. Now, he wanted to talk shit about Obama, so I'm not so inclined.
The one we're now in. Here's my conversation with General Stanley McChrystal. Welcome to the Ken Harbaugh Show. My guest today is General Stanley McChrystal, a retired 4-star Army general who commanded coalition forces in Afghanistan, was featured in the Midas Touch Studios film Against All Enemies, and is the author of the recent book On Character. And Stan and I go back. So to make sure the vets watching this don't get too mad at me, I'm going to call him Stan because that's how we roll.
I think McChrystal literally failed junior officer 101. You never fucking, like, dude, McChrystal, I'm not a fan of. Um, I'll listen for a little bit, but this, you know what? I was good until McChrystal comes on. That he wants to talk about character now, I assume it's because he did not have character when he fucked around with Barack Obama. Character in McChrystal, he might have been hot shit before that, but um, we'll just listen to him. And I assume somewhere under that major title is lessons learned. You can be a 4-star general and still be a goddamn idiot.
Well, Stan, I would love to get into the book with you. There is so much I want to ask about, but in just the last 48 hours, I have gotten literally hundreds of comments and dozens of emails from people who are afraid. They're afraid of what's happening in LA. Some of them watched the speech in Fort Bragg. And a common refrain is, can we trust the military? And I think this ties into your reflections on character. And if I
want to
distill the question.
So this motherfucker's gonna talk to Stanley McChrystal about trust in the military? I'm done. Motherfucker, Barack Obama could not trust McChrystal. I'm not even gonna watch this travesty. Fuck all that bullshit. I'm done. I will not even bother. The fuck? Apparently, this interviewer does not understand that McChrystal, this should be what I should have done better for my goddamn president. What the fuck? Ugh. Let's talk about England's mistakes. This is, man, I really get revved up, but god damn. Traitor or hero? England's views on George Washington.
You're listening to Traitor or Hero. Statue of George Washington stirs mixed reaction in London. A news story written by Steve Hendricks and read by an AI-generated voice. London. Even a long-dead American president creates a hubbub when he pops up in the British capital, and so a crowd quickly gathered on a recent June morning to watch the tall, colonial-clad figure moving across Trafalgar Square. Is that George Washington? Wondered one commuter or tourist after another as the flatbed truck beeped into position. An even more frequent question was, what is he doing here? That's what London resident and garden writer Emma Townsend asked while workers maneuvered the life-size bronze statue of the first American president to a place of honor amid statues of King George IV, King Charles I, and Admiral Horatio Nelson. Why was a rebel commander and vanquisher of redcoats, the confounding father of a breakaway republic, ascending a pedestal in a plaza devoted to Britain's own heroes, including the eldest son of the King Washington routed in the Revolution? To most of those pausing to watch, there were no hard feelings about that 18th century unpleasantness. But Washington's arrival was a bit of a head-scratcher to many, given the current transatlantic tumult and the state of the special relationship 46 presidents later. At least it's not Trump, Townsend concluded with a shrug before going on her way. We're not completely happy with America right now, said Judith Webster, visiting London from the city of Sheffield in the north of England. I'm not really sure I want him here. In fact, the medal commander-in-chief was not a newcomer. The sculpture was sent in 1914 by the Commonwealth of Virginia, a gift from former colony to former colonizer to mark the 100-year anniversary of the Treaty of Ghent, which formally ended decades of war between the United States and the United Kingdom. It was a cast copy of a marble statue by French master Jean-Antoine Houdon, sculpted from a plaster mask of Washington's face. The original statue stands in the Virginia Capitol to this day. Trafalgar Square, near the Charing Cross rail station in central London, is a bit more exposed to the elements. So after a century of the replica steeping in London pollution, a group of Virginians had it taken away in May for restoration and the construction of a new limestone plinth. It was rededicated Wednesday in a ceremony featuring Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin, the American and British ambassadors, and former Prime Ministers Theresa May and David Cameron. But Washington's spot flanking the entrance of the National Gallery, Britain's National Gallery, has always been an oddity, showing up on lists of London's weird wonders, and a fun fact for taxi drivers to share with American tourists. Tour guide legend holds that the statue was set on a patch of dirt transported from Virginia to honor Washington's reputed pledge to never again set foot on English soil. Locals, meanwhile, in online message boards and tour groups, periodically debate the propriety of honoring a British subject who went on to best the British Army and slice off a valuable hunk of the empire. George Washington was indeed a traitor to the crown, a poster said last year in a thread on the topic on Quora. But to most of the visitors and workers surging through Trafalgar every day, he is just one more garden-variety great man in the sculptural clutter of central London. Everyone walks past statues all the time without looking at them, said Alexandra Jackson, a blue-badge tourist guide. It was really more noticed when it disappeared. People were wondering if it was taken away because someone might throw something at it. The rebooting of Trafalgar's Washington began when John Gerber, an architect and developer from McLean, Virginia, did a double-take when he passed the familiar figure during a visit last year. He was delighted to read the inscription that it was a gift of his home state, but distressed to see how worn it was, particularly the pedestal. Gerber formed a fundraising group, Friends of the Washington Statue, and pitched the idea of a rehab to Youngkin and British architect Norman Foster, who agreed to oversee the work. In May, workers wrangled the figure and the 1.3-ton pedestal to the studio of art conservator Rupert Harris. "It's never touched the ground since it's been here," Harris said in his East London workshop this month, with the Father of America standing serenely amid the dismembered heads and torsos. For weeks, Washington stood elevated on a wooden pallet as he was stripped of grime, repaired, and buffed to high gloss with repeated coats of the black wax used on many London sculptures. That just was normal procedure, but Harris was also aware of the whole never touch English soil thing, which, as it turns out, is not true. Nothing the research could find suggests Washington ever said he was loath to set foot in England, nor that Virginia clay was brought for the statue to stand on. "It seems to be completely made up," said Douglas Bradburn, president of Mount Vernon, Washington's Virginia home, now a museum and popular tourist stop. "It goes completely against the character of George Washington, who made it clear he did not resent the people of England. Washington never visited Britain. His only trip abroad was to Barbados, but he considered himself a proud English subject for the first part of his life," Bradburn said. "He was popular in Britain even during the American Revolution, known to be magnanimous in victory and respectful to defeated officers." George III himself, upon hearing that the general who pried America from his royal grasp gave up his command and returned to farming, called Washington the greatest man of the age, according to Troy Bickham, a Texas AANDM University historian who has written about the post-revolution relationship between the two countries. "The English public were frustrated with their own generals who weren't able to win," Bickham said. "And here was this American guy, a gentleman farmer. He wouldn't even take a salary." This reputation made it an easy sell when, 131 years after the Revolutionary War, Virginia offered London a Washington of its own. The statue arrived in 1914, and King George V personally approved Trafalgar for its home. World War I intervened, and it wasn't until 1921 that the statue was dedicated. By then, the countries had become true allies, this time fighting together in a devastating war. It was the moment some scholars say the special relationship actually began. "Why do we as Englishmen gladly welcome the statue of Washington?" George Curzon, the Foreign Secretary at the time, asked at the original unveiling. "It is because he was a great Englishman, one of the greatest Englishmen who ever lived." Preservation authorities stopped Harris and his crew from replacing the original plinth, which is a protected object, but they repaired its lead drainage channels and gave it several coats of lime wash. Carvers chiseled some of Curzon's words on a new two-step base they had cut from the same Dorset quarry as the plinth. On the surface of one, soon to be hidden from sight, they added 13 six-pointed stars, representing the American colonies, as an Easter egg for the next workers to take everything apart, maybe a century from now. On the morning Washington was ready, specialist art movers packed him up for the return drive to Trafalgar. The crew had hauled a Queen Victoria, a Prince Albert, and a Walter Scott through the streets of London, but never an enemy commander. "This is my first American hero," said Tom Ruffla, easing the wrapped and strapped first president onto the bed of his truck with a forklift. 2 hours later, Ruffla was guiding the artwork into place as onlookers shot video. Washington was cleaner than before, and he now stands on a couple of things that weren't underfoot for his first century in London. One is a time capsule that the organizers buried beneath the base. The other is a fine...
Yeah, I'm gonna have to stop this here. I literally think I will hear people like Chaotic Truth. I will hear people like a Glenn Lowry. Did you just hear this? 13 stars, plinths. You know what? I respect, a plinth is the base of a statue. I respect that sort of stuff as much as anyone. But I swear it's people like Chaotic Truth. It's people like John Galt. It's people like Ock Nation who motherfucking love the pomp and pageantry of nothing. Who gives a motherfuck how many points there are on a star? This dumb bullshit that the anti-black blacks want to do, and I have to point out Ock Nation. I literally was in the chat listening to Ock Nation talk about the weaknesses of Sun people, and some motherfucking hillbilly talking about how good white people are at math and all this bullshit. This motherfucker is sitting on a second-hand recliner out on a ramshackle fucking porch drinking moonshine. And Ock Nation is going, well, you're right. You're right. You, because you have white skin, are a genius. While he's falling asleep on his own goddamn show. This is ridiculousness, and it just makes me goddamn laugh. The anti-black blacks, John Galt, CT, Ock Nation, and others are literally, they're not taking down America. What they're doing is taking legacy black Americans, black history, which is of course a part of American history. They are literally fucking up a good thing. I honestly think it is people, these motherfucking fools. Honestly, I think the single worst thing that ever happened to the black community was George Washington Carver. And I look for a motherfucker to hop up on this panel, this acquiescence. W.E.B. Du Bois had his problems, but motherfucking bowing and scraping was the worst thing that could have happened. Oh, the white people are going to get mad. They got more gun than we do. That is teaching. Don't stand up for what's right. This is why this fucking coonery is a problem. Coonery will end black people quicker than miscegenation ever will. And if you don't like the goddamn point, it's just what I'm saying. It's just a thought. But this fucking coonery, teach your kids to have some pride. Go where the course of their life takes them. But I like white women. I can't stand me some masculine black women. That is so much bullshit. I don't even know where to go with that dumbassery. But give me a black man who can fucking like think clearly, and that'll be a black man who is okay. There's motherfucking coonery that the anti-black blacks want to do, and then go, ooh, ooh, motherfucker, having be brave and think, call you a holy man, put it on your soundboard, and go, well, what did be brave say about me? I got that dope. What'd you say? John Galt is a holy man? Jesus Christ, you got a bottom feeder giving you a compliment and you want to do a jig. Jesus. Do better. Do better.
There's other shit going on in the world than fucking black.
Maintain certain things, some ideologies of.
And here's where I'm going with this. This is a friend of mine's show, which is on the other extreme. I think, you know, some of this bullshit that I don't know, he's not quite Pan-African, but you know, in a way it's almost black supremacist. Extremes are bad. Dumbasses, black or white, are bad. And you know, I hear a bunch of fucking I suck B Braves dickery a lot. So let's hear the opposite argument.
Black industry in trying to do that kind of hairstyle, and you know, and the world followed it and all that good stuff. And once again, there was a hairstyle that was easier for black people to do that others had to pay a fortune to try to emulate. So that's where you kind of want to be. I'm not going to really unpack the whole, you know, black hair, what should and shouldn't be. That's something that we can really get the sisters to lead on and all that good stuff. But yeah, that was just a random video that I played, that I saw. Let's see if there's any others. We're not talking about black hair this week. It is a high anxiety topic. Wait, did we do the Chinese one? No, I can't remember.
If you look,
No.
Now racist.
Oh, this
I
one.
believe it took 15 whole years for me to feel comfortable leaving.
Oh, this is an interesting one. That's my hair as well. So let's play it anyway.
I believe it took 15 whole years for me to feel comfortable leaving my house with my hair like this. And for real, I used to hate it. I can't stress you enough. I despised it. For years, if you didn't have a wig on, it had to have hella gel. 20 million gels, otherwise I'm not wearing the tiggy mat. I can't get over how pretty it is. This took like 10 minutes. 10 minutes then one product, one curl cream, that was it. Now I realise it was never difficult, it's never hard to do. I just didn't like it. So I didn't make the effort.
Right, that's just saying.
Now, Raven can get a little boring.
How hard it was to maintain. It's connected, I guess, to the last one. But yeah, if you want to do a hair topic, let us know. If any sisters want to lead on it, by all means. And also, I will probably write down certain strategies of how best black people can, from an economic standpoint, as well as a easy maintenance standpoint, and maybe as a branding standpoint, you know. See, but that's an interesting topic for us to do. What else we talk about? So I need to download some of these other videos to us, right? But big up, Lev. Big up. Well, Black Bearman, is your mic working?
Check.
Yes, there you go. Welcome to the show, family. It's good to see you.
Thank you very much. Excuse the croakiness. It's 7:14 a.m. here in sunny Eastern Australia. So yeah, it's going to take me a little while to acclimatize to the pace. But thanks for the welcome, Raven.
Of course, you're welcome. For those that we've been talking on the forum about certain topics, and we invite the brother to jump in anytime, and he jumped in as we do like a community show. Anyone who wants to be constructive and offer solutions and have a back and forth, this is the place for you about black issues. So, brother, today's topic is we're going to start now because we had our two intros. And by all means, you can just listen or jump in or pause if you have anything to say. But the two things we're going to talk is how to respect Juneteenth, topic one, which is we discuss the importance of June 10th, Juneteenth, I'm saying that wrong, and how to respect the holiday, as well as part 2 topic is what strategies can be used to fix Black ethnic conflicts. We discuss the methods to stigmatize Black ethnic groups that publicly argue. And the 2 topics are somewhat connected to an extent, so that's important. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to explain what Juneteenth is. Let me get the video I've got. Meanwhile, I'm going to be downloading some of the stuff in the background. So just have a sneak listen while you, yeah. And if you ever want me to pause the video or anything, just say pause and we'll pause it. But you could just be a silent guest. It's up to you for family. And anyone who wants to jump in, the link's there.
Excellent.
I think it was this one. Yeah. Okay, there we go. So this is the education of what Juneteenth is.
President Biden made Juneteenth
This is not
the
one-
newest
not-
federal
not
holiday.
say that because I might get a strike. Let me find the one I've actually.
This is rather interesting.
Stop share. Video open. I know I had a black flag one. I think this one.
President Biden made Juneteenth the newest federal holiday. June 19th marks the date in 1865 when the last enslaved people in America found out that they were free. CBS News special correspondent James Brown spoke with renowned Harvard professor Henry Louis Gates Jr. about the history and the significance of Juneteenth.
Juneteenth was not embraced as a national Black holiday for a long, long time, but it was kept alive by Black people in Texas. And that's what's so sweet about it. Our people have been hungry for holidays, hungry for tradition, hungry for stories about Black history. Because without a past, you have no future. Did you like Harvard?
Perhaps no one has done more to inform Americans of their past and in turn their future than Henry Louis Gates Jr. By day, he is a professor and director of the Hutchins Center for African and African American Research at Harvard.
I'm Henry Louis Gates Jr. Welcome to Finding Your Roots.
By night, he is the host and producer of the PBS genealogy show Finding Your Roots, as well as countless documentaries on Black history.
These are the big 3 in the history of freedom of our enslaved ancestors. The Emancipation Proclamation, signed on January 1st, 1863. Juneteenth, June 19th, 1865. And then finally, the ratification of the 13th Amendment on December 6, 1865, which is what finally and ultimately abolished the institution of slavery.
Why do you think the 19th stuck?
One of the reasons that I think Juneteenth stuck is that we're all charmed by the poetic brilliance of the name, Juneteenth. What better name for a June 19th could there possibly be? That's great. It's fetching. It's catchy.
As with all catchy names, Gates says there is also a bit of fiction around that day in 1865 when Gordon Granger issued General Order Number 3 to free the enslaved Black people of Galveston, Texas, 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation.
Well, we were raised to think that Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, right? The problem is that the Emancipation Proclamation in and of itself didn't have the power to free anybody. It only applied to enslaved people in the Confederacy, and it can only be enforced if Union troops had captured territory in the South, in the Confederacy. Only about 500,000 enslaved men and women, we think, actually got their freedom from the Emancipation Proclamation. And James, there were 3.9 million enslaved African Americans. So the overwhelming majority of our ancestors were not freed by the Emancipation Proclamation.
So the significance then of General Gordon Granger going to Galveston?
We all think that the Civil War ended when Lee surrendered to Grant at Appomattox, which was April 9th, 1865. But that's not true. There were
History is
several
sloppy.
different Confederate armies. So Texas finally surrenders to the Union on June 2nd. Gordon Granger comes, and on June 19th in Galveston, he issues the Emancipation Proclamation because now the Union Army is in possession of the territory. So that's the true story.
And what about the notion that enslaved Black people in Texas did not know they were free?
One of the myths about Juneteenth is that nobody in Texas had heard about it. But there are 2 reasons that many historians think that Black people knew about the Emancipation Proclamation too. One is because of the proverbial grapevine. So there was this miraculous way for enslaved people to communicate plantation to plantation and state to state. But the second factor is that because Texas was removed from the main action of the Civil War, many slaveholders moved to Texas for safety, and they took their enslaved people with them. Those enslaved people would have known about the Emancipation Proclamation by and large and would have told other enslaved people. But no one could enforce it because the Union did not capture territory then. When I came here, I dedicated this tree in honor of my mother and father.
Professor Gates says the most important thing about Juneteenth is the era that came after.
The most radical thing that happened after the end of this.
Well, listen, that what Juneteenth is, just important history, and it connects to our next topic. So have a listen, everyone.
Civil War for the rights of our enslaved ancestors were the ratification of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments and the Reconstruction Acts. This was the first concentration of Black power. In the summer of 1867, 80% of all eligible Black men who were formerly enslaved in the South registered to vote. And in 1868, they actually voted. Ulysses S. Grant won the presidency. So you could reasonably say that Black men had elected a president of the United States.
Back in Galveston, Texas, the formerly enslaved began marking their freedom with the celebration 1 year later in 1866 and have been celebrating Juneteenth ever since. As far as Professor Gates is concerned, the details of Juneteenth are less important than the power of its message.
There's a kind of poetic magic in that story, a kind of comfort, a kind of retribution, a kind of belated administering of justice that appeals to all of us. Juneteenth is one of the first holidays that Black people created on their own. And of the holidays that they created in slavery times, Juneteenth is the one that survived and is now a national holiday.
Isn't it important for all Americans to understand that Juneteenth ought to be embraced by all Americans?
For a country built upon the love of freedom, any manifestation of the enjoyment of freedom should be celebrated by all our countrymen. Let's hope for that day.
In Cambridge, Massachusetts, James Brown, CBS.
Yeah, that's Juneteenth, celebrating the 19th. Very important day, especially for the African Americans. It's one of the oldest holidays, and it's now officially a holiday. They made it in America, which is good. Which is good. I think where this might correlate now with some other issues is I think there's been some, and I guess we saw the same thing, kind of in Carnival here in the UK, where African Americans want to make it very, very.
Well, of course, I'm gonna
based,
fuck with Raven and his
maniac
chat.
American experience. So they want less Pan-African flags and more, I guess, African American flags. Or they've got different terms now: Foundation for Black American, or African Descendants of ADOS. I'm saying it wrong. I'm letting that forgive me, but all different terms and stuff. And obviously, there's now there has been for some time, a bit of rumblings amongst people who actually live in America, from Black people who live in America from outside America, and African Americans, and certain clashes and stuff. Back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, wasn't really an issue. Black people who moved to America were heavily integrated, and you would never really know or be able to know who was or wasn't, because there was pretty much one people. But there's certain new changes happening now, so we're going to cover it. Very important topic. I'm on mute, am I? Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, so let me so now we know about Juneteenth. Very important holiday, and one of the things you want to do is you want to respect holidays from different places, and also if it's connected to freedom, people trying to get freedom and this kind of stuff, very important. So now I'm going to play a video. We started and stopping it. It's going to have some strong words in there. Forgive me, I haven't really edited it, but let's see. Have I got there? Let me find it. Important for whom? It says Stanley. Important for African Americans and people who love Black freedom. Hold on. I don't know this comedian, but I haven't actually heard it. But I think it will be interesting to hear a perspective of. So I don't know where it's going to go. So let's listen to this woman just for 4 seconds. Let's see.
Okay, here's where I'm going to go with this, and I just typed this in. What the fuck does this have to do with Juneteenth? Why is a motherfucker who is barely aware of American history, let alone Black American history, why the fuck, what the fuck does this have to do with Juneteenth? Another dumb. Ugh. Black people do not do themselves favors. If you don't know history, nothing to do with much.
Okay, did I sell any? I don't know where that was. But now we're going to listen to some of the people talking, and we'll start and stop just to see. I was given the video. Where is that video? There we go. So for those who are listening to Diaspora Wars, I guess in part 3, I guess the same, but it's an ethnic kind of conflict, Black ethnic conflict, or disagreements. I'm going to see if we can try to unpack some of the stuff, or see the history of it, so we can find solutions. There's going to be strong language. Sorry, I haven't beat nothing out. Oopsie daisy.
I say FBA were right.
So FBA means Foundational Black American. It's coined by a guy called Tariq Rashid. He makes very good documentaries, and he saying he formed this. He can quote himself better than me. He formed this term because African Americans. He wanted the term to tie Americans to to America, as in he's saying that Black people built a foundation. Black Americans built America. So he wants a word to connect them. And they're not guests in their country. Also, there was a squabble between African, Black and Caribbean and African people and African Americans. And in the whole squabble, this is the outcome. And what you'll see now, I assume this video will be connected to that in some kind of way.
Delineation is the only answer right now. They were right. Black Americans need to separate themselves. Caribbeans need to separate themselves. Everyone needs to separate themselves. Africans need to separate themselves. If we're not stronger, we together, I don't know. I don't care. If they're gonna pick us out one by whatever it is, listen, if I'm going to be destroyed, let me be destroyed with my small community of people that I trust, that I know trust me back. I'm saying this because I noticed, right?
I just typed into Raven's chat. I don't understand the connection between this bullshit about Windrush and he wants to talk Juneteenth and FBA. My question is, why the fuck is he doing it? He has no clue. Some of this, Black people can be rather stupid, and my argument is on either side. Though the anti-black blacks like John Galt are idiots. The the hoteps on Rap Raven side are fucking idiots. The fuck are we doing? And why are we not teaching our kids not to be stupid? Kelvin, you could be right. And maybe I'm getting wrapped around the axle, but the problem is, the local idiocy winds up on YouTube panels. Hey, Joshua, what's up? So I'm being a little old manish and a little, probably too tipsy and cantankerous. But I find this sort of stuff problematic. And I just instinctively don't, motherfucker, what happens in my four walls, I control, and then we project forward. I insist that America, Black Americans in particular, FBA should not be producing John Galts or fucking Solid Snakes. We should be producing not Bobs, not CTs, not Oc Nations. We should be producing you know what? I showed a video at the top of this show. We should be producing those people. So, oh, it's Kale. Uh, my buddy Kale. This motherfucker is he is about as pro black as black can be, and gotta love him. So let's listen to more. This essentially is the anti-black black, but substitute anti for pro, and then you'll get my point. And Kushti's my darling. So let's listen to this foolishness.
Some of those challenges come where you have people who want to delineate for one reason, which you can understand. You want to highlight one ethnic group, there's another ethnic group. But then if it now contributes to you trying to undermine general black betterment and just competition, because unfortunately in the hearts of many black people is that longing to actually destroy black progression, unfortunately. And the reason why people might want to delineate is because that's happening from one end. But it's very easy for black people to be tunnel vision to destroy each other, unfortunately. It's one of the things that comes easily and naturally, it seems, or even unnaturally, but perceived naturally. So we have to try to watch that. But when it happens, rather than get angry and point fingers, it's like, what is the solution? So let's carry on listening.
Now my conversation is how we need to find a way to get the Africans here. So we need to get jobs that nobody's taking so that the Africans can take over, how Africans can send money back home so we could build Africa. And I don't give a fuck about anyone else. I'm serious. Instagram, y'all gonna think this is a joke. Stop sending me these. I don't care anymore. I swear to God, I don't care. Stop sending me any clips. Stop sending me any reels. You do that, the moment you send me a reel, I am blocking you. I don't care anymore.
We get started today, I want to make it perfectly clear. At no point in time is the FBA ever allowed on any of my social media. Don't come here until y'all change y'all views and stop with.
Wow.
So just to what they're saying, FBA stands for Foundation of Black America.
This is a worldwide
what
feud
people might be saying
over
is
stupidity.
that people who identify that, some of them have a behavioral pattern that these people like, because if unless they mean every African American, then this is why you have to get clarification in language about what you're trying to not have on your show. But then
Literally, this has been one of the problems I've had with Raven. There's not a motherfucking if you look at the chat, and I've been in this Rat Raven Black Betterment universe for 4 or 5 years. There's not a motherfucking African American FBA or whatever the fuck you want to call us in this chat currently. Not a one. Certainly not one on this panel. I actually take umbrage that this motherfucker's talking about shit he doesn't know. The same shit I fuss at on my show and on the John Galt channel. Y'all have no motherfucking clue what you're talking about. Half of it is guesses and not even educated guesses. Stupidity should never be accepted. Sorry, let me respond in this chat. Sorry. You're going to love this. I'm eating chicken livers. And they're kind of crunchy.
Parents will be from either the Caribbean or Africa, I'm assuming.
I'll talk to the rest of us in the Black diaspora that you don't deem as Black American or that you don't deem as Black, period, is dishonorable, disrespectful, and disgusting. The rhetoric, the claims that y'all make trying to invalidate the rest of our Blackness is exactly why I don't want nothing to do with y'all. Don't ever come.
I want to call Black Americans xenophobic when they want their own identity.
So I think the sister here is actually African American.
Identity. In 2025, everybody's considered Black now. Everybody's Black. Everybody's Afro-Latina, Afro this, Afro that. But when it's time to talk about Black Americans, you're quick to say you're not a Black American until you want to be
This
in
is
the
where
Black American
dumb
club.
pucks
It's
go
crazy.
awry. Stop thinking about what the fuck everybody else is doing. This is pure stupidity. This is a young lady. I wish her parents could just tell her, motherfucker, why are you sitting here and not working?
Who live in the place that enslaved them and colonized them, and the governance of that place is done by the historical enemies of the African American. When you look at Jamaica or Nigeria, these are places that are governed by the ethnic group, the Black ethnic group. Now, England.
Why the fuck do we have to look other places? If you're in England, why look outside of England, etc.? I love Rap Raven, Black Betterment. He's a good person, just misguided. The fuck?
England is very different because England is obviously governed by Europeans, but this is Black people coming to live in a place like England who then descend from a nation that has their own kind of governance, right? Well, America is very different, and because of the whole enslavement period, that the connection towards Africa and old kingdoms has been.
Why is a motherfucker who's never been to America telling the internet about America? Stupidity. Black people, stop being stupid. And yes, I've said this to him personally on his panel. I've known him for a while.
Because, African American activities are very popular. You know what I'm saying? So this is something to be aware of when you are a person in the diaspora talking to an African American. These are the things to keep in the back of your mind.
Your club, but you're not allowed in ours club. You asked for more Black American music to be played for Juneteenth, and there's this backlash like Juneteenth isn't a celebration about and for Black Americans. Juneteenth is about.
So I think this is because Juneteenth looks like in certain places look very much like Caribbean Carnival in Notting Hill, and Notting Hill there was this backlash about wanting to have more Afro-Caribbean music as opposed to other forms. And there was pushback and people discussed that, but it sounds like a similar kind of thing. So maybe that's what
the release of slaves in America. When you go overseas, they're very vocal about making sure that you know that you are not one of them. They make sure that you are identified as American. Everything about you is American, Americanized. But then when you want a separation between the Black Americans and, the Black immigrants or, first generation or whatever, it's saying that we're xenophobic when it's no. I'm not being xenophobic, but just like you're allowed to put your little flags in your bio and you're allowed to have your own cultural things, you're allowed to have your own cultural food, I have mine too. The issue is you look at Black Americans like we lack culture, like we lack an identity, when our identity and our culture is one of the most replicated ones in the entire world.
I said that's one thing that we have to unpack with sisters there. Yeah. Go ahead, bro. Do you want to speak?
No, I'm just agreeing. I'm agreeing with the context of, Black American culture has become the dominant Black culture globally. And you see this throughout the so-called diaspora, in terms of Black identity, very much mirroring American culture, in terms of music, in terms of dress, in terms of speech. It's become internalized globally. But yeah, there's definitely more to unpack there.
Yeah, definitely. And this is one thing that sometimes what happens is because African American culture is so popular, it's almost expected that's world culture, And when Caribbeans or Africans have any cultures, that's actually African and Caribbean culture, and others have to be very careful when they do it. And that's the thing, you've got to be, this is the thing where someone used a term I heard, they said that most people never think that African Americans will ever punch down, meaning that they'll just tolerate certain behavioral patterns. What we're seeing now is, and enough is enough, it seems. But one of the things that I think has flipped the script, and this is very important because it's what we covered here, and it's where there might be people from outside the African American community who've gone to live in the African American community, and they've been used to undermine very important things like reparations. And
I just typed to
this is very diabolical. If you have
Kuski,
people who are not
who's in the chat, who's a moderator over there. This
and they're being
not
used
a
by white
one of these
supremacists to
motherfuckers
undermine
in the chat
the claims of
or the
African
panel
Americans to actually get
are
reparations for the murder and
FBA,
enslavement
American
of
Black,
their
or
ancestors.
whatever, and I'm not
obviously they
sure
use, and we see this
two
everywhere.
people on the
Just like we see
panel
in Africa, they're sending
have
the,
even been to
the American
America.
general over there
Why do
back
they
to try
do
to
this?
demonize the
patrol right.
So we see strategies, but unfortunately, this is
literally
it's tricky because
John
you have to know
Galt
that, but
level
still
black
try to correct it
stupidity.
and not create a kind of civil war based upon the actions of the unsynchronized people who are doing that. Let's carry on listening.
At the end of the day, I feel like it boils down to empathy. We need to start trying to understand the experiences and the reasonings and the things behind why people are saying what they're saying.
I want to pause it here. So, motherfuckers who have no clue about American history listening to a young lady on a YouTube channel who is not a historian but speaking her mind, these motherfuckers will act like or even think that they're making authoritative points. This is John Galt, Seed Chaotic Truth, Ock Nation. This is all feelings. This is what I think I know. This is why I love mocking the John Galts, the Ock Nations, the Be Braves. Y'all motherfuckers don't know shit. It's all feelings. Ooh, I watch YouTube. That is your fucking, like, oh, I saw it on YouTube. That's real. That's life. That's America. I don't troll in the chat. I mock the stupidity. And not a one of these motherfuckers on this show, and I've gone round and round with Rap Raven and all these folks. Stupidity is going to kill the black community, the legacy black community, FBA. And John Galt, again, loves to talk about me reading books and make a joke. Motherfucker, we can't all be landlords and training every nigga to take advantage of other niggas in front of a camera on YouTube is not a solution. And I sit here listening to some of this bullshit, and yeah, I might put a few terse words, but motherfucker, you and Philippe and all these weird motherfuckers who cannot exist outside of their fucking bad habits. Motherfucker, what solution besides take advantage of a motherfucker that you feel superior to? Hey, Johnny boy, be quiet, Johnny boy. I'm talking, Johnny boy. Motherfucker, you are literally making me laugh when I see that shit. But I got that dope, Johnny boy. This is a motherfucking circus. There's a Brer Rabbit tale that explains this bullshit somewhere out there. Look to reading a book. You might recognize the stupidity.
instead of automatically just being offended. Before just saying something is racist, before saying something is xenophobic, think about why people are saying this. Why do you think Black Americans want to preserve their Black American identity? Why do you think that? Because think about how much work people of other nationalities put into preserving their cultures.
Now, this silly young lady, what she's saying is as stupid as I got that dope. Black Americans got that dope is essentially what she's saying.
We want to do that.
And I know Juneteenth around the corner. All I got to say is this better be the blackest fucking Juneteenth of all time. I don't want to hear nothing else but African American art forms. I don't want to hear shit else but rap, R&B, perhaps some country, throw some jazz in that bitch, maybe even some blues. I don't want to hear no fucking Wizkid Yayo, no Tyler, no fucking Caribbean music. Save all that shit for the rest of 364 days of the fucking year. Y'all niggas.
We have to do a show on strong language because all over the diaspora globe, this is like the normal way people are simply speaking on their.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know?
I think it's an important thing that needs to be looked at in the way rage is manifesting itself, Raven.
Exactly.
It's just unfiltered, unregulated rage that's coming out in this language.
Yeah. And it is hard to regulate and hard to use it as a case study because it triggers other things and stuff. And like I said, what we were saying before is when someone is venting and they're using such language and they mention other kind of groups and other things, then that might be contributing to a mood that isn't they're trying to get across, but it might come across because of how people collate these.
Yeah, I'm about to
attack. You see, so that
piss and rap Raven
if
off.
You don't mind me saying, if you don't mind me going back to the previous one,
people from their own
essentially, the crux of what she was saying was that all of this has
Kelvin,
to
you're there. Talk to Rap Raven,
and the key question to all of it is why. You know, why do African Americans feel this way? Why are they coveting their culture? And it's
these motherfuckers have no clue.
Without trying to get
they are literally talking about what they see on TV.
That a lot of this is what you quite rightly say, Raven. It's around this grouping. So when they say, "Oh, it's them," I don't want to hear no Tyler. I don't want to hear.
They sound right when music. They say
what they're inadvertently doing is they're creating the in group and the out group, and it ties into this concept, which I'm sure you're aware of, Raven, called social identity theory. And the social identity theory essentially manifests itself as people creating these divisions based on who's the in group. And so in this case, African Americans see themselves as the in group, and so-called Black people across Africa and the wider globe as the out group. And that's all, unfortunately, a manifestation of a post-colonial mindset, because ultimately it's all one group that's just been then fragmented. Don't get me wrong, there's specificity within that group. And I know you're aware of that, and I'm sorry if I'm rambling on, please feel free to interject, but the specificity needs to be hailed and recognized. African Americans are one group with one history, as you say, in one context. Caribbean people, Afro-Latinas, Africans from all the different countries within Africa, here in Australia, Aboriginals and Torres Strait Islanders, they all have their own specificity. However, this kind of language, what it does is it creates more
about Black Americans
thinking. So,
and
I just want to,
very important, analysis there. And so the
tell them to do better, Kelvin.
From an understanding
and Kelvin, by the way,
and
absolutely.
And I do want to invite any brothers who are in that concept, who identify as FBA or who might be living in America or here. I remember a few years back, there was
like I said, I've known Raven for a few years. I'm not mad at him, but the argument I've been going back and forth with these folks.
Yeah, and I tried to go and say, look, try to approach from this angle, but the anxiety was already in the air. So one thing I'm trying to do now is to try to remove any anxiety from the conversation and say, ultimately, what we're looking for is across the globe Black betterment and how that can be achieved. So if there's any grievances or any misunderstandings, we look forward to our discussion so we can establish what went wrong and how could it be corrected and how can we move forward to make sure these issues don't happen. The only thing I'm well aware of is the concept of sabotage for reparations. So that's something that we can tackle. Like that's a very big problem. If someone is moving to your land and certain members of the community are being used to undermine strategic plans to get reparations for your people group. I mean, I can't. If that happened in the Caribbean, where people came from America, went there, they did the same thing. That would be very problematic. So that if we can always have that conversation.
One of the other things that's a really significant point, you know, around the respect of those who then go to America to respect African American history and not come with the mindset of, you know, I'm African and so therefore somehow superior. Because again, it's just a mirroring of a post-colonial mindset and divisionistic mindset. But one of the things, going back to the young woman in the clip before, when she was talking about understanding, is I always feel that at this time, with the technology we have and the ability to do DNA checking, to really get an understanding of the whereabouts of your ancestral lineage is there, is at your fingertips, literally. I don't say that, you know, in a hyperbolic way. It's the ability to go and buy a DNA kit and then get the testing. I mean, you can do your due diligence and research
nattering
what, you know,
about
which of these
nothing.
facilities is good and which
This,
isn't, and which aligns with your values.
This is Jerry
but there's an ability
Feinwell,
now for African Americans, for
Jerry
Caribbean people across
Seinfeld
the diaspora
worthy,
and
talking
so
about
on,
nothing.
to literally
Not a
kind of
goddamn
get a
word
better
makes
geographical
sense, but
understanding
these
of where their
motherfuckers are
ancestral
going
history
to
comes
sit
from,
there
which I've
and
done
pretend
myself.
it does.
And it's a very, how can I say, there's somewhat a healing and cathartic feeling from that, because you get a sense that my history begins prior to the Caribbean, but prior
the
to
only
America.
boundaries between
And so
stupidity
that
and
ability
not
to somewhat pinpoint
stupidity.
that geographical location then
They're
allows you to do more
simply
research,
like,
get into your
look,
first cousins, second
here's my
cousins, you know,
point.
the wider family, as it were, and make those kind of
It really doesn't matter what they're talking about. Make your immediate situation better. Why are these motherfuckers caring about what's happening in America? Literally, these are not teeny boppers. These are motherfucking grown men wondering and talking about. They have kids, they have wives, they have husbands. The fuck? Why are we doing a show about shit you know nothing about? Just, this is a problem where, ooh, your skin tone is close to mine. We must be brothers. Look, the older I get, the less I'm inclined to just look at a person and go, we are aligned. It is how entropy works. 1964 was the entropic point. I can't remember if that's a word. Black Americans need to give up the point. And again, there are Black communities. If I have a next door neighbor that's Black, well, hey, we can sit down and we can talk about Chinua Achebe and you know, dream about, you know, our fathers and being out on the savannah. But the immediate problem is not going to be solved by, you know, Pan-Africanism. It does not work that way. Back in the day, it might have. As a matter of fact, Pan-Africanism kind of encouraged America to, you know, do the right thing. But we are literally 61 years in the future from 1964. We need to address America as it is. And, you know, silly people in England talking about Juneteenth is just that. And I'm okay with it, but I will mock them because they have no fucking clue what they're talking about. The problem is I'm not sure that Black Americans know what we're talking about. We're just here. I don't know that we're any smarter than this conversation.
And that is that we respect them as the people group who contributed tremendously to America. is part of the foundation of the building of that, and how the culture that they have created has become a primary culture in America. And I guess from outside looking in, the advice we would do is to follow their ancestors' advices, and everything that you've created, you want to own. So all the music and the food and the culture,
absolutely.
You want to be the primary, yes.
Yeah, you know, I really appreciate that kind of the generosity of you sharing the experience at Speaker's Corner, and I'm aware, of course, that there are individual Africans, Caribbeans who, you know, have got ignorant mentalities around what blackness is, and you raise a significant point around establishing the importance of African Americans to the fabric of America in literally foundationally building the country. If I can just say though, I mean, the opinions of individuals anecdotally in a Speaker's Corner or in these kind of conversations, whatever it may be, Raven, is one thing, and it's not to diminish the significance or the harm of those opinions, but there's those opinions, and then there's fact. there's unabashed historical truth, which is we come from a specific place, and to then designate, understand, and know geographically where those roots, for lack of a better term, are, is an empowering thing. It's not to suggest that all of our more recent cultural ancestral lineage isn't as significant, but it helps with what I'm specifically referring to, what the young lady in the previous clip was referring to about not having a culture. You see, and if a lot of African American people feel that way, which I'm sure they do, because I have plenty of African American family as well, or black family in the States,
what a dumbass.
Anecdotally. And I'm aware of this kind of disconnect in terms of American culture versus the Caribbean, specifically Jamaica, where my mom and dad are from, which then those roots are so strong comparatively, right? So without going on too many tangents, the point is that if there are displaced African Americans mentally who feel that culturally they don't have any ties, a solution, not the, but a potential solution could be to attempt to find those geographical roots from the motherland, from the continent, to see, you know, where they stem from, and then do further research individually around that.
No, I agree.
And to me, that supplements that feeling of connection to then supplement what's going on in America around their African American identities.
I would say this. Well done for that, brother. I would say, because what's mentioned in these videos is the term ADOS and FBA. That means there's a certain mindset and ideology that's come through. So what's interesting about this particular, because basically this group is now the rebranding of an ethnic group. So the African Americans, and there's a small section that want to call it for them Foundation Like America. So those who are pushing for that, the majority of them, or a high amount of them, have a good history on say black nationalism and Pan-Africanism and stuff. And what you're seeing is because of what has been reported or what has been seen or felt, that group are now
in this chat, I wrote,
don't want to do it. They don't want
this talk is really room temperature IQ, and I addressed Black Betterment broadcast, who is Rap Raven. I literally say, you taking this seriously is sauce for the goose. I might have to just tune out of this bullshit. This is so stupid. And Kushti wants to push back transplant. Stanley, what? And I'm going to say knowledge about Juneteenth is a transplant. So let's go back and listen to this bullshit.
Around blackness, black betterment is essentially tied to a collective epigenetic experience. and I'm sure you're aware of what I mean when I say that. And the epigenetics of the Black experience in the West is very much a universal experience, right? So to then dissect that and want to make it a micro argument around Nigerians or Caribbeans or whomever coming to America and taking certain benefits, advantages, narratives away from the American experience. These two conversations can be had synonymously. It's not one and again, it comes with good leadership. It comes with a good mindset.
This is
one
literally
doesn't necessarily have to undermine the other. It's saying, okay, our roots start and stem from a similar place. Our pains are different. Our experiences may be different. Our cultural identities may be different, but the overarching similarities outweigh the differences, you see. And again, that has to come with a fact-based, a fact historical based lens, as opposed to an opinion based lens, you see. And I think that fundamentally one, for lack of a better term, trumps the other. Do you know what I mean? So
this motherfucker
that
is
to me is
seriously
is
stupid.
the way in which to kind of distinguish the two arguments being had. Is this a macro conversation or is it a micro one?
Excellent. This is thank you, brother. Good jewels there being given by Brother Luke.
Shit on us year round, and it's not to cause a diaspora war, but Juneteenth is for fucking us. If you are not Sulan, if you are not from the lost tribe, my nigga, if you are not a descendant of chattel slavery in America, I don't care about what you think about Juneteenth, nigga. This shit ain't for y'all. Everybody else got their own Independence Day. Juneteenth is ours. Black people, y'all better turn the fuck up on Juneteenth. I'm not playing. Do y'all most ratchetest, ghettoist shit? I don't care, bro. Nigga, this shit is for us. We went through this shit. We built this shit.
All the transplants. Leave New York City. It's no reason why y'all are complaining about Caribbean music being played when Jamaican, Haitians, and Trini run majority of this city. And the Dominicans. I'm not going to forget the Dominicans. And the Puerto Ricans, too. Get out of here. Because there's no reason why I should be seeing on Twitter people complaining about Caribbean music at a party in New York. I don't know if I'll remember, but this city is literally the Caribbean. Like, get out of here, please.
It was good, Cleo. Big Nigerian on the scene.
You feel me? Big Niger gal.
Well,
Just
here's the
sitting here
deal.
thinking.
I'm
Remember
kinda
when we could tell where you bitches was from based
to
off
know
of how
that the anti-black blacks and the other side, the other opposite, the hoteps, are equally as stupid. I will stay somewhere in the middle and just kind of evaluate these arguments. I would love to hear Rap Raven and John Galt go back and forth, because honestly, they both don't know shit. Go and go and fucking fight Section 8 and fight the Section 8 war, fight the Airbnb war, because it seems to be your talent. Just don't expect every nigga in America to give a shit. It's sometimes amazing to hear these people talk about shit that matters to them and then try and universalize it.
Is it in the best interest of black people in the area?
All niggas should care about Section 8.
Tethered hairs, and you're born here, this kind of stuff. Right? And I think someone's made a video just to talk about this woman, as in, like, there was a time where Nigerians looked like this and something like that. So listen. But once again, these kind of jokes and these kind of things, when you do them in these kind of contexts, it will start becoming more malicious. And I think the analogy I gave before is there are personalities on the internet who are very good at roasting and making fun of people. But the way they do it is They do it and they just go to the edge before they go over the edge. They're so skilled in this. But what happens? Their fans then try to emulate what they're doing, and not being as skilled in, I guess, dogging people or whatever it is. They start going way overboard and further contribute to a problematic behavior plan.
Out like the way she's dressed is giving sub.
So like, you know, try to get pictures of poverty in Africa or poverty in America and go, this is your people, this is your people. At a certain point, we've seen this behavior plan back in school, back in the days, in regardless of country you're in. I'm saying that these small jokes might be funny now, but they escalate into name calling, and then what you happen is I always give examples when I was speaking school, and a Nigerian brother was arguing for a Somali brother. And they literally just had a whole history of problems from each other's countries, and just literally read them out.
1828.
You're a goat
no,
herder,
not
you're a
handy.
goat herder, you're this.
Look,
It's like all this kind of stuff.
CKJ, I am
was like,
half just
who wins
fucking
that
mocking
that's
people
like
I know.
no one's gonna win that.
I honestly think,
so.
what
These are the things
fuck are black people
They always
doing?
gave. They always gave. All right,
Arguing
the way she's
back and
dressing is
forth
giving
when we
southern,
have
like
kids.
it's giving down south. That's how us up north people was looking at down south.
Up north people.
Now the southerns is giving a northern. Like y'all are dressing like y'all from New York, which is cool. But don't act like y'all started something. Because you bitches never gave swag. Cali, we knew y'all was from Cali based off of how y'all dressed too. Like we knew where everybody was from.
I think what this is, they're saying the woman is trying to compete between what East America and South, but they're saying you're actually from Nigeria, and here's how you're Africa, whatever, and here's how your people dress. So this is like where I assume this is.
And guess what? When you seen a New York bitch come through, you knew she was from New York because the swag was turned up. Swag was turned up. It was giving all the way, turned up, all the way. I like that you Southern bitches can dress now. Congratulations! But don't let that get to your head top.
This is the case study for those joining. We're talking about the diaspora wars. And we're looking at clips.
You know, anything you don't agree with is literally a case
study. We're trying to find
study
solutions, but before we find solutions, we have to understand what has started.
Rap Raven talking about test cases.
10 years in some kind of conflict. But we always try
If you
to
fucking say something he cannot counteract, he calls you a test case. This motherfucker, this FBA be so white.
Because unfortunately, within many, if not every black person, is that kind of switch that wants people to fight each other and self-disclose. That voice is yes, that sister's.
I don't care.
That's the thing. These people, they make these videos.
Oh no! You know what? Actually, let me make this point because John Galt and HB do the same fucking fake ass shit. If you come up and disagree with them, first thing, oh well, you're just being like the black people we're talking about. You want division. You call me stupid. Why can't we be so? These motherfuckers, if you disagree with them, then they want to act all scalded dog. Well, this is why black people can't be together because you're criticizing me. Oh, Stanley, you read a book. Oh, that book is not black. You didn't marry a black woman. You can't be for black people. I live with the niggas. I smoke dope with the niggas. I get up in the middle of the night and negotiate the niggas' arguments when they throw salad with each other. And then I go down and talk to the cops and pretend I don't know what the fuck is going on. Officer, I can't say nigga. This is literally theater of the absurd. And there are motherfuckers around here who eat that shit up. John Galt is a holy man for people like Be Brave. Be Brave's a fucking moron. Who, you know what? I don't even know what to say other than I will mock you. Be Brave is not a serious human being. John Galt is not a serious human being. Good for them. They're doing fine. But motherfucker, if I'm gonna mock you, I'm gonna say what the fuck I want to say. And if you don't want to read a book at 70 or 50, I'll mock you, but I actually don't give a shit. Motherfuckers, y'all are successful. I'm successful. I'll just call you a stupid ass. Oh well. So anyway, back to this. Juneteenth is not something celebrated in the UK. It is a foreign holiday. And dumbass African queen or whatever the fuck. I have to read this. So one of the ladies in the chat goes, well, Stanley Cross, Juneteenth is not something celebrated in the UK. It is a foreign holiday. And my response is, oh, you got my point? Why do a show? Motherfuckers, look at this show title. It literally, this is a Black British broadcast talking about Juneteenth. And this silly woman in the chat goes, well, it's a foreign holiday. Well, motherfucker, do something else. Why talk about a foreign holiday? This is the level of stupidity that I have to fucking deal with every goddamn Black broadcast or every fucking John Galt show. Motherfuckers, if it's a foreign holiday, why the motherfuck are you even talking about it? If you don't have anything better to do, then it's content. I hear this bullshit all the time. It's content. We can have a show. Content. You know what? Do better, folks. Do better, Black folks. Just fucking do better. And then when I come in and mock the bullshit, people want to get butthurt. It is especially funny hearing John Galt talk about me mocking him in the chat. And his defense is, well, y'all notice I didn't get mad? Motherfucker, mad at what? I'm right. You're a fucking clown. Stop being the nightshade you keep describing. Of course you're not going to push back because I'm better at pushing back, bitch. I will take you and make you look like a fool just for the fun of it. Stop being butthurt is my recommendation, and actually ignore it, and don't tell everyone you're ignoring it. This motherfucker will say, I ignored Stanley while talking about Stanley? The fuck? Not smart enough to figure out that he's defeating his own argument. This is what I have to deal with. These motherfucking nightshades who can't read a book. If you'd read a book, you might understand the fool you're making of yourself. Somebody fucking help me out with motherfuckers who literally are not good critical thinkers. You can get your ducats, you can smoke some dope, you can do a YouTube show and still not be a good critical thinker. I got that dope. And because I got that dope, I don't have to listen to what I say as long as it's yuck funny. Jesus Christ.
If you go down the branding path you went before, we might have to push you down again. We just want to focus.
I'm an entertainer, folks.
So here you are, Brother Pan. Welcome to the Black Brahmin. You said you want to say something on this particular topic. Is that correct?
Yes, but just so I'm clear, because you gave the disclaimer, what tangent
Oh
do you not want
shit!
me to go
It
down?
is
Just so I'm
Well,
clear.
just to clear, what it is,
and
we understand that you
mulattoism.
want to
That
rebrand people
motherfucker's
of
a
African
total
descent who have
idiot.
a
He's a
historical identity. That's a
random
new
idiot.
term. We won't use the term now because some get offended by it, but we won't use it. So we understand all that. But what we're saying now is that group who are in America now, there's a conflict between people from the Caribbean, people from America. Let's just stick on this particular issue: Caribbean and Afro-American who are having a disagreement about these particular things. If you can keep it on that, then that'll be good. But if it's a branding lesson, we're gonna have to put it down because we've had 4 weeks of it and we understand it very well.
Yes, and with all due respect, you're being sensitive. At least allow me to articulate myself on the topic at hand. And your mischaracterization of me is inaccurate. But let's get to the point right now.
Go ahead.
Now, as far as the immigrants of African descent in the U.S., and for the record, I did not create the term mulatto, so it has nothing to do with me rebranding anything. But as far as the black immigrants in the U.S., we, as descendants of U.S. chattel slaves, and there's an echo. Someone will have to mute up, please.
I'm just gonna mute Lev. That's a test if there's echo from you. Yeah, go ahead. Are you still hearing the echo?
No, I'm not hearing the echo because no one else is speaking, but I'm not hearing it right now. But I'll get right to it. We, as descendants of U.S. chattel slaves, especially in the civil rights movement, you'll see that Black Americans and mulatto Americans fought for immigrants from all around the world to come to the U.S. Now, when these same immigrants came to the U.S., they worked against the descendants of U.S. chattel slaves. They worked against Black Americans and mulatto Americans. And as a result, specifically the Black immigrants, that's who we're speaking about right now, but really all immigrants, since they have worked against the same people that fought for them to come to the U.S., karmically, now they are being mass deported. And you'll notice that in the streets, as the Black immigrants and the Latino immigrants and the immigrants of all other races are being mass deported, you'll notice that the Black Americans and the mulatto Americans, we are not fighting to keep the immigrants here, really. So this is all karma playing out. And in closing, as far as the delineation discussion, it's very important when immigrants come to
This
the U.S.
motherfucker is
And right now
literally
we're
stupid.
focusing on the Black immigrants. They are not ashamed to fly that Jamaican flag, that Nigerian flag, that Ethiopian flag, etc. That in itself is delineation. We as Black Americans, we fought for you to come here because we thought that you all would team up with us as Blacks, but you did not do that. You worked against us. So now we karmically and logically are saying, all right, well, if you all are drawing a line, we will acknowledge that that line exists. You're Jamaican, all right, we are American. You're Nigerian, we're American. You're Trinidadian, we're American. Meaning you can be deported and we cannot. So good riddance, respectfully.
Thanks for your opinion, Brother Pan. Excellent. So what Brother Pan said there is what I've heard from a few African American brothers and sisters, FBAs and stuff, and that is the contention. That is the point of contention, as in the belief or the feeling that energy was spent to try to get Black people from the diaspora into the Americas, and the thought that there will be a coalition.
Okay,
And
I
there was,
might have to go
in the
up on this
70s
motherfucking panel just so I can trash
80s
everyone.
and 90s.
How
That did
can
go on
you
in a lot of the Black
fucking be
Panther movements and hip hop movements, all that kind of stuff.
and do
You
it?
did see that kind of synergy and stuff.
I guess
But they
I do
say
it
that
nightly, so
either
I
through
can ask those
ignorance
hard
or anti-Black hatred or self-hatred or just COINTELPRO operatives or whatever it might be, you're seeing a heightened in people who see this word delineation isn't an issue. Like if people want to, if people are from a different ethnic group, you say that there's no issue there, right? I think the issue is this, the sabotaging or the mean spiritedness of undermining a particular ethnic group for whatever reason. And I think this is what's been highlighted. Or at least this is something that we can have a conversation about. And if there's any African Americans or people based in America in the audience, or in a future time you hear this video and you want to come on, let us know. We can set up a talk. We're always good to hear the perspectives of people on the ground, their understanding, and what solutions look like, or what betterment looks like, or how collaboration can happen
Motherfucker,
to make
he's
sure
been
these things are
asking
minimized
you
in
what
future
betterment
time.
looks
Sarah,
like
listen.
for fucking ever.
But instead,
and yet for those listening, what we listen to is very decisive.
You know what? I guess I'm gonna have to say goodbye.
We use it as case
gardening.
studies. So sometimes we
I'm
have to
gonna hit
listen
the link.
to very problematic videos.
We have
to
just
see
gone
what is
through quite a
spearheading
bit
these kind of
of
things, and
I
how
don't even know what
and do we have to
call
deal
it.
with it, or will it be influential to things we're doing? So this is what it is.
saying that, you tried to say that Caribbean people and Caribbean culture is ruining the culture of New York.
Looking for Southern hospitality in New York is literally crazy to me. I'm sure you did your research before coming. You can't come to New York and think everything is going to be rainbow. Sorry, y'all, it's time to clock in. I'm about to talk about growing up Caribbean American in New York City.
American Black, like, y'all West Indians, humble yourself, because y'all think y'all so lit. Y'all swear y'all so lit when the only thing y'all ever gave us was Oxtail and Nicki Minaj. Like, let's be clear. The only thing y'all ever gave us was Oxtail and Nicki Minaj. I don't like y'all music like that. That soca shit, get it out of here. That should give me a headache. Hate it. Hate it. Like, y'all food, I don't fuck with y'all food like that, except Oxtail. Hate it. Like, y'all swear y'all so fucking lit.
So I just watched another creator's video that inspired me to make this, but I feel like blackness isn't as celebrated in the Caribbean as it is in the United States. And I'm only speaking from my experience as a
All right. Well, I am running out of steam, interest, and just general patience. There is nothing like seeing stupidity to take you out of it. When I watched the John Galt show earlier, I get the same vibe. The anti-black blacks and the pro-blacks, or whatever the anti-black blacks call them, lack of understanding of history, lack of ability to critically think, lack of home training in a lot of cases, and I honestly don't know how to deal with them. I probably take too much time to fucking try and understand them, and I might have to give that up. You know what? I should start not giving a fuck more. Keep telling people I don't give a fuck. I keep telling people I don't care. And I might have to start enforcing that more. I'm really frustrated with the level of stupidity in these YouTube streets. But well, you know what? I should go and make a pizza or something. Might have to do that. Let's see, what do we have here? Might just have to do a gardening video. I think this woman is lovely. Let's have a look. Hopefully, there's
Sure,
not
you
a
guys
lot
know we moved this
Here
cherry
we go.
tree
Let
because
me
of the
start this
move
over.
so late in the season.
Look, I
Hi,
might
friends.
like
Welcome back to another garden.
I might like her garden better than her, but you know what? I'm okay with her too.
Garden tour. Today we're going to be covering a May garden tour. Even though we're a little bit into June, we had a lot of rain this month, so we had to push it off a bit, and I was finally able to get my husband on the camera to help me today. So we have a little bit of harvesting to do today, which we'll get into once we get into garden area, and a lot to show in the flower garden area as well. So we're going to jump right into it. I was finally able to mulch, I would say like 90% of the garden, which I am really happy and excited about. It just gives the garden a whole different look. We had some volunteers here. A lot of my flowers I haven't planted yet because I did the winter sowing method for them, and surprisingly they are still in the bottles. I was supposed to get them done maybe a couple or more weekends ago, but that didn't happen. But what is filling out the garden a lot is some volunteers. So we have some volunteer calendula, and then we have some Dusty Miller here. And I think we have some echinaceas here that we planted last year. Some Shasta daisy, I'm not sure of which variety it is. And then I did some moving around a bit of a lot of the things in the garden. So you could see here we had the lavender along the front area here, and I decided to just put the trio right here. And as you guys know, I'm adding some edibles in between the flowers. So we have the candy cane pepper over here, a boba hydrangea here that I plan to move, some volunteer yarrow. If you look here, we actually have a big cluster of the Sweet William. If you guys remember, we started this from seed, and the Sweet William is actually a biennial. So that first year we only had leafy growth and we had to be patient. And now year 2, they are putting on a bunch of flowers. We have some variegated ones over here. So really nice. Then we have the plain white. You kind of see little specks of purple in between the petals. And then we have this more fuchsia pink here. And then we also have this type pink here. So a nice variety. I do wish that when the season has started, when they're a lot smaller, I should have probably spread them out a little bit more. But it just, time got away from me and I didn't get to do that. Over here, we have the Atlas Rose. I didn't prune this year or anything, and they are looking wonderful. I do have to come in and do some deadheading, but you could see we have some buds here that are ready to continue blooming. Usually the Atlas Rose blooms for me throughout probably the entire season. They're really like hardy rose. Look at this though. So unfortunately we have some spotted lanternflies. Usually I clap my hands and squash them that way, but I think I'm gonna get the hose and kind of spray them off of it. Hopefully they don't do much damage. We also have a elderberry.
I'm gonna take a guess. She is either first generation African immigrant parents, or she is from the Sea Islands of South Carolina. And I don't know that much. I'm just listening to her accent.
Berry plant here. I believe this is just the American elderberry. My plan is to move it to the back. Didn't get to that when it was smaller, but we'll move it later, maybe next year. And then I ended up just going ahead and planting this Belle of Georgia peach in ground. I had it in container with the possibility of selling it, but I just decided to keep it. It's a little bit more disease resistant than the Red Haven one, which I've been having issues with. So I'm thinking, if this one does better, I'll probably keep this one and get rid of the Red Haven. I'm not sure yet. Looking up here before we get into the kind of vegetable garden, I do have some strawberries in the front here. I believe this variety here is the Eversweet in the back. And then towards the front area here is the Seascape strawberry, which I'm really excited about. We have some Black-Eyed Susan here, some Limelight hydrangea, which I plan to move from here. And over here we have the Bathsheba rose. This is, let me get around here for a second. This is a small or short climbing rose. Most of the petals are kind of dying back, but you could see maybe here. Let's see if I could find them more. It doesn't have a lot of thorns, surprisingly, but here's a nice one. I like how it fades as well. Because it's kind of at the end of this area, it's now covering a hydrangea that's here, so I have to get that out the way really quickly. But I think I'm going to dig it up after the end of the season and move it to the middle here, so it could kind of be a backdrop to this cherry tree. You guys know we moved this cherry tree because of the move so late in the season. It didn't fully leaf out as it normally does, but I think just give it till next year. It should not only leaf out better, but I think that will make it the 4th year that it's here. So maybe we should be getting cherries next year. And then in here we have the blueberries. This one is the peach sorbet. You can see we have some berries on it here. And then I had put in the front some pansies. I like doing that for this garden. I think at this point I could probably take off this mesh. Maybe I'll give it a little bit more time, because in here we have some coral geraniums, and then I had placed some seeds for cucumbers in the middle. I have to cover it because the squirrels will come and kind of dig it out and create a mess. The other side is essentially the same, where we have some violas. We had some, like, a lot of dying parts of this silver dollar blueberries, but I did cut it back and it looks like it's recovering really well. That was a weed. Same thing for the pot over here. We have the cucumbers, and we have the, I think this is Maverick Coral geranium. So those are looking really nice. Should we go on the deck? Well, the deck, I'll do the deck another day. It's a mess, but a lot is going on the deck. We have the boysenberry that I had taken out the trellis for it. So it's basically just rambling everywhere. Still deciding if I want to keep it or not, because it's very thorny. And I realized I'm really not into the thorny berries. So still indecisive on that.
This is
and then over here, we have the pink lemonade, unknown lemonade blueberry, unknown blueberry variety. Rest are pink lemonades. We had some strawberries around, but you could see that we had a lot of deaths, but that's okay. When these over here create runners, we'll just spread it to these containers. The siding over here that we just cleaned out, it's starting to get weeds, so we have to do something to prevent those. And then we have the berries over there that I still haven't figured out a permanent location for. So still working on that. Coming in here now, the archway is flanked by blueberries. These are the sunshine blue blueberries. And then I had some volunteer sweet alyssums that I just popped in the, going around the container. And they're looking really good. You can see them over here as well. And this bed is just a lot of brassicas. So we have a lot of cabbage. And if you look here, you could kind of see the cabbage heads forming a bit. That's when they kind of close up to form that cabbage shape. And the broccolis are just starting to put out broccolis, not these ones. Maybe look over here. Here. So you can see the broccolis here. So this is the, oh gosh,
you can cut those leaves.
I'll put the name of the variety, but they're supposed to be better once the weather gets warmer. So that's why I picked this variety, because sometimes with the spring, you know, it could be a little bit sporadic with the weather. These broccoli seem to be doing really well. I didn't put up any mesh. You could see some holes in some of them. I think I'm going to go around and just do a really good check on that stuff, just to make sure that when I do start to harvest the broccoli crowns, I don't have a lot of insect-filled crowns. And then look at the cabbage moth. Then we have our garlics in here. And you could see the garlics are starting to put out their, what are these called again? No, not shoots. Scapes. Thank you. Look at you. And usually I wait to harvest my scapes until they do like a full circle around, because you'll find if you harvest it now, more will come out. And it's kind of like you're wasting it a bit. And then back here, I have some borage. And look at that. They're so beautiful. They get so tall though. So you got to be really careful about where you put the borage in your garden. And look at the is that a honeybee? Okay. Then we have some garlics here. It looks like something knocked my garlics over here. Maybe rain or a soccer ball or something probably came over here. I hope it didn't affect the garlics, but you could see these scapes are much longer. So I want to harvest these especially because you don't want the garlic to put all its energy into the scapes, because that will be working on creating flour and taken away from heading up the garlic that's still growing underneath. So I'm going to be harvesting the garlic scapes. Let me just finish the tour and then we'll come back to that. And then back here we have some, I think this is bull's blood beets. You can see here. Move it for you. So we have some beets sizing up here. And then I think I put some oregano over here. I think I'm going to take it out though, because oregano can get pretty big and unruly sometimes. So I think I'm actually going to put that in a pot. I have some dill over this side. And then I've just been putting containers with my peppers and my pansies or violas in the front. Peppers in here seems to be doing really well. I still want to spray paint the support poles black. I don't know when or if that's going to happen. And then we have a lot of peas going on here. You could see between the two peas. So this one is, let me look at the tag. So this one is the golden sweet peas, very prolific, as you can see, but you kind of have to continue to support it up. If I put it here, it doesn't really get that tall. Whereas you look over here at the, let me let you come around there, versus the magnolia peas, you could see that I just had to support it down here. I think twice I supported it down there. And then after that, they just kind of grew upwards, pretty strong vines as well. We had to come in and harvest these peas. Behind them, we have two separate things. We have the elephant garlic growing with some broccoli. It's the imperial broccoli. I'm just remembering. This is the imperial broccoli variety. You could see these scapes are
this is interesting.
Really, really overdone. See, they're already having.
Let me, I'm going to pause this right quick because I see Mela has gone over to CT. Apparently, I was not giving her enough attention. So she needs some CT. So Mela would rather go out and do this. This is Mela.
Anger is more beneficial than despair. And what you said about the 500 years of sucking dick and all this other kind of stuff,
Yeah,
I get it.
You know what? If Mela and questions to ponder go over to this, Mela needs a JP. Questions to ponder need JP. This is fucking amazing.
I would appreciate it. Is that okay?
All right, Mel. This is not the RBR show, though.
I want some on them
Oh,
stars.
so I'm well known. Okay. Nice to meet you, Fame. Anyway, JP, I get that it is not in your interest to perform for this person. I must say that comment you made about a small umbrella being their hat is something I'm never gonna forget. Kudos to you, brother. Kudos to you. I think you're disrespecting their religion personally, but at the same time, if somebody can call you a ninja turtle, why not call somebody else, a clan wearing small umbrella hats? I mean, my God,
that was have history of coming up here disrespecting black and slaves and all this other type of stuff. You think I'm gonna respect his goddamn small little umbrella? Fuck his religion.
You don't respect nobody. That's the point. You don't have to respect anybody. And he's sitting back in his reclining chair, like he's cool, calm, and collected.
Black woman, you got too much of that strong white man power nuts in your mouth, sperm account in your stomach, and you try to, and that's all you see. So every time
here's the thing, right?
You want all of us to put the same amount of sperm count in our stomachs because you got it.
That guy that's laying back in his recliner chair. Calm down, man. The thing about this Caucasian looking guy leaning back in his chair with his baseball cap, pretending as if he's cooler than you is not the case. I want to assure you of that. He is not cooler than you. All right? And what makes you cool is because you choose to use anger instead of despair to make your point. And your point is impactful. He'll never forget this confrontation, no matter how back, he laying back, pretending like he's watching video games. I mean, he's impacted. He just won't say it because he wants to pretend like he's cooler than you. Our people have endured, as you said, over 500 years that justifies this anger. We refuse to engage, entertain despair. And for whatever reason, other ethnicities, they want to critique us for not being civilized. We are civilized. It just so happens that we don't have to put up with your bullshit. And that's the fact.
Uh-huh.
It's the truth. We don't have to put up with people asserting, see,
this
is why you guys aren't getting ahead.
You know
what the hell is that?
I think
you don't walk in our shoes. How
YouTube.
Dare you?
Now
I'm sorry that I sat
wordy.
for an hour and a half listening to you guys argue over nothing for no reason other than to make
you're here though
on the internet. No, I got it.
You're gonna play it back for your friend. You're gonna play it back for your friend.
None of it matters.
So-called
your camera on.
That's what your types do.
At least Jay Prince could do it with the camera on.
I see you.
That's okay. I laugh at people like you regularly. Please continue to entertain me as I game.
Likewise. Do you not think that I'm going to play this back and show how sloppy your lifestyle is? You got a sloppy lifestyle to be talking a lot of smack.
Yet I have no need to lose my cool in infinity on the internet about a random stranger. So
okay, what?
Jesus
What? Go back to your video games. You screen addicted troll. There's a such thing as self-control. You're ignoring your family while boasting how better you are than Black people. That's a problem. That's a contradiction.
That's an assumption you're making on your part that'll be ignoring anybody.
You're neglecting your family while boasting that you're better than Black people. You're ridiculous. Get over it.
Keep going. Enjoy yourself. Get it all out for the entire world to see. Everybody knows. If you're a regular here, you know I'm not neglecting anybody. I'm earning a living. As I sit back and play video games and listen to you
You're
rant.
welcome.
I
What
just want
in
to
the
say,
fuck is Mela
man,
doing?
can you please put the wine glass down, please, man? Please.
I wish I could fucking do this.
Oh, so we're gonna make this a serious moment because he got. So I said the wrong thing to a Jew.
But you know, Mel,
Well, folks, I am
not we ain't gonna be no damn leaders and fight no wars.
Fan accused me of drinking
Ma'am,
wine.
how long have you been drinking, man?
Okay, you're a fan. Your opinion matters not. You're a
How
fan.
long have you been drinking,
You
man?
have referenced RBR, so that tells
Have
me
you been drinking
you
all day?
are aware of me, my talent, skills, and
Have you been
abilities,
drinking all
and
day,
how I
man?
influence people. You, sir, don't want to believe
Do you
that
buy
you are
like the
seduced
box
by
of
a
wine?
woman,
Or
so
do
she
you like?
has to be drinking, right? There's
Well,
no
no,
way
no, no.
that
Oh, no,
this
no,
is the
hold on.
woman
No,
that's
you just sound
commanding
drunk,
No,
man.
Mela, this is
That's
the
why.
no,
Mela, this
I
is
am
You
stronger
just
than
sound
you,
drunk,
and you got
man.
a problem with that. So I
Ma'am,
have to be
ma'am,
drinking,
ma'am,
right? Right?
ma'am.
Right?
Put,
I'm a
ma'am, I'm
U.S.
trying to
Air
help you out.
Force
Put the wine glass
Gulf
down,
War
ma'am.
veteran.
well. First
I
of
have a
all, don't
Ma'am.
commanding voice.
talk to
If
Mel.
you
Don't talk to
can't
Mel
deal
like that.
with it,
Firstly,
that's your
Wait,
pussy
what?
ass
I thought
problem.
you're how
don't talk.
I
Thank you
spoke
for
to you,
being
sir.
Don't talk
a
to
fan.
Mela that
Come
way.
again.
Mela that way.
Or what, sir? Or what,
I'll
sir?
slap the fuck out of you. Yes.
Well, I'll
I'll
slap your mom's boobs.
slap the
That's
fuck
what
out
I'll
of you.
do.
If you
I'll slap the
whatever.
fuck out of your
Whatever.
mom's
Like I
boobs.
said,
When
thank
this
you
black
for
woman
being
I'll
a
slap the fuck
fan.
out of your mom's
Come
this
boobs.
black woman
again.
is speaking, you keep your fucking
Well,
mouth shut.
when I'm I'm sorry, sir. I interrupted you while I was speaking, sir. I'm sorry.
Excuse me. I wanted to talk to the sister Mela.
Well,
Because,
excuse me. Well, excuse me. Well,
there's
excuse
something-
me. Well,
there's
excuse
something-
me, sir.
there's something-
Excuse me.
I wish I could do this. CT has like 800 people in his chat, and I just can't. So I think that I'm going to watch this a while, then I'm going to go and count my blessings that I don't have this kind of
It gets under my
weird
skin.
I'm not
background.
taking questions at the moment.
Okay, I didn't
Come
know
back with your autograph
He's
at
not even
another
taking
time.
questions from you,
Fan.
Simp.
like he
All that
Your
simp, you
autograph
ain't
at
even,
another
you won't
time.
even answer the
Thank you for
question,
being a
Simp.
fan. No,
You did all that simping,
Mela,
Simp
the
Wood.
superstar in your mind.
You did all that
not
simping. She
taking
doesn't even want to
questions,
talk to you,
no
Simp.
autographs at this time. Come back
Why
again,
does
fan.
Mela
What's wrong with you
go
flying
over
monkeys,
there
man?
to
Simping
be
everywhere, bro. She don't even want to talk to you,
and
stupid.
stay here?
Actually, I want to go
She's
ahead and
getting mad
put
at
on the
me,
tape right here.
folks.
What is the issue with the other black people
What in
that
the
are
fuck?
upset that black people don't assimilate into white culture?
Well, Clarice, I can't.
Well, you
get
assimilated into
800
white culture.
people.
You have a job at
Mela
Lowe's,
leaves
cleaning toilets. You
my
assimilated very
relatively
well
small
into white
panel
culture.
to go up
So,
there
you know,
to get
So,
her ass beat
that's
by a
the
bunch of
topic I want to bring
misogynists.
to Jay and Mela.
you assimilated into your
What
mom's
the fuck?
basement. I mean, you're like 45, still living down there. You assimilated very well into your mom's basement. Can I ask you how you achieved that?
You know, what are
I'm
all
tired
these
of black people
peaks
making
and
us do
levels?
that shit though. Like every
Maybe
time they
that's
find
the
somebody that they think is powerful, we always gotta dumb ourselves down. But we can sit up here and keep talking about black people all day that was put in the damn in the same positions that Jews was put in. But we can sit up it's okay to talk about niggas all day. But the moment when we talk about somebody that gave you a title, now we gotta be up here like, man, I'm tired of that stupid shit.
Yeah,
that's
G
an ugly ass
Prince is
dog
a
too.
fucking genius.
So I'll ask another question to the two people on the panel.
Drinking out of a can.
Why do you think that black people, when they assimilate into white culture, they tend to always talk
Who is
about black
this
people all the time.
moron?
They never talk about the white people they hang out with, or if they hang out with them at all.
Nigga, what?
I hung out with Caucasians when I was in the military. They were fine. As a
Nigga,
matter of
what?
fact,
unfortunately,
Oh,
the most obstacles I
it's
had
Mela the
experienced
explainer.
were amongst my own people. I can admit that honestly. Not that it matters. I'm still.
We shouldn't even say that. We shouldn't even bring that up, Mela, around these people, because everything that we say
They're
about
gonna
our
use it
they use
against
it
us.
against us. You notice they don't bring up their own shit. They don't bring up how Jews be sitting up there.
You, Jay Prince, you there, buddy?
Yeah.
Okay. Every time we talk about other topics, and again, just let's keep it here.
Oh my lord!
The panel was never full. I did a show about a
New
white
subgenre online
degenerate
where
professor.
people stream vertically.
Are
and
your daughters
people
listening? I don't want to hear. I don't
do
want to
that.
hear from your
It's
daughters.
becoming really
Really
popular.
disgusting.
You know what, Clarice?
Some serious shit.
I don't think anything I say is ever
did a
going
show
to be
about
popular, regardless
a white
of the
college
format.
professor.
I just simply find some of the shit stupid, and
Who was
there is a point that I
fucking
should
his dog.
stick to the
Park.
mornings and the
Fucking his dog.
news and stop wondering
Just tearing his dog's butt up. Could you imagine
about
that?
the
Could you imagine
blacks.
you walk in on someone just tearing their dog's butt up? A dog.
What's up, Dave?
A dog.
I'm just trying to
dog,
fucking
bro.
figure out
A dog.
why did Mela leave my panel to go to this?
He might be over there getting fucked too.
Okay.
She was
Now-
fully engaged with JP.
Let's be honest about it.
He calling out for help.
Hold on. Now, when it comes to, let me bring back everybody in a minute. Now, when it
let me
comes to
grab another
bestiality, now,
goddamn
we
beer.
know who are the Michael Jordans of that shit. White people. The panel was never full. Whites don't call in. Of course, they wouldn't call in for that. That's an opportunity for blacks to call in and kick in the backs of whites and talk for hours. They didn't do it, and blacks don't do it. Even in real life, I'm pretty sure Republic Room and other blacks who hang around whites. I know Linwood ain't talking about me. There was a time period where you would think every white person's name was Hunky with me in my real life. I used to call every white person Hunky. Hey, Hunky.
And now they give you money.
Hold on. But I notice every time we talk about blacks, we hyper focus in on the critique of it. Oh, you guys are always talking about blacks. The other day, I was kicking in the backs of Israel and Iran and Islam, Judaism, Christianity. People wanted to change the conversation. Huh?
Oh, let me send a quick note to
So don't get it
CT.
twisted, man. That's y'all. Because a lot of us who hang around whites, we kick they back in. I know I kick in the backs of whites in my real life. White boy told me, or he told a young student one time, this is years ago.
How you get your skin that smooth, Chaotic?
Exfoliation and water.
What's exfoliation mean?
It's like skin pills. It's like a skin.
Oh, you do that shit?
Yeah, well, I get it professionally done. And so a white boy, he told a little black girl, "Oh, you could be a rapper, principal of a school." I went to this hunky motherfucker and said, "Hey, man, would you tell your white daughter to be a fucking rapper? Why you telling this black girl to be a rapper? Why don't you tell this bitch to be a doctor or something?" See, I can get it back to everybody because I'm an equal opportunity racist. I hate everybody.
An equal
I'm not an
opportunity
equal
racist.
I hate everybody. So I don't know. Well, go ahead.
I'm not an equal opportunist. I stand for my blacks. No, in the right or in the wrong. Y'all see me at their
We
book.
all want to
Right
be
or wrong,
black
I'm
like
standing for
JP,
mine.
though.
Go ahead.
Just like the gay community. No matter if they white, no matter we can get a Jew who have molested little kids and they still gonna defend that Jew.
What?
No,
If
they're
you
not.
get
No,
a
they're
white
not.
person who
No,
have
they're
done
not.
crazy stuff,
Because they're not
gonna
defending.
What is this
No,
moron
because they're not
talking
defending
about?
Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay.
Your average Jew would never ever defend Jeffrey Epstein.
depends on who he touched. Right? Because they got other people, Jews, they have done defended.
Holy
And it don't matter. Especially when it goes up and when they would take the put it like this, every other race.
Oh man, JP, remember when you told me to say less?
Let me say this right quick. Let me bring
You
a
should say less, man.
let me set a premise. So you can take any other.
It is so weird. Mela will fucking go over there and mix it up with these morons, but can't mix it up with me? Damn. God damn. You know what? Something is wrong with me. Oh wow. Yeah. I just do not understand fun apparently.
You go Super Saiyan or whatever that character is when it comes to black topics, but when it comes to white topics, you don't really aggress yourself as much.
Who, me?
CT gave me that point. That's the point CT was making. He said, why is it that when he features critique about white people, there's not as much energy in critique as it is when he's featuring topics about blacks
or topics about wine?
Well, I think a lot of times that I think people are kind of nervous and scared. Like, ooh, I don't know what I'm talking. I don't want to touch that because, you know, they got power. It's easy to beat up on people who don't have power.
No, he did. Can I say this one point?
I literally. Hold on a second, Eric.
Rick,
Islam
you know
is
what?
the most
I
powerful
just
religion
have
on the planet.
no fucking clue.
To me, it's a fucking fairy tale. Hey man, there's a lot of people, man, that get killed for saying something like that.
I guess I'm just gonna watch this until I get hungry.
I kick in the back.
I'm getting hungry soon.
Jay?
No,
And so do a lot of people on this panel.
This
Jay,
is.
Oh, go ahead.
This has
panel on
300 or
I
so
don't know, it was a
people
couple of them border
watching
jumpers
this
that was on here the
bullshit,
other day.
and I'm trying
This
to
was like
figure
2
out
weeks
why.
ago.
Where
And,
can I get
I didn't
300
see you on
people
here,
to listen
Jay
to
Prince.
history?
And I
of
remember that day,
Juneteenth?
Eric, because you
I'd
went
rather
in hard on
listen
that.
Yeah, I
to
went hard on
JP.
Hispanics, bro. Like people think that Jay Prince, get your black ass back on the screen.
So you know where I was at?
Fucking Christ.
Look at this.
I was up here being my white side. You know I'm mixed, right? This my white, this the white side.
It's white.
Get them crusty ass feet off the screen, nigga.
You see how weird it turned?
Look at this.
This is you, Eric. This is the biracial side.
Wait, hold it. This is motherfucking black.
Hit that again.
This.
Hit that again.
This is what John Galt and fucking CT and fucking Ock Nation want to highlight and call black excellence. This is fucking amazing. Motherfucking Christ. I don't even know where to. Motherfucker, a dumbass slaps the bottom of his feet, and this motherfucker's gonna make like $500.
Look at that. You got a mustard stain on your white beater. How you gonna fight the race war and you out of shape?
Are those
Well, even better than this.
Look at that.
Now, I don't know how many people.
See that? Look at
Mela
this. See the white boys.
Mela was just up on my chat, and I just started like, "What the hell are you talking about?" So she gets pissed off, literally gets pissed off, and she runs over to talk to these motherfuckers. Oh my Lord. I feel so bad. I should be like JP. If I want a Mela, I need to be like JP in a wife beater.
You from the Midwest. That's you country.
Dude, you from Kansas.
I know, but I never drank out of no goddamn tin can, bro.
Okay, man, it make your stuff cold. Look at the sweat. You see
That
the sweat?
is literally a tin can, though. Like,
Listen to this silly woman. Like it's literally a tin can.
Like, what are you doing?
I
They
like
make your liquor stay
drink out
colder
of
way
tin
longer
can.
than a regular cup.
And I know I'm gonna sound like a
This nigga ain't
jealous
got no
boyfriend,
furniture.
but Camilla was literally just on my panel telling me some
This ice will stay
bullshit
here to the
story,
next morning.
and I started
Yo,
calling
that's the most ghetto
bullshit.
shit I ever seen in my
You
life.
So
literally can't
she
go to
goes
CVS and get a
where
stainless
she
steel
is
thermos
most
or
comfortable,
something. You
apparently.
literally can't do that.
See, these
This nigga,
motherfuckers like
this
stupid.
nigga
women.
using an old Chef Boyardee can to drink out of.
What kind of example are you
Listen to her.
in front of the youngsters doing stuff like that?
Doing what?
Like what kind of example are you making?
You told me to go buy that tin can that you told me to go buy about 30, 40
You know what, Rick?
PM and y'all in
I'm
night
starting to
clothes,
think
yo.
I'm the moron.
Have you left the house today? It's 6 PM and you in night clothes. Have you left the house
my
today?
best to speak up and but at the same time you disappointing the vision, man.
Listen to this silly
The
woman.
vision is
to look a certain way in front of everybody else that don't give a damn about me gonna judge me anyway.
ethics, brother. Ethics.
They're gonna judge me anyway. I might as well give them something to judge.
That's true.
That's
true.
Right. So why y'all, if black folks, why y'all keep giving a damn? Stop caring about how they gonna see you. They doing it. They been talking bad about you.
brother. That's
Talk about me today because I'm about me sitting out there selling pain stuff 400
There's
years.
a fine line between anger and despair, my brother.
But they was drinking out of that 400 years ago.
You are
drinking out of a cup.
demonstrating that you.
Now look at this dumb
look
son of a
sloppy
bitch talking
damn
about
abs,
a tin
man.
can
I
and
mean, I'm
400
sorry,
years ago.
whatever the
What kind of
fucking muscles they're
goddamn
supposed to
moron?
be. It's working out.
Jesus.
Mella getting turned on. She like,
She
like,
is getting
do you
turned
have
on.
another tin can for me? Put a little wine in that motherfucker, man.
I'm just saying, they been talking about you for 400 years. It don't matter you put on a suit. It don't matter you go to work. It don't matter you
I
graduate.
want to get to know Mella better.
It don't matter if you graduated. It don't matter you got a suit on. It don't matter you got the best job. It don't matter you talk with the best proper English. It don't matter nothing. All of that. You still gonna get dragged. These white folks still got something to drag you on.
But you
So
got
I'm
to go.
gonna give them something to drag.
You got to
You
go
know what?
past that.
Motherfucker, stop giving them something to drag. I'm trying to figure this. Oh my Lord. And look, Republic Room. Let's see if I can fuck with her. I'm going to say join the panel and be yourself. They like your type. You know what? Honestly, Rick, you don't need to fix stupid. Stupid doesn't need to be fixed. That is the odd thing.
Eric, let me say this. The best image that you can always perform and give to somebody is to be your genuine self. Because why? Because let me tell you the difference when you have to lie to the world and when you have to tell, when you able to tell the truth to the world, right? So when people wear masks and stuff like that and pretending and stuff, they lying. Sometimes they gonna forget who they are, or then they go home, they lose themselves. Where if me being myself, and I present that, yes, I'm gonna get a lot of frowns.
He's right about that. He is never not
removing the people
himself.
that don't need to be there, right? Because if I can't be me, that's not my role. But I also had a lot of people say, I fuck with JP. I like JP.
I love you.
I had people
I
call me.
love you,
Telling me,
fella.
he said, I wish I could be as free as you.
Yeah,
Look at this silly motherfucker yelling like a maniac while his daughter is behind him walking in and out.
My job
Jesus
or the
goddamn
stuff that he
Christ.
represents won't
This
allow him
is
to
why
be
black
as free
people
as
are
a bird
failing.
as me. And we up here complaining about freedom every day. So that means although y'all got money and all this other type of stuff in these corporate rooms, but you don't got freedom. You can't be your genuine self without another motherfucker telling you you're fired for being you. You done lost your damn mind. You think Jay Prince for president give a damn for getting fired?
Yeah, so the thing is this, but Jay Prince, I respect a lot of stuff that you're saying. I don't doubt that you're genuine, but you judge people too that's themselves.
Look at this
I judge
moron.
people for not being themselves.
Hold on a second.
That's fake.
Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish real quick. When I told you the story of the time I went homeless in college, you never thought that I went through anything because you judged me. You saw a light.
You know what? Richard, JP is what America, or at least CT land, deserves.
I ain't never been through anything.
You'll take JP over Trump.
What? Okay.
You know what? I would too, for that matter.
Let me say this real quick, right?
I didn't even finish high school to be in college.
I'll say you judge other people as well. Some people being themselves. Some people, biracial people, when they be whooping your ass and everything, like basketball, you see them light-skinned niggas in Indiana beating y'all in basketball right now.
Listen
when
to
they
this
be whooping your ass,
motherfucker.
you be judging them.
Light-skinned niggas beating y'all at basketball.
You got fat.
Hear the flowers and
double chin. You got double chin, nigga. You had one chin the last time you was on here.
This is not the original Eric. He done got
working on your third chin, bro. And you got tits.
You got your woman now,
You know, Deacon Dave.
Yeah, what?
You got your woman now?
What happened to yours? I got yours.
I got
this
another one on her
is
way.
motherfucking.
I got married for another one. I'm
You know what?
Ignorant.
Mella wants to sleep with
Within
JP.
6 months.
Again, I'm jealous as fuck. She was just on my panel.
And that's a compliment.
She was getting all hot, and then she said, "Hey, I gotta go over."
I was married last.
It's a bad joke.
I got married in July. That was last year.
I'm getting married, bro.
I got divorced in August.
What's the point of getting married?
Somebody hit the goddamn link so I can do something other than watch Mella try and flirt with three losers.
Aren't you gonna lose it? Aren't you gonna lose it? Jay Prince, do you lose your food stamps when you get married?
This nigga got all these weddings and no tuxedos. Do you have a
Jay Prince,
Jay Prince,
do you lose your food stamps when you get married? Do you lose your food stamps?
Yeah, Richard, I roughly know the story. I'm rather uninterested.
This nigga had
no Slick, she just got tired of me. That's really it.
This nigga's wedding ring is a
because I kept
ride.
asking her questions about. Look, Mella can be a bit much, and then hold on.
Where's the wedding ring at?
Mella has this bad habit of really never having a point, and then starting to talk about a point she doesn't have, and it takes her a little bit longer to like fabricate and make shit up. So the more she has to make up, the longer the story takes. And this is the girl should just be who she is. If you don't have anything to say, don't tell me a story about a fucking vitamin store and some weird point about I don't even remember the point. Mella and people like Mella and most people in this John Galt space tend to be that way. They think they have a point, and then when you start picking their point apart, their stories get longer and more elaborate and more just And then it's like 30 minutes later, and they're still trying to go. Well, give me more time. Give me more time. I will land the plane. This is what Solid Snake does. It's what Mela does. It's what John Galt does. You start picking at their stupidity, and then bro, you gonna let me answer, or you gonna talk over me, motherfucker? If you had a point, you'd have made it by now. And motherfuckers hate that shit. John Galt hates it. Mela hates it. Some people just seem to handle it better than others. Now, this crazy motherfucker is on a computer while his kids keep walking in and out of that room. I just saw. The fuck? Does he even know what his kids are doing? And this motherfucker will swear what's wrong with the black community, and I'm literally sitting here watching someone not pay attention to their kids. He has no fucking clue what they're doing. The anti-black blacks are the downfall of the black community in America. This motherfucker has not looked away from his computer at all, while kids are just floating in and out. They're not even trying to get his fucking attention. That's the sad part. She would have cammed up on RBRs. I have no clue who RBR is. If she was gonna cam up, she was over there a good amount. You know what? I think Mela is just she's Mela. Muddeck. That's funny.
This is for my fan. Oh my God.
No prenut to lose my sex day because guaranteed.
Nigga, man. Wow.
You damn right. If you get anything
Now,
from a government, a wife or ex-wife or a child support.
well, I also have to say, I should be so high and mighty because, motherfucker, I'm watching this nigga mess. It's fucking fascinating. Now, I am drinking some beer, and this is like amazing. So, to use your word, I was just like talking about you, Richard. Amazing.
I'm gonna say something, and I really mean this. I gotta put you on mute. Hey, give me 1 second. I believe that, and I'm gonna say it. I might get some backlash for it, but I believe that. Where's the photo at? Jesus.
Oh, look.
I believe that
kids
Lizzo
here?
is possibly
Where'd
the
these kids come
cutest
from?
or the prettiest entertainer, well, obviously female in America.
She's taller than
I
you
want the
are,
ladies
CP.
to go in
No
on
chance.
this, but ladies, what are your? Okay, if we just look at her face, not her body.
If we just
let's be honest, her body's
face.
ass, but just her face. I think Lizzo's the prettiest woman on the planet. I mean, in America, in terms of entertainment.
Without makeup.
Stop being an asshole.
No, I'm not
Clarence.
trolling. I'm not
asking those questions.
Makeup.
I think she looks better without the makeup.
Oh, that's funny,
She
Clarence.
built like Jay Prince.
Good one.
No.
No.
If you don't look at her body, just look at her face. I think she has the prettiest face in terms of entertainers.
Wait, are you trying to tell me you think she looks hotter than Leslie Jones? You know you think she's
No, bro.
No? All right, I'm sorry.
Let the ladies chime in real quick. Go ahead. Questions to ponder and Mela. Go ahead.
I disagree.
Hell.
She's
Why?
wearing makeup.
Have you ever seen her without makeup?
No, not at all.
No,
I think
Lizzo's
she looks better
fucking-
without the makeup. To be
She
honest
is
with you.
super cute.
I've not ever seen her without makeup.
What about you, Questions to ponder? What do you think? Okay, I don't know what she's doing. Go ahead, Mela.
Here's the thing.
Here's the thing.
Even the almighty Beyonce looks different without makeup.
Oh, I
We have to take
gotta
these
fuck with her in the
things into
chat.
consideration.
All right.
There are experts that can totally transform your quote unquote look. I think her look has been transformed, and you are attracted to her stylized look. Now, the unstylized look is an entirely different factor.
Look at her trying to sound
She has
smart.
nice high cheekbone.
Now,
But she looks different,
she looks
right?
good even
It's
though.
different.
Go ahead.
Okay,
let the ladies talk. Go ahead.
And look
Go
at
ahead.
fucking JP.
There's a difference between a stylized look versus.
I
woke up
might
like
have to
this
send
look.
a $5.
There's a difference.
Like, I gotta ask.
Makeup should be illegal.
Why?
Because one of you got her
Makeup
pregnant.
should be illegal.
Because she put after you look the way she looked with that makeup on, right? And you would have got her pregnant.
Oh shit!
And then
You know what?
But she's not a bad looking girl.
I forgot Chaotix demoralized or defunded or whatever that
No,
is.
she's not.
She looked like a different nigga without the makeup.
Go ahead.
Like, come on, kid.
That's inappropriate language. Lizzo she receives fillers.
Oh,
Botox.
and this is fucking
She is on Ozempic. She has knitted. That's how she
questions
lost
to
weight.
ponder.
So her
She's
cheekbones are becoming
literally
more
stupider
profound
than
as she
Mella.
is losing weight.
Because it's her natural face. That's what it is.
It is her natural face. The weaves, Beyonce's weaves have looked old since 2003.
Yeah. Yep.
And they're both entertainers. And
All dark-skinned women ain't pretty though. Like, we trying to guilt trip. I don't know why we
dark-skinned women right now. Neither is dark skinned at all.
These women have access to the best estheticians. CT, you just admitted to obtaining facials. That is why your melanin stays so useful.
Yeah, I think you can't wear makeup. That's a spray makeup.
Could be.
I gotta do this. Let's see if CT pays
These women are
attention to
receiving
it.
the best procedures.
I wrote Ponder
with the
looks
best
better
doctors.
with makeup than Mella, in my opinion.
The side of his
Yeah,
face
I'm
looked
glad.
like this glare. Like, you could tell. That's an edit.
Also, CT, they visit med spa.
Look at it. I can tell. That's the edit. Look at half of his forehead and look down.
Listen to this moron.
Also, CT, they visit med spa. A med spa.
What do they call that? A filter. You know, I could watch this. I'm gonna do my same filter the same way.
All right,
watch
let's see.
this.
How can I be like
They got the
JP?
filter touch up my appearance.
They got the Harambe filter.
You see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we see it.
CT, they CT, they do not visit salons. They go to med spa. They go to med spa. CT, a med spa will have a
Black
doctor.
men always look better when they smile.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Question, Ponder. Go ahead.
CT, a med spa will have a nurse practitioner
Yeah.
or even a doctor who would be able to obtain like prescription grade prescription grade medications such as Botox,
Yeah.
prescription grade hyaluronic acid, B12 injections. There are a number of things, a number of procedures, also like the cold plasma. There's so many things that you can do to really enhance your look. Botox works for everyone. So you don't even need to go under the knife to create a chiseled jawline. Also, with Black people, as opposed to getting like obtaining like a nose job, you can actually do hyaluronic injections directly into your nose, which can reshape your nose and also your face. Also, CT, there's glutathione, which is a natural antioxidant, actually. Which, to those of you who have your colorism issues, this
woman
is
is Jane Hathaway.
Glutathione will naturally lighten your skin, and not only lighten your skin,
What's the name of this
detoxify your
channel?
liver and your
Richard,
kidneys.
I
If you
honestly
read
have
any
no clue.
academic journal, it is a very natural
Okay, yeah, I'll
product.
do that,
It's like
Deacon.
the byproduct and effect of glutathione
Well,
injections
if
is that your
CT
skin
likes
will
him,
just
then
naturally lighten.
shit. If y'all
So
like
there's so many procedures
Lee
that are now
Clinton.
available without surgery that can drastically change your look.
Let me ask you
Reed,
this. Why is
I'm
it
just drunk and
important to
wandering,
lighten one's
avoiding
skin? Why is
fucking
it
like
It's not
going to
important.
make
We
dinner.
just know. I mean, let's be honest now. We all know colorism is very real, but now there's a quote unquote
You
solution.
know what,
If you have
Ponder?
that much issues
I'm gonna
with your
be.
melanin, there are now
Y'all
procedures
promise y'all
completely
never
that
say
are over the
this.
counter, or you can go to
Ponder needs a dick in her mouth. I swear, and I know that sounds crude. Someone needs, and I'm not all into a woman needs her place and all that bullshit. This woman literally is trying to prove something to someone who does not give a fuck. Literally, all the men on this panel are spacing out while she is blathering on about nothing they particularly care. And I have to give these men credit. They're fucking being polite. Now, I would just tell her, and this is partly why Mela left, like, what's your goddamn point? Can you cut to the chase? It's just, you know what? If you can, there are women like Portia or T or Kimmy who just fucking know how to get to a point. Portia never fucking like meanders. You know, as a matter of fact, Portia, you know, there's some women like Portia or Kimmy. Well, please, ma'am, dress it up. Don't be so brutal. Oh, Ponder. There's a reason her name is Ponder, because motherfuckers ponder what the fuck is her point.
all of the
She's
the
still
paranoia,
fucking
the
talking.
anxiety, a lot of like a lot of the featureism. There are now procedures very minimally invasive that Black people can do to give you more of that look that you desperately crave. JP, this is one of the good reasons why you should actually start working. I know you're a CNA, but why don't you go for that registered nurse? They make very good money. Registered nurse.
Man, chaotic. So I asked you, I said, Chaotic, how you get your skin smooth? Why did you tell me that you get it plucked?
I do. I do get exfoliation as well.
But that what we're looking at, that ain't the result. That's this.
I don't even know what you're talking about, to be honest with you. But go ahead.
You know what I'm talking about. Go to your settings. Look, it got me and you both. We look so cute.
Oh man. You know what? I miss John Galt right now. That's Gladys Knight. That woman.
You see my face is different, right?
She was gorgeous.
Watch this. Okay, hold on. You can't tell. Watch this. Let me
watch this.
No, I'm gonna take it off.
Richard.
You see it is off?
Worth watching.
Let me put it back on. I look so cute. Chaotic, you been catfishing.
Looking like a little orangutan. Only missing his tail. That's it.
All right. Well, you know what?
The only thing missing, just need a tail back there.
Let's have a look at this. I see Deacon Dave has a fucking comment. So, oh, Deacon Dave, what have you done? Let's see here.
Of course it is.
You think I go to like Nazi party meetings and stuff?
Of course you do. All right, I hate this foolish man. What's so foolish about me? Well,
everything about you is foolish.
Right. I don't believe whites are superior. Why? Because they're not. I don't believe 2 + 2 is 7. Why? Because it's not. I don't believe the lie. Why do you think, Austin, that the people are saying that you're stupid and they want Lucifer? Why would people say that? People who hate me because I'm Black.
Because they're too stupid to realize Lucifer's a buddy troll.
Okay, but he's not. Why
he
does
is.
he
He's pretending.
No, see, that's the thing. Dumb person.
Just put on falsehood. What?
Take that trash out. You talking to them niggers again? Austin, are you talking to those niggers again? Take this trash out. Do you need me to take your Klan outfit to the cleaners?
Oh
Oh,
Lord.
Mom. I haven't worn it in a week.
Why is this motherfucker wearing a tie?
The meeting's not till next week, Mom. Oh, okay.
There's potential. Uh-oh. Oh well. He looks like he could be hilarious. Now someone tell me why he is wearing a tie with the turkey flag. Well, Clarice, you know what? I'm not going to tell you about this, Clarice, because you probably know more about the Ottomans than I do. So I will shut the fuck up. I will be chaste. And by the way, Clarice, I don't shut the fuck up for just anyone. I was about to make a comment, and I just remembered. Well, that's Clarice. You should not talk about the Ottoman Empire with a motherfucker who knows infinitely.
They always have been the trophies.
Thank God I caught
That's why
myself.
there's a difference on how they get treated. Amongst black folks. If you got a dark-skinned cousin and a light-skinned cousin, the dark-skinned cousin can say something disrespectful, everybody gonna hop on her ass. That light-skinned one, I don't care what she do. Everybody their daddy. And you better not fuck with them. Now, if you mess with the dark-skinned woman, they gonna come ask her what you do wrong. Mess with that light-skinned cousin. Everybody their mama going over there with guns.
You know what I've noticed when it comes to raising boys.
You could have been remind me about this filter, Chaotic.
I don't even know what you're talking about, bro, to be honest with you.
Clarice?
Oh,
dude. Oh, Clarice. That is the weirdest thing. That is it's like, and there are all kinds of exceptions, but Be Brave is the perfect example. You know, if white people had a choice, they would rather live around white trash versus black trash. And I'm like, if they had a fucking choice, they just wouldn't live around trash. Do you really have to sort the trash if you can just throw it all away? I think these sorts of arguments, if you have to be brave and you're dealing in, his level, those sorts of arguments make sense. Black rich people don't want to live around white trash. Someone made that point the other day. Racists have to make those sorts of points. And you know what? I am all into this little black girl. That woman is okay. Damn. Who the fuck is she?
Naomi Campbell and Tyra Banks. Naomi Campbell has always been high fashion, blue chip, the best covers,
Remember
the
to
best
recycle.
designers. Gianni Versace loved Naomi Campbell.
Funny.
Yep.
Nothing
I'm sorry,
Saint
yo.
Laurent,
Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah.
Saint Laurent, correct.
Saint
Tyra
Laurent.
Banks, the way for her to stay competitive, she did Victoria's Secret, which is commercial. Nothing against Victoria's Secret.
Oh God,
It's
I
not
got
high
to
fashion.
fuck with
So,
Ponder. I
that's
gotta
just
figure
one
out how
example.
to get
When you
attention.
look at, you had a picture of
Good question.
Iman one time, Bowie's widow. Very there's a number of models throughout the 90s, and they generally come from Sudan, East Africa, Somalia. There was I remember there was a Nigerian model named Oluchi. So most of these models who are high fashion, haute couture, are always very dark Black African.
Yep.
Commercial models have always been more, more like Tyra Banks. And Tyra Banks really technically isn't even quote unquote light skinned or whatever, but she's done very well. Also, CT, if you look at more recently, there's the model Jordan Dunn. She's out of the UK, very dark, exquisite, beautiful woman.
Well, I
she was
wrote
like the competitor with Chanel.
if Cheers had a female Norm, Ponder would be it. It's like she is full of fucking useless
Pregnant.
information.
They still chose Jordan Dunn over Chanel Iman, the pregnant Black girl, over the quote unquote light skinned
No one
model.
even knows
And Chanel
who they
Iman
are.
definitely had her day, but she was never haute couture. What I was told, Melanina, I was told that they are looking for a model. When they're looking for a Black model, they want someone with more European features dipped in like dark Godiva chocolate. They want the melanin. They want that. I mean, that's the point. Why would you want a lighter skinned model when you have an array of white models? The whole point is for the melanin. That's the look.
To this silly bit.
Because melanin, you can dress way more, like more bold. You can use better patterns. You can, there's an ability with melanin that you cannot do with a lighter skin, depending on the type of look that you're going for. The whole point of having the Black model is to have a Black model.
I would like to hear more about this.
It's always been that way.
It's the truth.
It's always been very dark.
I think Black people should be models.
Like a lot of when I was in college, man, the most beautiful females I ever seen in my life were like super dark women. I'm just be honest with you.
Yeah. I mean, white people be models because they really is lacking the pigment.
No, I don't know about that one neither. Some of the most beautiful models.
Because you can't see how they look because they don't have no pigment. White people don't have zero pigment.
What are you talking about? They have pigment. They're pink. That's pigment.
No, that's not pink. That's meat. That's the skin. That's the last.
That's transparent.
That's meat. I mean, it can get no whiter than that.
They're not white. They're pink. They're like a pinkish brown.
It's really not pink. That's the blood that's making them look pink.
To this fight.
That's the blood that you see.
No,
That's not
wait,
their skin.
they're pink.
Because you peel their skin, that skin is not
You're
pink.
the type of man that says cut the light off instead of turn the light off. Like, what can we really gather from you? Straight up.
And I am the man that say raise that window down and still let the window down.
Yeah, like your interpretation.
What do that mean though?
What do that mean though?
Be models. They don't have no pigment at all.
I responded to Mela.
Right?
I responded to Mela. Mela, you're the reason men cut the light off in the first place.
Pink and red. That's why you can tell when a white person blood pressure is up because they get red. That's a fact. When they get mad, their blood pressure is up because they turn red.
Here's the point, though, Lee.
Go to anybody.
This is why
whites that
Lee,
get mad.
I'm motherfucking bitter, man. This chaotic truth with these hey, there's 237 people being entertained over there. Motherfucker, I have like 145 subscribers, and CT has more people in his chat on any given day than I have subscribers. So I'm a little bitter, god damn it. Bring me some Mela, bring me some Ponder. And JP I would never have because you know what? I just rather not have the subscribers.
Have not been able.
Ugly. Sorry, bro. You gotta stop coddling you crispy ass niggas, man. You're ugly.
Still cannot afford.
Sorry, bro. That doesn't mean you can't find love. That doesn't mean you can't make money. That doesn't mean your life is over. You're just ugly. Fine, you're ugly. That's cool.
All right.
Nobody wants to be dark skinned. You niggas aren't ugly, dog.
I still like my garden chick.
Wait a minute, everybody comes from dark skin though, dude. How you talking?
Nobody wants to look like you niggas, man. You're
Hold on, let's hear
ugly.
them out.
Sorry, bro.
Hold on.
All right, folks.
Let's do this with your hands.
Anyone
Hold on.
got suggestions?
Let's hear
I don't know that I have anything
let's
as
hear
entertaining.
Nick Tower.
And it
Yeah,
is
please,
rather.
man.
This is
Look,
almost like pop the balloon.
when
I'm
I
using.
say this out
I'm
of
using
love, man. I
CT's
have dark
content,
skinned people in my family.
which means I'm mooching.
I love dark skinned people, but somebody has to be real with y'all, man. You're ugly, undesirable.
Dark skinned people are ugly.
Because it's just off attractiveness, bro.
What do you mean? Go ahead, buddy.
Bro, nobody wants to look like you guys, bro.
What do you mean?
You guys don't
Good
even want to
debate.
look like you guys. That's why y'all always complaining about people not liking
Drop
you.
the link, Richard.
Go ahead.
That's why
I
y'all
have
always
no
trying to bleach
clue.
y'all skin.
Drop the link, man.
People
That's why y'all always
I
hating on
don't know that
lighter
I have
people.
2 hours in me,
That's
but
why y'all.
Let's hear 'em out. Let's hear 'em
Hey,
out.
man.
you know,
But
the
just drink another glass of water.
problem is, I don't think CT minds, but you know, I'm bitter. Cool. Let's have a look at it. And again, you know, I think CT is extremely talented. I'm just jealous. I don't have that kind of talent. I think CT has a high tolerance for people that I just don't. And you know, it's so funny. I literally, it was weird. Talked to CT for, I don't know, 20 minutes about politics, and just had I was like, God damn, this motherfucker actually knows some stuff. And I don't know. I kind of wonder, what the fuck am I doing on YouTube other than, you know, it is something to do. Bottom left of what? Richard, I'm not sure. Bottom left of what? Hold on. Back on CT's channel? No, I don't understand that dude. I think he's young. He sounds young. And you know, there's a certain amount of latitude for young people. You just have to kind of, I think I've found, and you know, my son is young. If you meet them with their stupidity and kind of like, hey, you don't have to use the word stupid. And again, this is me and my son. My son actually thinks before he speaks, especially when he's talking to me, because he knows I like to fuck with people. He knows. Hey, my whole family is like, oh, you know, don't make a mistake. And except for my mother, my mother was different. It's like my mother once told me, if I'm wrong, I'm right. How do you fucking challenge that? If I'm wrong, I'm right. My mother knew how to get out of rhetorical traps. She was an expert at it, for that matter. So let's do a little bit.
Nick Tell's crying right now.
He's eating his ham sandwich at the moment.
See, I'm itching.
He's eating Cheetos and
itching
crying
to
and
fuck
drinking
these
Diet Sprite.
motherfuckers,
His
and I just
feelings
don't
were
want to
hurt.
shut down the show and go over there.
I just thought of something, chaotic.
He's buying my box of wine.
This I might be a genius. Think about it. Don't you know every color of the rainbow?
Oh, wait, hold it.
Is found in people.
Hold on one sec. Let me look.
Black to the point that they look purple.
No, here's the deal. National Socialist is a fucking bullshit term. What people like JP and Orthodox guy, they're motherfucking Nazis. Okay, you can. Oh, it has socialist in the term, therefore they're of the left. Motherfuckers, you don't read history books, and oddly enough, people who want to push this sort of stuff literally depend on the people they're talking to being stupid. Look, if you want to, sometimes terms like National Socialist don't really mean anything. We do get caught up in terms, but essentially, he wants a dictatorship. He wants someone to be in control, too much democracy, too many inputs. He just wants someone he likes to be in control. Oh, Roz is over there. Now that breaks my heart. So now that I see Roz and CT, she's a moderator. Ah, damn it. Well, my bubble has been burst, folks.
I remember her.
Also, CT, just to
Yeah.
share, since we all love movies, you should watch Michael Clayton with George Clooney.
Listen to this dumb bitch.
She's a really great actress, British actress. She's in so many movies. And yes, she's like, you know that there's something called the Fitzpatrick scale. I know there's people in your live chat who know what I'm talking about.
You don't see Gimpy color on a rainbow.
Yeah,
She's
I don't.
like-
Yeah.
Yeah, like she would be like
Yeah, she's super.
a 0 or 1.
Okay, Alex,
She
she
looks
look
like
like
she could be
Aaron
Okay.
David Bowie.
She does
She
look
could be
like
David
Bowie.
Bowie's.
They I don't want to bang a heron at it.
She like a what?
A heron at it. Opiate queen.
She does.
She
it,
look like
bro.
an opiate king.
No, she
Queen.
does. No, she doesn't.
Come on, look at her cheekbone. Look at her.
No, she doesn't, bro. No, she doesn't. Do you know how old she is right now?
You getting arousal from that? Look how bald. Come on, Kay.
I'm not getting arousal from it at all. I just
Every heron look dead at you like that.
I mean, you got to think, man. For a 64-year-old woman, man, she looks very nice and she's very pale, but she looks very nice.
I think Sandra. You would have said Sandra Bullock.
No, Tilda Swinton is very nice looking.
This motherfucker is
Very
eating
pale.
like a
Very
mule.
pale.
I don't want no woman look that dead.
She doesn't look dead.
Hey,
She
y'all,
look
there's
dead.
also Helen Mirren. If you look her up,
Oh, that's
she has
good
a
type.
crush on Curtis Jackson on 50 Cent. Helen Mirren, she's also around the same age as the
Okay.
actress Tilda Swinton. She's another older white Caucasian woman, very, very pale skin,
What's her name
very
again?
attractive. Helen Mirren, Mirren. She's
A
very lovely,
motherfucker,
very, very
like,
pale skin.
you know
and
what?
she,
I don't know what that dude talking about dark skin.
Oh,
Hunter
yeah.
You know what?
She's
Y'all
old,
remember
but
she is
Norm
older.
from Cheers?
She
very nice.
adores
This
50
woman
Cent.
is
Like they were making out
literally
on the red
Norm.
carpet. Like she
Uh,
I know
she has
CT, I want to
everything
answer your
about
question.
nothing.
That drunk to make out with an 80-year-old woman, but yeah.
You know, 50
I
likes
don't
older women.
often.
The same thing.
Okay.
Snoop Dogg has Martha. Their boyfriend and girlfriend.
I honestly try not to be like, bitch, shut up. Ponder and Mela, it's like, bitch, shut up. And Helen Mirren, she's one of these women who actually looked better when she got older. She wasn't that attractive when she was young. Sometimes it works that way. I wonder if I go, bitch, shut up in CT's chat, what happens? I'm going to do it. Ooh, she's not wearing a bra. Someone on the panel. Oh, I'm going to get banned. I wrote, let's see, someone on the panel say, bitch, shut up, and see if the message is gotten. I am just amusing myself. All right. If this message isn't gotten, then I'm going to give up.
It work for men, right? It should work for men,
Yeah,
right?
it should. Yeah.
Okay, can you show me, and no disrespect to you, Jay Prince, can you show me somebody that looks like Jay Prince that's modeling a Brioni suit?
Look at this mother.
But Jay Prince would scare people off because he looks like he would rob you for like all this saving around that you good for.
True. And I'm not trying to talk about you, Jay Prince. Am I being logical? Questions to ponder and Mela about this one. If what you are saying is true, shouldn't Brioni hire Jay Prince or me, right?
Or even now.
Your show has a better chance of getting a job.
I mean, shouldn't Brioni, you know what Brioni is, right, Nick Tao?
No,
right?
he does not.
So thank you for the comments last time and the constructive criticism, and we've adapted them into the show. So let's get started with jury instructions. So we are looking at a defamation case today. RBR is suing Linwood for defamation is. Henry, go ahead and pull up what defamation is, please. Oh, and also this is a good time to tell everybody if you are, if you want me to say anything, all super chats will be read during jury deliberations. So at the end of closing
Richard,
arguments,
can you hear me
the
now?
jurors will go into a private room. We will record that session. That session will be available the following day or maybe the day after. Until that, but at the time that they're deliberating, we'll be able
What
to.
makes RBR such an icon to you folks?
Okay, definition of, okay, can you scroll down to where it says elements? To prove a prima facie defamation, a plaintiff must show 4 things. A false statement, purporting to be a fact.
Fascia is good enough.
Publication or communication of that statement to a third person. False, purporting to be at least negligence. So it's negligence if RBR is not famous. It's malice if RBR is famous. And finally, damages. So some sort of harm to the reputation of the person or the entity. Now, damages do not have to be shown if it's a defamation per se statement. Now, there's also defenses. So let's just go over the defenses really quick. Henry, can you please bring up the
that's
second
what
link?
makes him unique. Okay.
Okay, scroll down.
Okay, Dave.
Okay, so we have truth
You
as a
know
matter
what?
said. Keep going.
Dave, if you put it
got
that way, I guess I'll have to.
Absolute
It's
privilege.
a link,
So this
motherfucker,
one
if you
won't
want.
shouldn't apply, but if you have some privilege, such as a
Yeah,
senator on
you
the floor
couldn't
of the
do
House
math.
will have
Really?
the ability to argue. They have a constitutional right. That doesn't apply here. Keep going. Qualified privilege. Innocent construction. So like if you, for instance, if you have a lot of background information that would lead you to the inference of your statement, and then you can show that background information that would lead to your statement, that would be innocent construction. And then opinion. So if you show that that's not a fact-based statement, if you show it's an opinion-based statement, then there's no liability. Another thing last time
Okay,
is I said
motherfuckers,
guilty
in
versus not guilty.
about
Actually,
20
that's
minutes,
incorrect. It should be liability.
I'm either
So the
going
jurors
over
are
the
going to
key
determine
show or
whether or not
I'm going to
RBR
watch this
is,
show. Holy
whether or
cow.
not Linwood is liable for defamation of RBR. Jurors, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to go ahead and put you backstage now. When you're backstage, you're more than welcome to leave and come back. Just make sure that you come back at the end. So go ahead.
Lauren, we have a juror asking if we could repeat the part about malice and public figures, please.
Sure. So if RBR is a famous person, right, you have to show that the defendant intended to say a false statement. You have to show that defendant intended to say
No,
a
that's
false
not true, Lauren. That's not true, Lauren. I'm a public figure. It ain't famous. It ain't the celebrity apprentice. No, I'm a public figure. Like, okay.
So,
Ron DeSantis is not famous.
okay. So the way that
That's
it works,
the governor of Florida. He's a public figure. So it ain't got shit to do with
RBR,
being
I'm
famous.
going to need you
It has
to
to
let
do
me
with-
do jury instructions. I'm going to do jury instructions. Okay, I'm going to do jury instructions, and then I'll add you back in a second. So if RBR is what's called a public figure, right? Then you have to show malice.
Okay, now I'm confused. Why is this basic white woman, why is she even doing this? She does not look that bright. Why is this happening? And why is she explaining shit? Can't people read? What? This girl does not sound that bright, nor does she look that bright. What the fuck is this? And David's going, just watch.
But if he's not a public figure,
Okay, and this woman's from Florida, isn't she? She looks like she's from Florida. Lauren De Laguna.
then you just have to show negligence. So the example that I like to give is, let's say you saw Britney Spears shave her head, and you...
Okay. You know what? I am just not a good person right now. I'm like, this girl looks like and is dressed as I'm not gonna even go there. You know what? Let me just hit play.
Are a reporter and you say, oh my gosh, Britney Spears likely has lice. I saw her shave her head. Now, that would be negligent because you didn't really have any facts for that. But is it malice? Did you know it not to be true? It probably wouldn't reach the level of malice. So if you said Susie, some non-famous person, just because she shaved her head, if you started telling everyone she had lice,
Look,
then maybe you would have defamation.
you know what? Let me explain this. Hey, Richard, years ago, I spent like a week at Port Canaveral. Basically, we were in Cocoa Beach, bunch of sailors, and there was not a goddamn thing to do back in. We're talking like 1991. It was all titty bars and beaches, and you know what? It was hot as hell. In July, and we started hanging out in the titty bars. And Portia, please excuse my language. I see you there, but topless bars is probably a better term. You know what? I It was an interesting experience because we got to be friends with the topless dancers, the strippers. We used to go to their softball games. They were really good people. And however, there was a certain je ne sais quoi that this young lady has, and I don't know what it is. It's almost like something you can't wash off. She, if she were from Florida or is from Florida, she would be from Cocoa Beach. And that's all I have to say. So Cocoa Beach, that's where I'm guessing she's from. And we can continue. Hey, Portia. Portia, if you're ready to start, I am certainly willing to bow out because I am sounding like a fool. I have been abused by these women. No, go ahead and do what you're going to do. As a matter of fact, start your show. You're not going to hurt my feelings, Portia. And F you, Dave.
I have to put you on your chat.
Oh,
You got
no.
a little girl in the background or what? What you got?
It's my girlfriend. It's my girlfriend.
Hey,
Oh, wait,
put it
I've
on
seen
camera,
this
put it on
before.
camera. Let's see what you got. Then when you then when you did the same. You get Linwood got a sister again. Come on.
Okay, I'm kind of lost. What was the point of that? Hey, Juan. Hey, Juan. Actually, I'm glad to see you. Talk about this wannabe lawyer. Does anyone know she's a lawyer now? This is from 2 years ago. I assume, she was in law school. She'd be kind of close or a lawyer. Okay, this is not a court. That's my point. I am making comments about this slow reading, whatever she is. Bad haircut. Woman does not look that bright, and she's badly dressed. And Linwood is the defendant. All right. Well, I'll stop misbehaving.
But not against Britney Spears. Hopefully that clears it up. Okay. We are going to start with the plaintiff. Go ahead, give your opening arguments.
Oh, by the way, people who say "the" can't read. We're going to start with the trailer park, Cocoa Beach trailer park. The.
All right. Well, good. Hello. Am I on? Is my
You
mic
are?
on?
Your mic is on?
Oh, good. Well, what I'm here to show, first thing I want to say to the jury is I'm not on trial here. Now, keep in mind, I have many years of experience, constitutional law experience. I am the real brother. I've been a journalist since I was in the 7th grade. All right. The Sharpless newspaper, I was the sports editor. Then I was the sports editor at Franklin High School in Seattle, Washington. And then I started working at the CBS affiliate in Seattle. And then I started working, I did a TV show called Consensus for like about 5-6 years throughout my time in college. I've done radio, I've done television. I used to work at BET. And currently,
Where did he go
for the
to
last
college?
10, 15 years, I've owned the Real Brother Radio Network and the Real Brother Radio Network for Women and the Real Brother Radio Network for Sports. I've made over 150 movies, written plenty articles.
Real Brother
I have a website,
Real Brother
realbrotherradionetwork.com.
Gotcha.
I am indeed a public figure. But the fact is, I have so much more experience in the law than any of you. I have more education, more experience, and more knowledge. So, yes, you're going to hate me. I'm Obama
Really?
to you.
Why did he
You
call
don't
you
like
Taco
me because
Bell?
black people are supposed to be
Oh,
inferior.
like Lone
We're supposed
Star
to have
Bell?
low IQs.
Taco
We're supposed
Bell?
to be stupid.
That's
I'm
actually
not
kind
on
of clever.
trial here. Linwood is. So what I'm going to show today in today's trial is that for black people who believe that white people are superior, which would be consist of 90% of black people in the general population and 99.9% of black people on black YouTube, they believe white people are superior and that Jesus is white and God is white. And so the main argument that I will show is that the reason Linwood said, if we elect racists who want to kill everybody on earth who's not white and not in the top 1%, they'll kill you. And then stupid people who dropped out of school in the 3rd grade, who flunked out of college, who can barely count to 10, will get a seat at the table with Vladimir Putin and Jill Stein and Michael Flynn and Bernie Sanders and Dylan Roof. I'm going to prove that this is detrimental to all of society.
This is
because if you take the educated class out of society and leave the Trump nuts and the Nazi nuts and the 3rd grade dropouts, what kind of society could you expect to have? Now, I understand people who are uneducated, uncivilized, lack morality, would want to be in charge of the government. I understand that.
Okay, I gotta ask: has he ever talked to Be Brave? I can imagine that interaction.
White people who don't have the education, don't have the experience, don't have the knowledge, would like to kill everybody who does. The 3rd graders would love to kill the college professors and the scientists and the doctors, but you can't do that. Lauren is going to be a great lawyer, but not 2 days after she graduates law school, not 2 days after she
And someone tell me if she ever became a great lawyer
in 10 years.
I bet he was
or 15
kidding.
years. I was not the real brother. When I was in the 7th grade, when I was in Miss Spradlin's journalism class, I wasn't who I was. When I was in high school, I wasn't who I was. When I was in college,
knew this
I
guy?
knew who I was.
Good to see you.
This guy's, you know what? He might be the only interesting thing about this video. I have to go back and play that. Bernie Sanders and Dylan Roof. That's actually fascinating.
I'm sorry, Stanley, for laughing, but
Oh no, you know what? I'm laughing. You know what? This dude has a very good sense of the absurd. That's obviously what he's putting together. Let's make an absurdist argument and see if we can actually pull sense from it.
well, his argument
That's an
doesn't.
interesting style.
Well, his argument doesn't go online with what this case is, so I'm hoping he gets to the point.
Right. That's the absurdist part. No, you don't know that style of argument?
I do, but Stanley, I'll be quite honest. When I came across arguments like that when I was on debate as a government major in college during my undergrad days, I would tune out.
Really? Why?
Well, because the moment I hear that type of argument, the absurdist POV, I don't know. It's just it already doesn't make sense to me, and so that's the.
Well, let me tell you
Go ahead.
why, dude. Now, Juan, you are a good person. You are a very you are a pillar of society. It's ridiculous people like me. Like, I can be a pillar of society, but I find that shit so boring. you start giving me the type of argument I just heard, I get real interested. It's the weirdest thing. You talk to me about like these weird, incongruent people in their ideologies. First thing I'm thinking of is what makes them the same. Otherwise, there is no argument. It's a fascinating argument. What makes them alike? It's like a weird pattern recognition. What makes Dylan Roof like Bernie Sanders? And I don't know, but
right. But but good luck using that.
Oh no, I can make up shit, dude. It gives me all kinds of latitude for creativity. You know, these sort of arguments are also really easy to defeat. you just make up shit, and it's just as plausible.
And that's the problem. That's how they get me, because I tune out so quick because it's so weird. It's so out of touch that by the time they come back to me, I'm like, pardon my language, what the fuck you just say? Right?
Hey, Juan, this is why you're gonna be a good lawyer. I'd just be a fucking ambulance chaser. They be making movies about my tawdry life.
I wouldn't think so. Says the guy that did a hell of a job in the Navy, post college. So I wouldn't sell myself short.
Dude,
I'm just trying to figure out how the hell
the Navy kind of suited my personality. Right. There is so much that comes up that you don't find in a book. You just have to be quick on your feet. Dude, it's like I can tell you stories. It's like a natural disaster, except it's not.
Which goes to my question.
See, sometimes you just make up shit.
That's true. But what's funny about this to me, Stanley, how the hell does Linwood end up on all of these panels? This particular person, I actually fanboyed over. She was on the Data's channel during the Johnny Depp trial. That's how I ran it. That's how I got to know of her first. That was when they had the whole lawsuit thing before it imploded.
Well, I can explain why. Forrest Gump. He was everywhere. You remember Forrest Gump? This motherfucker's like.
You know what? Now
it's everywhere.
If I hear Linwood on this thing yell, well, my mom always said stupid is as stupid does. I'm gonna lose it.
Yes. My darling Lone Star Belle. I do have some beer left, but I'm not going to last till the end of it. But this dude, and it's Deacon Dave, who that argument alone is worth listening. I will replay this just for that. Oh, excuse me. Well, thank God for ridiculous, absurdist arguments. So
no, Stanley, when you have some off time, you want to hear ridiculous arguments, do a Google search when you have some free time for the Ronnie O'Neill trial.
Ronnie O'Neill?
Ronnie O'Neill. He is a
RONNY?
RONNIE. O'Neill.
Okay.
He was charged with red rum in Tampa, Florida, and he represented himself. And so, Stanley, you have an absurdist argument with flair. That is going to tickle you pink. I guarantee you. You'll see this guy jumping up and down, yelling, "The evidence will show." He even, I won't give away too much, but when you have some free time, go ahead and look him up. If not, email me and I'll
well, I'm already looking at it. Yeah, I'll keep this up.
He was entertaining.
But you know what? What that little part that sounded like JP.
That's exactly how he's.
Oh, okay.
And it's funny because when you look at the trial, even though we knew damn well he was going to lose, you'll see that he actually put on a damn good case as a pro se litigant, as a pro se litigant. He actually didn't do the sovereign citizen bullshit arguments. It was just the flair with some of the absurdisms in the opening statements and in the closing argument. It will tickle you pink.
You know, sometimes the argument is the reward. It's like, I'm going to lose, but you know what? I'm going to lose with flair.
Well, he definitely went down with flair.
Losing your bell bottoms. All right, well let's listen to some more of this.
I was on the air, I was broadcasting, I was writing. That's fine. But I didn't really hit my stride until later. And so that's who I am. So yes, you're jealous of me because you think I was born yesterday when you met me. You think I was born when you met me. I was born long before you encountered me. So you have no right to hate me. I put in the work. You made a choice to listen to some racist tell you that your race was superior to our race, so you didn't have to do anything with your life. You could just go through life lying and calling us pedophiles and saying that it's niggas like me. Well, it's niggas like me who controlled the country for the Democratic Party for the last 60 years. It's niggas like me that gave blacks voting rights and civil rights and kept the damn Russians from overthrowing the government. Now, I know you love the Russians. I know you're rooting for Putin and stumping for Trump. You're trying to destroy society so you could use your guns to kill the racial and ethnic minorities in this country. I know that. Linwood doesn't. Why? Because you're lying to him that if he takes out us, then he will get a seat at the table. I would like to present evidence that there's no room at the table for a college dropout, third grade Nazi nut, black, as Midnight, who couldn't possibly sit at the table next to Putin. He's a staunch racist. So we will prove tonight that if they kill us, humanity is doomed. Why? Because white people are the dumbest race of people on earth. You certainly couldn't govern. And the third grade black people who believe every lie you tell them, the conscious morons of the world, they can't govern either. The Linwoods of the world, they can't govern. And this will prove without a reasonable doubt, first of all, what he said was not true. Second of all, it was malice. Why? Because it could end all humanity. You elect one of these Nazis, you give Trump a second term? Huh? We couldn't. President Obama, the black genius, he said America could hardly stand one term of Trump without him killing everybody on earth with the coronavirus. We could not stand two. So we got nuts in the chat room putting up Trump and Putin 2024. Linwood
Black
is
geniuses
black.
Don't tend towards
Why the hell would
hyperbole.
Linwood want Trump and Putin? Okay? These people can't stand his black behind. Now, you don't get to say that I'm rambling. You don't know the definition of rambling. Henry, put up the definition of rambling and see if what I'm telling in my opening arguments is rambling. It's not. These are facts. And when you're in a court of law, you don't go by your racist opinion. Just because you hate me, just because you envy me, just because you're jealous of me, that doesn't make
This
you
is
superior.
a very
You couldn't hold a
bad
candle
argument he's making.
And that
But I see
means
exactly
that
what
I'm
he's trying to say.
rambling?
He's
No,
trying to
it's
say-
because you're dumb to
Hold on one
understand what
sec.
I'm saying.
He's trying to say, without, as weird as he's saying it, that Linwood loses because he wasn't saying anything that was defamatory. What he was saying was a statement of opinion.
Well, I heard that. I basically thought I heard him say, "You lose because Linwood doesn't know shit."
That's the point. He said that, and then he went on to say that what it was an opinion. And so statements of opinion are not that defamatory, and the First Amendment controls, right? So he completely messed up the doctrine of malice, invoking that there was going to be some violence because of war. I'm sorry, Stanley. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this.
Thank you.
Is that the end of your opening argument?
Yes. Yes, may the best real brother win.
Perfect. Okay. Go ahead, Linwood.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I would like to deeply apologize for the plaintiff's insults and indignations toward you.
Objection. Objection. The plaintiff is not on trial. Objection,
so no
Your Honor.
objections during the opening
I
argument.
said.
Sorry, go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury and those in the courtroom, I sincerely apologize for what you just heard. It was insulting, it was demeaning, and I, as the defendant in this case, apologize to you for the plaintiff's behavior and actions. This case is about defamation. Can anyone be sued, whether they're a content creator on YouTube, whether they're a social media personality, for defaming a person of anything? Currently with Carly B being defamed by Tasha K for having a sexually transmitted disease. And knowingly, Miss K knowingly kept defaming Miss Cardi B, even when Miss Cardi B did not have a sexually transmitted disease. Is that grounds for defamation? Yes. The recent case with Fox News suing or being sued by Dominion Voting Systems, when Fox News hosts as well as commentaries kept going on their airwaves lying that the 2020 election was stolen from President Trump. Even when his lawyers and legal experts said to Fox News's producers of certain shows, we don't have the evidence to back up that actually happened. They continuously, for months on end, kept going on their airwaves saying the election was stolen, Dominion Voting Systems had connections to Venezuela, to the late great Hugo Chavez, to some sort of software system flipping votes from Biden to Trump. And when the actual truth got out that they actually hid the evidence, or they failed to turn over evidence to Dominion, the case was pretty much null and void. That's why today Fox News had to settle for $787.5 million. In this country, you cannot defame somebody for profit. You cannot lie on somebody for profit.
The fuck?
Today, we're at a serious precedent between journalism and opinionism, and those two lines are being blurred. So today's public doesn't know if it's journalistic or if
let's
opinion.
Stop this.
And as we go forward with this defamation,
okay, this argument makes no sense. Number one, there is such a thing as opinion journalism, so of course you can do that. This defamation, look, the defamation is based on harm. Did you cause harm to a specific person, company, what have you? But you know what? Whatever.
Statement that you made, you're absolutely right.
You know, let me make one point, and I talk to you. I might just fucking take an online course. The amazing thing is that it's just logic. Just make a good argument. Fucking, it is shocking how bad people are at getting from point A to point B logically.
That's why, if you remember last month or a month before that, I had made mention in the chat that people in college as undergrads should take an intro to logic class. This is why.
Yeah, you and I were talking about that. It's like, motherfuckers, y'all, it might be, you know, I said high school. No, I said like take like a law class or something. Juan, this might be the cause of our time. Like y'all need to be taking logic your senior year of high school or something.
You really do. You need to, and also people need to. In Lidwood's case, they need to take a reading comprehension course because I didn't. I learned something new today, Stanley. I can defame somebody as long as I didn't make any money off of it. I make a defamatory statement about Dominion voting systems. Don't worry, Dominion, you can't sue me. I didn't make a dime. Matter of fact, I lost money.
Oh man, dude, just this. Oh my lord, what on earth? Now wait, hold it. Now, Juan, I'm gonna say, and you know what? I know, and I'm older these days. I'm not gonna, unless like some woman who knows who she is, just go, Stanley. I don't mind that you're an asshole and a little older. I just loves you. It's like, dude, these people are raising children. We wonder how the fuck we got to where we are. Dude, people who can't think are raising kids who can't think, and they're in the schools. The reason schools are so bad is because the teachers are bad.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's worse than.
How could they not be?
Well,
I'm a Generation X critic. I think that we as Generation X, and might as well call me a boomer. Look, we just lost our way. And I'm not talking about anyone in this chat or on this panel or just people keep asking the stupid question, how do we get here? Well, if you don't know, that's the problem. you couldn't get from point A to point B in the first place.
What is that slogan by G.I. Joe? And knowing is half the battle.
Exactly. But ain't no kung fu grip gonna fix this one.
Not this. Unless it were. If I were to find out that, again, I'm sorry. This is my education coming in. Me learning that, I can defame the hell out of you as long as I didn't make any money. Well, there you go.
Dude, you know what? Look, I don't expect, and honestly, and you can't squeeze blood out of stone.
True.
The problem is stones don't think they're not stones. If you ever hear half these motherfuckers who really don't know shit, they will swear they do. It is so annoying.
I take the Mark Twain.
Linwood literally, I've heard Linwood get up on John Galt's panel and like, John Galt doesn't know shit. Well, motherfucker, who's telling John Galt doesn't know shit? He knows something because he's John Galt and fucking has time to fuck with your dumb ass while you're working at a hardware store. This is the other thing, Juan. Why do these motherfuckers have time to listen to YouTube while they're working?
Where do they get the time?
Apparently, y'all ain't working hard enough.
Yeah, exactly. I was on Jay's Hot Topics a couple of days ago, and I saw Bob, and the first thing he said was, "Juan, where the hell have you been?" I'm like, dude, you haven't seen what happened with this current administration? I actually got shit to do this year.
Well, see, this is that pilot's laissez-faire attitude. Motherfuckers, pilots and firemen, you work like intensely hard for a few days, then you get like 2 weeks off or something like that. So
I hate that. We call that the hurry up and wait syndrome. Like, I'll get everything done, and then we have to wait, and that wait can take anywhere from like a couple of weeks to a couple of months. And it's like, this isn't fun. And then, but the problem is, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just trying to imagine Bob being that kind of dick. He knew he was being a dick. See, that's the problem with people like Bob. He knows he's being a dick. Where the fuck do you think I've been, bitch? I'm not a goddamn pilot. I don't fly to vacation for my job.
Well, now one thing before you play, resume the video. I don't know if you noticed, but Laura de Laguna, she looked like she was trying hard not to laugh herself. I saw her.
Do you know anything about her? I'll be honest, she does not strike me as particularly bright.
She, if I'm not mistaken, she interned, or I could be wrong, but I believe she interned or had a relationship, not personal, professional relationship with Mark Rendaza. And for context, Rendaza is a First Amendment attorney, and he is smart as all get up. Matter of fact, some of the briefs that I read are from him, just so that I can, get a clearer understanding on what prior restraint is, on, the regulations of commercial speech and things like that. That's his wheelhouse. And if I'm not mistaken, she had a professional relationship with his law firm before she took the bar and passed.
Oh, fuck. So she is a lawyer.
I believe so. Again, I could be wrong, but if I'm not mistaken,
well,
she's
then.
practicing in Minnesota.
You know what? It's always dickheads like me that are smart and all. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out why she's slumming with these fools. But
that's why I was asking.
Oh well.
How the hell she was with the likes of the DUI guy who's an attorney out of Kentucky, Legal Mindset, an attorney out of and then of course Robert Barnes, who's also another First Amendment attorney. And I'm like, how the hell did you go from that upper echelon to Linwood?
Well, she's a student. Well, let me ask you a question. Because what is the echelon of lawyers? Years ago, I was actually on my way into a hip surgery, and I was talking with a third-year med student, and I figured, surgeons, or radiologists are the smartest, like doctors, and you know what? She surprised the hell out of me. She's like, no, dermatologists are like the upper echelon. There's something about dermatology and allergists that makes either they're smart because, hey, I don't have to fucking be in an emergency room all the time. So what's the echelon of lawyers?
That I personally don't know. In my honest opinion, the upper echelon for me would be the people that have what are known as SJDs, the Science Juris Doctor's degrees. That's the equivalent of the PhD. So your Stephen Brachis, who was the dean of the law school that I went to, that guy Sarah Berman, who used to teach at UCLA and the University of Southern California. Those types, people that like to take the bar exam for fun. Those I would argue are the upper echelon. And then the second level of the upper echelon would be, I would argue, the people that have to go before the Supreme Court to either argue First Amendment cases, 14th Amendment.
That's the second level? Holy fuck.
The second level of the upper echelon would be those people.
Wow.
Because First Amendment, it's still a developing body of law, right? 14th Amendment law, that's still a developing body of law. And now
really?
Believe it or not, it still is. And believe it or not, we're starting to finally expand into we're starting to expand case law into Second Amendment law. Thank goodness. But you have to come up with novel theories based on sound legal doctrine. So you're not looking at case law at that point. You're looking at treatises. You're looking at like the first restatement of crimes or the second restatement.
Well, I mean, pure creativity.
Pretty much.
Because I honestly, 14th Amendment is fascinating.
It's something else.
Well, no, when I started thinking, I actually read Clarence Thomas's what is it, supporting opinion or whatever of Roberts in that affirmative action case. And he literally quoted Thomas Sowell. He did not quote any legal precedent or anything. He literally quoted Thomas Sowell.
Well, he did more than quote
Thomas Sowell is like, that's honestly, I was shocked.
It's brilliant, but what he did that was even better than that, Stanley, and I think you saw it as well, but he actually themed his concurring opinion around Thomas Sowell. That's very, very difficult to do without sounding stupid.
Well, that's a tribute. That's like, but I'm gonna be honest, Juan. I expected better.
Well,
I mean, honestly, Thomas Sowell, he's a partisan. He's not, look, first off, I think economists are the worst social critics imaginable. Everything has to be cost benefit. Thomas Sowell is not a particularly good economist. He's not a particularly good teacher.
Right.
And I have reasons for thinking that. So, I'm not just whistling Dixie. I actually, he's not a proven teacher. He is a proven introvert. He's a smart introvert. Shit, I'm a smart introvert. I thought I honestly, and I know I keep cutting you off. I honestly worry about Clarence Thomas. I do not think he is going to write anything that people will be reading 50 years after he dies. He has really not made the impact that even a Thurgood Marshall did. And you may not be impressed with what Thurgood Marshall did on the court, but he did Brown v.
Board of Education.
He
What he
did
did as a
that.
solicitor in the Brown v. Board of Education case, I think, trumps anything that he did as a Supreme Court justice. I think that they just put him up there to say, look,
Yeah, absolutely.
Look, we got you a black guy, but he's not dumb either. The point that I was making is that Clarence Thomas was able to theme his concurring opinion around Thomas Sowell, and it actually stood. It actually held value.
I disagree. I think he was an accoutrement to Roberts. It was just icing on a cake that was already baked.
Right.
I read the whole opinion, and I was not impressed. And I'm not a lawyer. I'm not you. However, I don't know. I respect Clarence Thomas. He's obviously not dumb. I don't think he's uniquely brilliant. I don't think he has blazed territory. I think he's literally been a placeholder.
Right. Well, what I would do in that particular sense, and this is where I guess I might be messing up, but I'm looking at what he did now versus what he did when Antonin Scalia was on the court. And what he did when Antonin Scalia was on the court never held water. Matter of fact, Antonin Scalia would write like a reconcurrence and would smack the down. And he didn't have to do that in this particular case. Now, was it sound? Was it good or not? That's up for debate. You and I have our differences there, but there's no way in hell I would be able to theme any of my arguments the way that he did and it stand up at all.
You know what? If you have to theme your argument based on see, I also kind of know it was, if you have to theme a legal argument based on a dude who's not particularly accomplished, I'm not a Sowell fan. I think Sowell was almost like a spirit animal. There's nothing Sowell has done other than his reputation and how he is revered. He has done no important work. And I know it's going to sound like, oh, Stanley's being, a partisan, but no, what has Soul done? There is literally no piece of literature or economic work. He has been a spirit animal. People have loved him. Peter Robinson, on his shows will fawn. Thomas Sowell has done nothing. We will not be reading Thomas Sowell 50 years from now. They don't, dude. The only reason I knew who Thomas Sowell was to begin with is I used to see him on Bill Buckley's show. My parents never talked. Literally, my parents never talked about Thomas Sowell. We knew who Justice Thomas was because, believe this or not, I'm from the same Catholic parish. So we all knew who he was. Sowell, and I'm 60, was never talked about.
Well, and that's
I mean,
where
I don't even know. There's not a Thomas Sowell book in my house, and there are a lot of books. That bookshelf is still there. My mother never talked about Thomas Sowell.
Well, that's where I have no choice but to agree with you there, Stanley, because I understand some of his talks regarding racism and the economy. Okay, that's one thing, but you're right. I haven't seen any theories that he made, like a Milton Friedman or John Maynard Keynes, right? The Keynesian
Well,
theory.
even Glenn Lowry, we know who Glenn Lowry is, and my parent now he is younger than my parents. Well, my father now. So, but I've known who Glenn Lowry was. Look, bottom line is, I think that Sowell in particular avoided the hard work of convincing Black America that he was right. He ran from it. He quit teaching because of his experience at UCLA. And literally. Now this was the 60s, and you can imagine Thomas Sowell was a fucking square. However, I've known squares who were cool with their kids. They would just go, hey, you know what? Thomas Sowell's a motherfucking square, but you know what? He's a straight shooter. Thomas Sowell, and I think he's just an introvert, and I kind of get it, but he never tried to be known in the Black community. I have huge problems with Thomas Sowell. I have huge problems that people like if he was so important, whether you like him or not, someone on the left, like what is his name? Mark. God damn it! What's the black dude's name? He's young. He's got it. Mark Lamont Hill. No one ever talks good about Sowell. No one will ever go, well, you know what? You may not like him, but no one ever does that. Sowell is literally not taken seriously by anyone who is not like literally dude, Booker T. Washington isn't Mark Lamont Hill's cup of tea, but no one can say that motherfucker didn't do anything important.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right there.
I mean, you will never hear Cornel West talk bad. I have a disagreement. I don't agree with his worldview, but you'll never hear disrespect. Thomas Sowell is not of that ilk. And I just think that I do not think that that Clarence Thomas did a good thing. And I have huge problems, and you might be the only motherfucker I can talk to who kind of gets where I'm coming from on this. I really don't think that was a good thing. Thomas Sowell is not a serious intellect.
And that again might be true, but the thing is what you'll want to do. I'm not saying that Clarence Thomas is doing this. I can't speak for him. Is you want to put what you're trying to say in a way that people, other audiences will be able to understand it, and that's theming. That's what I saw. I mean, in some ways, I agree with you. Like I mentioned, and there might be subtle differences, but I know the Keynesian model of economics. I know the Friedman model of economics. Those were taught to us in macro and microeconomics classes.
Do you know who Polanyi is?
Good Lord. My head. Yes, I know who that guy is.
You think Keynes? No, Polanyi is a contemporary of Hayek. And I think they've had interactions, and I'm not that level of an economic historian, so don't quote me on it. But Polanyi, Keynes is kind of the middle ground. Polanyi was not a Marxist, but it basically comes down to Hayek, and von Mises is even worse. The market, people need to basically do a Simon and Garfunkel. You remember the song, The Sound of Silence?
Yeah, but
it's like people need to let the market be their god. Polanyi was the opposite. The market is a tool that should serve people,
exactly.
not the opposite. So, look, Milton Friedman, interesting guy. Thomas Sowell wasn't Milton Friedman.
Well, that's
didn't even have the flair.
Well, and there's no substance. That's the point that I was also trying to make. Milton Friedman at least had some substance. They have economic theories. That's the substance. And I haven't seen anything from Thomas Sowell at all.
Well, that's because he quit.
Then
dude quit.
Then that wouldn't make him an economist. That would just make him an orator. Then it's basically.
Well, you see there. Look up a documentary called Maverick. It's basically a documentary about Thomas Sowell and what's his name? Jason. He's a Wall Street Journal opinion columnist. Jason Riley is his name. There's a movie called Maverick, and Maverick is not all inclusive. It is a fan movie of Sowell. And don't get me wrong, Sowell means something, but he is not an intellectual powerhouse. He's more a spirit animal. Okay. Candace Owens loves Thomas Sowell because he's her spirit animal. He was a quote independent thinker. And he got off the Democratic plantation. But as far as a theory, look, it's hard to quantify what I'm saying, but there's nothing Thomas Sowell has written that would inspire kids to be like Thomas Sowell. And really, that's where I'm going. Cornel West, if you know his background, Cornel West, if you're really interested, he is actually more than, sitting there going brother a lot. That motherfucker was a serious intellectual. That motherfucker, I had no clue. Philosophy, this motherfucker speaks Farsi.
Not only that, but he knows I saw him live. He did a conference at the he did a distinguished lecture at the University of Puerto Rico. And he knew the history of the island frontwards and backwards from the from the
See, that's scary.
Discovered that island looking for Mexico all the way. He knew his stuff. I don't agree with him. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't agree with him.
Absolutely. You know what? But you can't go the motherfucker's dumb as shit.
No, you can't. Which brings this full circle because it looks like the chat is just looking for Linwood to get destroyed. Because that goes back to another point that I wanted to make, Stanley. There are people that Cat Williams calls them the smart dumb niggas. Pardon my language. You can sound.
Say what you must. This is Stanley versus the world. And yeah, I don't like the N word, but you're the special guest.
But you have people that are articulate but stupid. And I'm sorry, there's nothing worse. And you've seen them, Stanley.
Motherfucker, I might be one of them. I'm not God's gift of intellect. You just know smart people when you meet them.
Real recognize real, right? But no, you hear somebody
well, no.
You hear somebody.
No, go ahead, Juan.
You hear somebody talk, and you know damn well you're gonna see it here that they're trying too goddamn hard, and you're like, dude.
Juan. Juan. You know what though, and you know this as well as I do. I would literally be okay if you just be your fucking self.
Exactly.
Dude, you don't have to be a goddamn dude, Einstein can't split wood and keep your wife warm. Motherfucker, there are all kinds of intelligences. Dude, I read books. Motherfucker, it just so happens I can split wood, but do you know how many people in Juan, I swear it has been one of the things. I think I'm halfway there. Motherfucker, my son needs to be able to goddamn read a book and protect a family. Fucking dig a ditch if he has to. It does not matter if you can read a book. You need to be able to apply what you learned. And I don't think people really understand, because I'm old and retired. Motherfucker, I can dig a ditch. I can design the ditch I dig. You got to be able to do a lot of things. You fucking mastering Section 8 is great. And yeah, I'm taking a little personal. But motherfucker, I would never fucking predestine my child to do one thing or another. Children are kind of like, and this is going to sound horrible, they're like plants. You give them nurture. You feed them, you nurture them, you keep them warm. And then you see where they go. And if they're going in a positive direction, encourage them. My son, and I know you did this with your daughter, my son has wanted to do like fucking computers since he was literally 7. I want to design video games. And you know what? Funny thing is, he went through architecture, he could identify every shark. One thing he's been extremely consistent on, and I told him, son, you could fucking be a lawyer. He's my son. Of course he will devastate you if you let him. The dude is very verbal, but he's also very mathy.
Uh-huh.
I'm fawning, but he wants to do computers. And I'm like, you can do a lot of other things, but he's also kind of a natural.
Well, we call those.
I tried to say, dude, I made him take economics in high school because there's more things you can do with math. I just wanted him to be exposed to it. So you nurture your kid. But you gotta let them do what they're naturally good at. You just need to go what about a lot. And you are that kind of father. Yeah, well, motherfucker, get your nose off your computer and go fishing. He can motherfucking catch a fish.
Well, exactly. The thing is for me, since I heard people say it, well, Juan, you will do such and such. And, you know, we're men, Stanley. That rebellion kicks in. The hell I am, right? You know, but everybody has, in Spanish, they call it a don, like a gift, a calling, right? I like what I do, you know. Is it a calling?
Motherfucker, I wish I were young.
I'm not getting. I'm 45. I'm not that
Here's
young.
the other thing. Speaking of what you do, we're gonna have to do a show. DJ MFB has some cases he wants to talk about. I need you and I and Portia or whoever else. We got to do a show on immigration. I was on, was it Drip Show or Freezy? I can't remember now.
I was on that show. You're talking about 2 weeks ago.
Motherfucker, you caught all kinds of goddamn heat, and you're a motherfucking expert. It pissed me off so much.
The problem is, not to interrupt you, is you have people, and this is on both political spectrums, the people that are on the Republican side, the people that are on the Democrat side, and they don't realize that this shit, pardon my language, is so complicated. And I'm like, dude, it doesn't work that way. I know, this is what I'm in. This is what I do for a living. Like, I was in California. I was streaming from San Diego, California. I had just gotten back from an interview, from an immigration interview with our client. And I'm like, dude, it doesn't work that way. You guys are expecting this to be so simplistic. And when people were like, you don't know what I'm doing. Dude, I was literally right there.
But see, this is the difference between you and me. I'd have gone off on that motherfucker. Like, you dumb son of a bitch. And let me tell you how it really is. Juan, I praise you for you are like my father in a way. I am like my mother. You know what? She's going to give you, yes. She's going to be Southern Belle. And then all of a sudden, motherfucker, you just stepped off a line. Let me tell you what I really think. Dude, I don't like, I've been on Drip's panel. Look, I went up on Drip's panel once. I've never been on Freezy's. I only feel safe on a John Galt. And I know this is weird. I panel hop, but only with people that kind of know me and my quirks. And you can call me all kinds of shit, but at least you know where I'm coming from.
Right.
And of course you acquitted yourself, you handled yourself well, but I was disappointed in them black people. Motherfucker, you literally told them you do this for a living, and all these motherfuckers are Googling shit. It's like, this motherfucker's been to law school and you're gonna Google?
That's why
it was fucking hilarious.
That's why I have in my bedroom a poster, and my boss has it in his office. And by the way, we actually beat the Texas Board of Law Examiners last week. While I was in California, we got that decision in. My boss got sworn in, or is getting sworn in this next week. He will not only be eligible for California, of course, the federal law, which includes immigration, but as of next week, he will be eligible so that we can actually start taking on Texas cases. But we had to do that. The thing is we have to go up against that. We have to know the body of law, or we have to know what has to be said, and those people don't.
Well, wait, hold it. What changed? Are you moving to California?
No, the school that I went to, Stanley, and this is why I get laughed at. I went to school online because I didn't.
Who gives a fuck?
Well, I sure as hell don't, but a lot of people do. And it's funny when they see that I went to school online, they almost write me off, and then they see my writing samples and they're like, "Oh shit, I'm impressed." I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, they didn't teach us, they didn't give us Cracker Jack box degrees, but the thing is when you're dealing with people that don't know that, like on Drip Show, no offense to them, and then of course some of them wanting to be comedians.
No. Don't defend those motherfuckers.
I wasn't. I was actually.
They're idiots. Look, and not Drip, of course, not TMKC. All I'm saying is these Juan, and I get to be the cranky old man. Just like, look, even dude, I might, if I'm gonna come off half cocked, I'm gonna go, well, this is my opinion. I try, and I don't always do it, but dude, those motherfuckers were whistling Dixie. And you held your cool. I'd have gone off on those motherfuckers. And you know me, I don't like to use the N-word and all that shit. I might have been tempted though.
Well, part
It's
of it
like,
was.
what the fuck does your ghetto ass know about this shit? And why are you talking about it anyway?
Well, that goes back to the poster that I have in my room that my boss has in his office. We have that poster that says, don't confuse your Google search with our law degree. And me, I've learned, and you're going to see this with Linwood in a couple of minutes. Sorry, guys, it wasn't my fault this time.
No, it's my fault, motherfucker. Stop blaming Juan.
You have these people that think they know.
Wait, hold it. Richard, it is Stanley versus the world. Please let me host an actual smart motherfucker. None of y'all are that smart, except for Portia, of course. The rest of y'all are dummies.
And HB. And you. The thing is,
fuck HB. He's an idiot too. But I better retract that because I might suffer if I say that. But I miss HB for that matter. Where the fuck is HB?
But the thing that I've learned though, Stanley, is
and Portia, I talked to HB, online, on the show. I'm just fucking with HB. So
the thing that I do, Stanley, now is I'll say what I can, but afterwards I'll just let you hang yourself at this point, figuratively speaking. And these people,
I'm not that patient. I want to hang you.
As you'll see with Linwood, guys in the chat, when they hang themselves figuratively speaking, it's glorious. And Stanley, I get to clip it. And I get to use it against them in the future. So, it's like, okay, all right.
All right, well, we'll start it. But I also want to tell folks that I'm having a whale of a time because I'm, 2.5 seats to the wind. I'm not that interested in what I know who Linwood is already. So y'all hit the link if you want. I was hoping that Lee Clinton would come up, but God damn it.
Nation suit, I want you to also understand that the plaintiff has as well used defaming language towards former President Donald Trump. And I will be presenting that to you in the questions and answers when we cross-examine with one another. I thank all of you for taking this time to take time out of your night to be on this program in this court. Thank you for hearing me out.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
and I have
Thank
to.
you so much for your opening.
There's a weird thing that black people, and they have been for a while.
Was he low-key hitting on Lauren De Laguna? What the hell was that?
Now that she has her hair down, she looks better. I don't know that I would hit on her. She needs lawyer clothes. She's not wearing them.
She just needs to button up that blouse, that's all.
Could it be her lighting, maybe?
Well, that too. It could be that as well.
Yeah. Well, you know what? She looks nicer with her hair down. Softens up that aluminum sided trailer look. That aluminum siding could be harsh. You don't like that joke, but I think it's hilarious.
opening arguments, both of you.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Fox News is not on trial. He is. I object, Your Honor.
Ended. So now it is your time, RBR, to question Linwood. Linwood, you're not. Now, hold on. Before we go into this, RBR, if you disagree with an answer Linwood gives,
Shut up. Stop insulting.
You can provide evidence to prove that he is wrong, but you cannot turn around and say you're wrong. Go ahead and start with your questions.
I would like to ask the court for the judge to stop insulting me. I know more about law in my little pinky finger than she knows in her whole life. First of all, you would have to define evidence. The word evidence has a meaning, and I showed the meaning on my show, and you did good.
Okay, once again, this is not your time to testify. You had opening arguments. This is now your time to ask Linwood questions. If you
Look, I know law, ladies and gentlemen, because I read it in the dictionary once. Yes.
That is closing argument.
Hold on one sec. Let me
Speaking
pause
your
this.
questioning of Linwood.
I don't.
Now, do you know?
Go ahead, Juan. Say what you said again. I'm sorry, I missed it.
Oh, I was just teasing. I was simply saying, hey, look, guys, I know law. I read it in the dictionary once. Now, look, I'm smart.
Well, see, that's the weird thing. The surface law, not knowing what's beneath the surface. Look, the surface is logic. The details are the devil.
What
and the precedent
the trial
Lord.
is about today, Linwood? What do you think that this trial is about? What do you think the charges against you are?
The charges against me are defaming you and
just a quick thing, and I swear I'll be brief. You literally used to be able to explain slavery using the law. The law is fucking awesome. Words matter. The devil's in the details, but dude, sophistry is awesome. You just have to convince people. So anyway, I'll stop, but it is endlessly fascinating what you can do with a good argument. It's like statistics, except we don't make, if you go to the Constitution, there's not a goddamn statistic other than 3/4 there.
3/5
saying that you wanted to kill white people.
I said 3/4, didn't I? God damn it. I'm not good at math.
And you also said that you want to put Donald Trump, the Nazi, and Vladimir Putin, the communist, in power because you thought they would kill niggers like me. Now, what did you mean by?
Yeah.
You can't just testify. You can't just give a statement.
No, I'm asking you a question, bitch.
You have to. So you
What
can
the?
say, "Isn't that correct?" at the end, but you can't just make a statement.
This is dumb as the fucking day is long. Let me do my.
He actually sounds like tough guy.
You said it is your testimony. You said in your opening statement that I defamed Donald Trump. Vladimir Putin.
He didn't even get his question right.
You said that I defamed.
Yeah, I'm
Donald
not that impressed.
J. Trump, who wanted to kill everybody on earth who wasn't white. Do you understand what the defamed means? Do you understand what that defamation of Adolf Hitler would mean? George Zimmerman defamed George Zimmerman.
Oh, come on now. Wait, hold
what it
on.
means
I
say
take umbrage
that someone
with this.
defamed someone?
Come on now, Portia. Oh, hold on. Portia, come on now. Resident Puerto Rican attorney? No. That's not how this works, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen.
With all due respect, ma'am, just attorney.
Disclaimer.
I'm gonna insist on that.
Yes.
What does it mean? So how could I have defamed a president that is about to go to prison for trying to kill everybody on earth who wasn't white.
Objection
How,
unintelligible.
in your opinion, how did I defame him?
On your show on a regular basis, you make statements that President Trump killed 8 million civilians with the coronavirus.
Well, how many civilians do you think died from the coronavirus?
In the United States, 500,000.
I didn't think there's a big world here, and the United States would
This
think that the
is
United
so
States is
weak.
the entire world.
Wait.
No.
Two stupid motherfuckers arguing a stupid point.
That has nothing to do with defamation.
Saints preserve us. And this poor girl, look at her. She's like, I hope they're paying her. You think she got some cash apps at least?
My educated guess is that Linwood offered to take her on a date after the trial ended.
She's not ugly.
No, she's not.
Oh, well, how many people?
Hey, supposedly women don't care that much about looks.
Died of the coronavirus in the entire world?
That I don't know.
I do. It's Your Honor. What should we do? Because I have proof. I just go to Google and type in how many people worldwide have died from Trump's coronavirus.
The way that you could have done that
Henry.
is said, the way that you could have done that is said,
You're supposed to authenticate
would
that.
you believe me if I said that the number of people who died of coronavirus worldwide is this number? That's how you could have introduced that. So you
would
want
that be? Would you consider that evidence, Your Honor?
If he responded yes, the jury is allowed to believe your questions and his response, and he can respond no, that seems like an unreasonable number, and then at that point you could bring in evidence showing the correct number. I would also wonder what the relevance of this.
Well, the relevance is he said I defamed him. Now, I can go another tack. That's fine.
Right,
That's fine.
but he's on trial for defamation, not you. So
I know he thinks I'm on trial. Well, you have to understand he's dumb as a doorknob. He thinks I'm on trial, and I'll go with it. Now, I'll go another. I withdraw the question. Okay.
Okay.
Are you familiar with George Zimmerman's trial against Trayvon Martin's parents for calling him a murderer?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Okay. Now that case was thrown out of court. Why? George Zimmerman claimed that they defamed his character by saying he was a murderer.
So
Why
once again, you're not allowed to test it. You're not allowed to add evidence.
Objection.
Like
I'm not adding evidence. I'm asking him a question.
Which
Why
objection?
was the case thrown out?
Your Honor,
What is
object.
your objection?
You
What is
can't
your
object.
objection?
You're on the stand.
He's allowed to object.
Your Honor, I
No.
object because I want the context of the question that he's going to ask me about Mr. Zimmerman suing Mr. and Mrs.
So, like,
Fulton.
foundation, relevance, stuff like that. Yes.
Yes,
Can you
ma'am.
please explain relevance to this line of questioning and how it
Yes,
relates
because if I defamed, if I defamed Donald Trump for simply stating a fact that 8 million people died of the coronavirus, the judge in the Trayvon Martin case said, which is worse, actually killing Trayvon Martin or suing his parents for saying you were a murderer because you killed their son? Which one is worse?
What relevance does that have to do with?
Okay, if I say
Exactly, how
Donald
the
Trump
hell does
killed
that
8 million
change the
people with the
your favorite Linwood
coronavirus,
or vice
what's
versa?
worse?
Whatever.
Me saying
hold on
that
one
Donald
sec,
Trump
let me
killed
stop
8
it.
million people.
Okay, so
Sorry.
she said, what is the relevance of that question? And I'm saying exactly. How does that tend to prove that Linwood defamed you? Like, what the hell does that have to do with anything? Doesn't mean
Oh, you're still paying attention? Okay. Look, I'm much more interested in RBR. And I'll be honest, yeah, pithy word every now and again. So let us start this again. And how about where is that Deacon Dave who should come up And you know what? This is weird. She looks good with her hair down. That's as far as I've gotten.
With the coronavirus, or Donald Trump killing 8 million people with the coronavirus?
Your Honor, I object to the line of questioning because I would like to please.
Defaming him.
RBR.
I know what defamation is.
So RBR, listen, you have to keep your line of questioning to the issue at hand. You are trying to prove that Linwood said something, that it was said to another person, that it caused you damage, and that the statement was
Yeah, we're
false,
gonna
right?
have to
Those are
do
the four
another
elements.
jungle justice at some
Let's bring
point,
up the four
Portia.
elements again.
And
You have to stay
this
relevant
judge
to those
is
issues.
teaching lawyers how to be lawyers. So obviously moot
What is the
court.
relevance?
The relevance is
Or
he
something
said
like
in his
it.
opening statement
Look,
in
you know
front of a
what?
lot of people,
I'm
including
just
you,
gonna be
that
real evil.
I defamed Donald Trump, the
Motherfuckers,
Nazi,
I
who
might
wanted to
just
kill
go to
everybody
law
on Earth
school
who wasn't white and wasn't in the
just
top
to
richest 1%.
fuck with
I
some
object
The relevancy
to the line
is,
of question.
the
Your Honor, I
relevancy is,
object to the
the
line of
rele-
questioning.
I'm speaking right now.
Go ahead.
I'm speaking right now. All right. So the relevance is he doesn't understand what the word defamation means. Now,
That's not
if you
all.
think
How the fuck is that
I'm sorry,
relevant?
He doesn't have to understand
That's
what
not how that
he's
works.
suing me for defamation, and he doesn't know what defamation is.
See,
I would like the
one,
Not how
jury
that
to
works
make a
either.
note.
this is what annoys me. And it happens, this is a panel. I'm sorry, a show with a panel, but in real time. And this is an honest question. How do you deal with that sort of question? Now, relevance means he doesn't know something. Why do people not fucking understand?
Well,
That's stupidity, not relevance. Why can't they figure out the right word to use?
Well, the problem is it's stupidity and ignorance at the same time. And you and I both know, Stanley, that there's a difference. There are certain things that I'm ignorant about, but I'm not dumb, right? And in this particular case, it's in part. The ignorant part is, for evidence to be relevant, it has to tend to make a fact of consequence in your case more or less likely to have occurred. That's all that simply means. However, with these people, they seem to think that relevance simply means that it's relevant to the topic at hand, like a high school paper. And it doesn't work that way. I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way.
I hate to tell you this story, but let me tell you a hard lesson. I was maybe 25, 26. And we had a hard day in the Red Sea. I'm gonna never use a word that you look. You either, if you use a word, you need to know how it's pronounced, what it means, the context of when you use it, and maybe several layers deeper than that. And I'm so embarrassed to say, and thank God my CO was a nice guy. Look, I was a smart guy. Even in a room full of naval officers, I would, if not the smartest, I wasn't chopped liver. So one day I was explaining something to my captain in his cabin, and thank God it was just me and him. So I said, well, Captain, he wasn't making a cogent point. And you know what? I knew what the word meant, but I had never used the word. And my captain looked up, because this is the other odd thing about my captain. He was into trains, model trains. So he's in his cabin, and I'm talking to him about something. He's sitting down fucking painting a goddamn fucking model train. So this motherfucker's listening to me, and I mispronounced a word, and that motherfucker stopped painting, looked up, and said, Stanley, it's pronounced cogent. And went back to fucking painting his goddamn train. And you know what? Motherfucker, he just trained a young man.
That's not stupid.
Motherfucker, just because you read it doesn't mean you know how to use it. And you know what? I didn't particularly like this captain, but he was always nice to me. You know what? I know what he thought. Yeah, you know what? He's trying to sound smart, but you ain't so smart, are you?
But the difference, Stanley, is this: that was ignorance. That you didn't know you didn't know how it was pronounced. That's different. And you're like me to a fault. I would argue you're not afraid of being wrong because you learned something afterwards.
Absolutely.
That's the biggest difference. That there's a difference between Juan. It's pronounced cogent versus. I know exactly.
I should have gone, Captain. I used it right though. Doesn't that count for something? Give me a participation trophy.
Right, exactly. That's the difference. That's the difference. You say Juan is pronounced cogent. Okay, perfect. I learned something new today. I'll use the term cogent now, right? Versus I'll say it however the F I want to say it. It's cogent. Okay, now at that point I'm being dumb, right? Because now I know better, and I decide to just wallow in my own ignorance.
But here's the lovely thing about that experience, and maybe the Navy in general. You know what? I'm sure that captain thought, well, that dumb motherfucker. But he also knew that, dude, this is a 25-year-old trying to be or sound smart in front of captains at sea on a ship. They are God. Literally.
Right.
Not, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
they are the ultimate heavy responsibility, but you know what? Had I been the captain, I might have made a joke and laughed your ass out of my cabin. Thank God he was a better you know what? He was a good guy, and I was so goddamn embarrassed. Like, I'm the only black officer on this shit on this ship. But you know what? It was no big deal. And honestly, I'm reading the race only black officer at the time. I was just embarrassed. But he knew I read books. He knew who I was. So, don't be afraid of making mistakes is really the point you picked up on. And I've taken 20 minutes to say what Juan said it about in a few words. Sorry, Juan, I'm kind of tipsy.
So I'm drinking wine right now myself.
Look, it's good to talk to a person who fucking knows what words mean.
But I had to learn that the hard way myself. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I was in high school and even in college, and this is where colleges, if they're not careful, they're selling our kids' generation and Generation Alpha, who's going to come online within the next 5 years, Stanley. They're selling them short because instead of them saying, Juan, write a research paper and be concise with what you're telling me, here's what they'll do. Juan, write a 15-page research paper, and I'm going to count every word. And you're going to be graded on whether you filled this, 15 pages up. When I can get my point across in 5 pages. And it's funny because when I went to law school, I had to learn how to dumb that shit back down again. They're like, we don't care how many pages. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a very serious question. What if you look? My son has never, like, if I fucking we learned when he was 8. Trevor doesn't like daddy checking his homework. So no, and I didn't like my mother checking my homework. It's like, why are you? No, I fucking hated it.
Me
I
too.
told a story last night. However, look, kids are dumb every now and again. So my son writing, his college essay or whatever. Back in my day, you wrote it in ballpoint pen. That was as serious as you got. But these days, when you're going to like college, you actually have to fucking write well. And my sister's a retired English teacher, and my son likes my sister. he would never let me check his paper. And I asked my sister, and quite frankly, my sister and I are probably best friends. If I had, a best friend, it would be my sister. Because once again, some woman just like, she's comfortable going, Stanley, you're an asshole. Stop being an asshole. Men like me need those sorts of women. But anyway, I asked her, would you please? Because he won't let me check it. And you know what? He listened. And my sister's a good writer too. And now here's what surprised me. She was like, well, he's not a bad writer. I'm like, fucking what? Have you ever look? Apparently, being a teacher, you kind of have to, motherfucker. My son is a horrible writer. And he's taken two AP English classes. Motherfucker, I wanted to tell the goddamn teacher she's a horrible writer. Why are you letting him get away with this bullshit?
You and me both. Dude. You and me both. My daughter had to do something like that. I'm not going to say much about it because I don't want to dox her or anything. But I remember tearing the only paper that she let me look at apart. This premise is severely disjointed. And then there's like another paragraph, and I'm like, what the hell are you trying to say? So I just put
my Lord.
Yeah, I mean, I did basically what my former boss when I went to law school did to me, because that's how we met actually. He tore my essays to shreds. So I did the same thing. And it's funny, she made a couple of corrections, and her college professor gave her an A+ on that paper. Stanley, right. That was the first and last time she ever let me look at her paper.
Oh, what was she? Oh, I got it now.
Well, she did. What they do is
if my son texting me is an abomination. I literally, like, motherfucker, you are literally in a decent school and you fucking text me. Dude, we are going to pot.
I have to disagree.
These kids,
they look what they do, and I can use my kid as a good example of this.
Oh, before you do that, let me use mine. God damn it, this motherfucker, dude. This motherfucker got, like, what the fuck? The SAT is gone to shit.
They went from 1,600 points to 2,400 points, back to 1,600 points. Now they're going to decide on how they're going to grade the 1,600 points. I'm like, shit, I wish I had that when I took the SAT. So.
You know what? Make all those motherfuckers go into the army. You don't fucking learn how to spell in a fucking foxhole.
But I'll be quite honest with you. Our kids, they mimic us. As weird as this is, they actually observe us. I remember my kid, she and I were talking at the end of her semester at Texas A&M. And I'll never forget, she said, Daddy, I did it like you. I wrote everything in the form of an argument. I'm like, what the hell do you know about an argument? I was talking to a friend of mine trying to figure out how to write this stupid brief. And she's like, yeah, you were doing this, that, and the third, and I overheard you, and I saw how you wrote things. And I'm like, and that's when I had my eureka, because, and I should have known because I did the same shit with my mom when she was in college. I mean, I would look at some of the stuff that she wrote, and my mom was, like you, she was a genius at writing, and she wrote with ballpoint pen.
Oh, my mother was not a genius, just good. And there is no until you win a Nobel Prize, you're not a goddamn genius. You will always spell something wrong or make some error in logic. Honestly,
even Nobel Prize winners in literature and Pulitzer Prize winners in literature misspell some things or have grammatical mistakes.
Right. You're right. Do you think your daughter will become a lawyer?
The inside of me says yes. I want her to be, Stanley, because I did everything late. I graduated college at 31, graduated law school at 36.
Fuck that bullshit.
Here I am at 45 trying to figure out my life, right? And my kid has the potential to have everything done by the time she's 20, or 23. But the difference is, Stanley, like you said earlier, it's not my job to push my dream on her. And she's a damn good teacher.
Right.
I saw how she teaches.
Yeah. Well, you know what? It's good to hear you say that, actually.
So,
we need people to teach.
Yes, we do. And she's damn good at that. I'm very proud of her. So whatever she does, she does. I'm not going to push myself. It's like I said on CT's channel a long time ago when I first met you, and I said on this channel, it's not my job to push my politics on her. It's not my job to push my dreams on her either. I created her, but it's her job to forge her own path. I'll be there to.
God damn it! You are speaking father truth. You know what? Why the fuck am I? And it's so funny because I was talking to my sister yesterday, and I didn't talk to my father about it, but I was making, you know me, I'm always going to make jokes. And no, actually, it was with my father. Something about, and you know what? I looked at the both of them, and I basically said, you know what? When he turned 18, he just turned 19. Nah, I'm retired from parenting. I am parent emeritus. If you need me, I will teach you. But God damn it, dude, Juan, this as well as I do. That shit ain't easy as a single parent. Motherfucker, I'm emeritus. Call me if you need me. I will be what I need to be, but I'm not going to worry about your ass day to day. I trained you and raised you to be able to be an adult.
Well,
I'm not going to goddamn worry.
That's you and me to a fault, but the only difference is you have a son, I have a daughter.
Well, yeah. You're right.
I'm not afraid to go to jail if some shit happens against my daughter. Let me repeat. I'm not afraid to go to jail.
She'll be fine. But no, I kind of get your point. I am a little laissez-faire. My thing is don't get into something I can't get you out of. But other than that, he is a boy.
Yeah, he's a boy. When you have a little girl,
you're right.
Believe you me, it will change. Because for me, it's like, okay, the first part of it was the same literally that you said. You know what? I'm done coaching you as your dad. I'm no longer your dad. Remember when you asked if I was your friend and I said no, I'm your daddy? Well, now I'm extending my hand out in friendship. If you want to take it, it's right there. And if you need anything, I got you. Just remember, if some shit happens to you, I'm not afraid of going to jail. I'm sorry.
Well, let me ask you a question, because honestly, HB and John Galt made a big deal, and I kind of revealed it just to see what would happen, but I'm kind of sad that I did. Look, my son is kind of shy, but not particularly. And I was actually kind of thrilled. And he fucking texted me, oh, by the way. And I think it was actually, oh, by the way, I have a girlfriend. I'm like, what? And, I was just happy for him because, well, you have to know my son. He's not. Look, My son is very particular. He's not just gonna go, oh, she got a fat ass, I want to hit that. He's I didn't raise him to be that. And every man wants to hit that fat ass. But there are consequences to that sort of behavior.
Yes, there.
But I was kind of thrilled. But what I didn't do, honestly, Juan, I said, excuse me, I'm happy for you. Just be careful, all the usual stuff. I didn't ask what a race was. I didn't ask for details, but I know my son. He'll provide details, maybe not when. Look, next thing is a picture. People, especially your kids, they want you to be proud. They will reveal. Don't be pushy. They will reveal. When you're raising your kids, look, you don't even have to fuss every day. I knew and I've told you this story, and you're the same way. I knew when my son was fucking up in school because his behavior would change.
Right.
There's subtle things only a parent notices.
With my kid, when I knew that she was messing up, because I was her once, Stanley,
So was I.
Really good at talking to her into a hole because I knew exactly the line of statements she was going to make because I used to make those lines of statements.
Oh, man. Dude, I once had a teacher of mine, and the only reason I knew this is my son made a C in a class that should have been a cakewalk. And I know my son well enough. That motherfucker, you know what? He could sneeze and make a C. What's up here? So the teacher didn't do as I always ask the teachers to do if he's fucking up. Because my son has a sense of humor. If you make it easy, kids are just gonna walk all over. So I'm like, well, what's going on? Why is he making a C? Well, this little pussy motherfucker, he was a male. Well, if he would stop trying to audition for Saturday Night Live, I'm like, what? Motherfucker, why didn't you fucking, why does it get to this point? Why didn't you call me?
Well, Stanley, in my case, before we get back to Linwood and his, what happened?
You really want to see this?
What happened to me was literally the reverse of what happened to you. So my kid, I was in college, and my kid was starting, I think, kindergarten, first grade when I was in my last year in college, about to graduate. And my deal with her was you need to make A's because my kid was smart. And I could tell, because you know what happens, Stanley, with kids at a young age, when they know something and they get bored. Like, for example, something as simple as drawing a triangle, for example, right? You're supposed to draw these stupid triangles across the board, right? They'll start drawing it perfect for like 5 triangles. And then afterwards, they'll start drawing them all, pardon my language, but fucked up. And at that point, that's when I knew it's like, okay, my kid needs a challenge. She's getting bored. She's like, okay, when is this bullshit over with? Because I was her. So I'm like, okay, you get A's the moment you hit first grade. You do this, that, the third, blah, blah, blah. Well, we'll fast forward to 2 years later when I was a 1L in law school and I made the dean's list, Stanley. And that was hard. I lost hair that year. It was bad. And I was going through a divorce at the same time. So, yeah, that wasn't fun.
Oh, wow.
Later, I'm with my kid, and she sees my little card because I'm going out to Pasadena, California to accept, recognition as being on the dean's list as a 1L.
Mm-hmm.
And she goes, Daddy, what's the dean's list? And I'm like, that's the equivalent of getting a B in class or a B average. And she got me. Daddy, you got a B. You told me to get all A's, and I worked really, really hard to get all A's, and I got all A's, and you got a B? Daddy, I'm disappointed in you.
Well, you know what? I'd have gone, you know what? Write my next paper. If you get a B, you get a law degree.
True.
And for the people that are in this chat, I'll give a fuck. Honestly, I'm not that enthralled with this video. In tropes, that's actually a good suggestion. Stanley Cross, is cross examinations a segment of yours, or is that just coincidence? A little cliche, probably a little too obvious. I've never thought to call them cross examinations.
That's a good.
But I don't know. That might be a segment.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Well, that's very CNN back in the crossfire days.
No, big difference. Big difference. I've seen Crossfire on CNN, Stanley.
Yeah, okay. Well, tropes, that's actually a good suggestion. And I don't know. You are a creative trope, so I have to give that serious consideration. So I just want to say I'm not wedded to this video. I don't find it all that interesting. Except for the occasional pithy remark.
I'm just here to see what else.
I'm suing him for defamation. He doesn't know.
Well, there's another video somewhere.
Please make sure that you
that
enter
someone,
that into your notes.
Richard
Get to
Link,
make their
sent
own
me the link.
decisions based
No,
on
no,
your
I get to make my own cross-examination.
What the hell is he telling the judge what to do now?
Hold on. Okay, I accept that. Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize for telling the truth. Now,
Please continue with your line of questioning.
Honest, actually my original thought was, well, Jungle Justice isn't that original. Actually, Jungle Justice, this is fucking kids pablum. Jungle Justice was a lot funnier and a lot more. It's so weird. Jungle Justice, which by the way we should do one of these days. This is not mirthful. This is not joyous. This is fucking like, all they need is to put the powdered wigs on their heads and it would be perfect. No, motherfucker, have some joy. God damn it.
Gonna take it back. Portia, no manches.
Oh, come on, really? Well, Portia is trying to save this show, apparently. Portia, I can end this and you take over the show. You actually have content. You know, I'm just kind of hanging out and drinking beer with I don't know. I never get to talk to Juan, so RBR is always in a good mood. Richard.
But he's wrong. That's the problem.
Well, no, I'm just motherfucking trying to figure out. You know, this is like 777. Everyone told me, well, 777, that's the motherfucker. He is. I was like, what? Honestly, look.
I would figure he's more like a low-level version of Imperious.
I have literally not seen anything other than a few pithy comments about, Bernie Sanders and Dylan Roof. Imperious is not that bright either. Okay, motherfucker, and you know this, Juan. Motherfucker, stop acting like Imperious is that bright. Motherfucker, you take his kind of bullshit arguments and break them down.
So bad, Stanley. That's why I sent that to you.
Well, you know what? Every time Imperious and I talk, we tend to talk about history or law or something. Okay, but the bottom line is too many. Look, here is why Imperious tends to take advantage. Because talking about pussy look, honestly, if you meet people like Imperious with something interesting, it's like a little baby. Babies will be fascinated if you engage them. Most people don't engage imperious.
Yeah, it's the shiny little object. You're absolutely right. Like
Yeah, of course, if he comes to a John Galt show and he's talking about, ghetto shit, of course he's going to engage and feel comfortable, indulging his innate white supremacy. The motherfucker is a racist, by
again,
the way.
the operative word is try. I'm sorry.
All you need to do is engage the racist in something, and you know what? All of a sudden, he forgets about his racism. It doesn't go away. His racist behavior. Racism is a system. Racists are people. By the way,
But Stanley, the thing is, before you press play on this one, it
I
comes back.
wasn't going to press play.
It comes back in the form of that Ace Ventura, when nature calls. Why won't anyone play with me? Because I was on a
Dude,
street.
I have literally never seen. I don't think I've ever seen one of Dude's movies. I've never thought he was funny.
Well, the point that I was making is that I was on a stream with another attorney. Her YouTube channel is Lawyer Chick, right? And the thing is Imperious comes in the back chat, not in the back chat on stream, but he's in the regular chat rather. He's like, I'm trying to log in. Why won't anybody let me up? Let me up.
Well, you know what? It's not Moxie. There's another female lawyer. How does he engage? And I don't know, and maybe you don't either.
No, I don't.
Does he ever? Has he? Because I know there's one or two female lawyers. How does he treat a woman who knows as much as he does?
Well, I don't know. That's the thing. The lawyer chick, the girl that when she
that's actually her handle.
Yeah,
Now that I think about it,
she streams and she invites me. When we came up, she didn't let him up, and he was complaining in the chat that she wouldn't let him up. So it was.
I gotcha.
But she knew her stuff. I mean, good Lord, when the Jesse Smollett case came out, both of us and Barnabas had a heyday. And then when the Trump executive order regarding birthright citizenship came out, she, myself, Jay Rillo, and Barnabas, we had a heyday. But
you know what? The names you mentioned, Barnabas is a moron. I don't think he's that bright. Jay Rillo, honestly, I like Jay. He needs. What does Jay Rillo need? He needs to stop washing dishes and read a book, because he's probably good at reading books. I think Jay Rillo is kind of frustrated sometimes. And I'm just doing this off the top of my head. It amazes me the people that people think are smart are just pedestrian. Jay Rillo he's just a wound up fellow.
Well, I think he's more like me. I don't stream like when I stream on Ablo Pacheco on Rumble.
Okay, I don't care about streaming, I actually don't think of streaming personalities. I actually think of people, if I met them like in a boardroom, talking to them, trying to assess my adversary, honestly, oddly enough, probably the only person I'd be scared of would be HB. And that means everybody. HB, he's hard to read at times. John Galt, simple. Not worried. Be brave. I wouldn't even think of. You are very formalistic. HB is a creative.
Yes, he is.
He will invent a way to defeat you. And people like that, they don't lose. They will win, even if it's in a novel way. And I like people like that because you have to be. I know Portia's probably going to think I'm fawning. I like creative motherfuckers. HB is, you can just tell I have gone head to head with HB, and that motherfucker will invent a novel theory
What
to
he's good
prove
at
you
now
wrong.
is taking
That is hilarious.
What he's really, really good at is taking something serious that we're talking about and turning it into a joke that has some
Yeah,
truth.
but you have to be careful because you have to flip it back.
Exactly.
You can't let silly boy be silly. You have to reflip the joke.
But the point that I'm making is the joke that he makes has truth behind it. You don't see many people that do that. There's a
No.
short that John Galt did.
No.
There's a short that John
No.
Galt. For the people in the chat, that
John,
you got to see
well,
it. It's a short. Real
well,
quick.
let me put it to you this way. I don't get impressed by YouTube videos. That's why I find this boring. I'm unimpressed.
I understand.
And yes, of course we can play it, but I've lived too much real life with real clever people in real time,
right?
Shooting from the hip. In a way, this show, this video that we're watching, it's pablum. I this weird thing about attention to detail and looking at patterns. Sometimes it's hard to take a 30,000-foot view. I'm used to detail. I'm used to discovering flaws. There are all kinds of problems with logic. There are all kinds of problems here. And I'm a little persnickety. I'm a little bit nitpicky. I don't find RBR, at least so far, even fucking trying to think.
Find either of them are, because the thing is that the judges.
Well, no, I'd rather talk to Garion. I think Garion is more clever.
Well, the thing is with HB, no, they don't play the short, because this is something that I think the people in the chat need to play on their own. There was a conversation that HB had with Mike from Boston, and HB was on the road. HB, this couldn't get any greater. HB was hauling cotton, Stanley, from Illinois to Ohio. and Mike from Boston made the joke regarding how many slaves it would take to load up the cotton on HB's truck.
Well, see, the problem is, why are we having that kind of conversation in 2025?
Well,
see, this is where I lose interest, motherfucker. Really? Two people who will literally tell you, both MFB and HB, or reparations, but motherfuckers will make slave jokes. I wish I'd been on that conversation, because I'd have mocked and shitted. Dude, not funny. Only MFB and HB would even find that funny.
Well, the thing
hauling cotton and wondering about slavery, but no reparations. Morons.
Well, when you look at it like that, I understand.
No. Well, that's how I look at things. Dude, you break things down, you critically think, and you know what? If a joke can pass the history test, or it wasn't funny. Only morons. Only morons would think that's funny. And yep, you know what? I'll lump you in. It's just not a funny joke.
Yeah, I would have to go in the moron territory. But the reason why is because I'm not looking necessarily to, how do I put it? I'm just looking to laugh at that particular moment. And there was a laugh for a couple of moments.
Motherfucker, you know what? You can laugh if you suck up some laughing gas. You'll laugh.
Yeah, but there's no reason for laughing. I'm laughing because
there is nothing there if you suck up a gas and laugh. That's my point.
Gotcha. Well, as Samuel said in the chat, humor is subjective.
Fuck Samuel. You know what? Samuel will fucking find a way to attempt to make a point even when he should just shut up and listen.
Okay.
Samuel's particularly bad about that.
Understood.
Clarence, that's funny. No, Samuel's not a bad guy. Samuel's a young guy from Vermont. Motherfucker, 9 months out of the year, the shit is cold. That's Samuel's problem. He hasn't thawed out yet.
Day of summer, everybody, because today is the first day of summer.
Is it? You know what? I have barely noticed.
Summer,
and you know what?
1 o'clock
It's always the third day of summer in Vermont. The shit was 2 days. It'll get warm 2 days after it's warm everywhere else.
Out of 364 days a year, they only have to get the freaking maple syrup out of the tap because it'll freeze.
Samuel, I'm just fucking with you, man. So don't be mad. Because see, Samuel does. You know what? That's the other thing I like about Samuel. He'll check me. I love it when people just go, "Well, Stanley, here's why you're an idiot." There are people who do that in that chat. God damn it. So, motherfucker, the one time I went to Vermont, oh my Lord, I've told you this story, Sam. Motherfucker, I had a buddy of mine, a black guy, as a matter of fact, he was my boss. And he's like, well, he got assigned to the Naval Reserve Center. It's right on Lake Champlain in Burlington. So we were making jokes, and I'm not going to belabor, but 2 black guys in Vermont, and it was perfectly fine. You know, Vermont's cool. But we were making the jokes. Now, this is back in the early 90s. Like, you know, they're going to check our driver's licenses and they'll give them back when we leave the state. It was just a joke. But you know what? I fucking love Burlington. Again, early 90s. It was clean. We went to a basketball game. I think it was the University of Vermont. The fucking my friend's fucking office. You open the window, and you are literally. He could throw a goddamn fishing lure out his office window and have a chance on Lake Champlain. So anyway, the joke was black people in Vermont. And Samuel, you have we're supposed to talk about your family history in Vermont, how y'all got there. So one of these days, let me know, because it would be fascinating. And it's up to you, but I've always been fascinated by Vermont was the first state. Did Vermont ever have slavery? They got rid of slavery before 1776.
I was going to say, they banned slavery back in the 1600s, didn't they?
Did they? You know what? I don't think Vermont was a state.
Yeah, that's what I was
thinking.
But
I do know they never, for the most part, they never fucking allowed it. It was like, what the hell? We need free people to shovel that snow. Was it 1777? Then I got my history wrong.
Literally a year after the United States was founded. Okay.
You know what? I thought it was before. But okay.
Well, I know here in Texas.
This is what this motherfucker does. I make an error, and he is proud to go, Stanley, you don't know what the fuck.
No, it's basically we learn something new every day. By the way, Samuel, here's a weird fact, and Portia, you can vouch me for this one. Texas, I would argue, is the only state, if not one of the few states in the United States that abolished slavery and then had slavery, right? Because Texas in 1824, for context.
Oh, don't even go there, son.
Yeah.
The counter revo. Oh, let me give you a book.
Go ahead.
Counter Revolution of 18. I think it's called Counter Revolution of 1836. Gerald Horn.
Yeah, that's what.
Don't even talk. No, Texas. If there is a state that was worse than the Confederacy, it would be Texas. Don't talk to me about that freedom bullshit.
No. It's not freedom per se like that. Let me finish. And you might.
All right.
So
if you must.
Before Texas became a country, which is where you're headed, and you're right. You're
Oh no. The interaction. Mexico. You know what? You go finish. Mexico wanted to abolish slavery, and Texas had a problem with that.
That's where I'm headed. That's where I'm headed, Stanley. In 1824, Texas was part of the Mexican state of Coahuila. That same year, when Texas formed that constitution, La Constitución entre Texas y Coahuila, Mexico, under Article 2 of their constitution, banned slavery. Not only did they ban slavery, but if you made it to Texas, and this is the part of American history that a lot of people don't know, because there were actually Mexican citizens that actually were helping blacks escape slavery and get to Mexico. Those people are in Veracruz right now, those families. So if you made it to Texas at that time, Texas y Coahuila, not only were you given full Mexican citizenship, you were given land. And then Texas seceded, and what you were talking about, that's when that became, and Lord, that was brutal, to say the least.
Sorry about that. My only point of order would be it wasn't Texas. It wasn't a state. It wasn't part of the United States. Stop saying it was Texas. It wasn't even called Texas. It was what was the name? What was the name of Texas before it became a state?
Well, before in 1824, it was part of Coahuila. So I mean,
no. You're missing my point. It was not a part of the United States. It was part of Mexico.
Yeah, it was part of Mexico. That's the point that I'm making.
So don't say Texas did shit. It wasn't Texas.
I didn't mention the country. I just simply said that Texas was the only state, which is
no. You're talking Texas. It wasn't Texas.
But it was.
It was not called Texas. Or what did I get wrong?
I'm going to post it in the back chat. Give me 1 second.
Dude, it was not the state of Texas before it was the state of Texas, is my point. Don't take credit. Mexico freed slaves, not Texas.
But it was Texas. Mexico has states just like the United States.
Motherfucker, it was Mexico.
But there are states in Mexico.
It was literally Texas didn't abolish slavery. Mexico did.
The point that I'm making is, and there's some truth behind it, is Texas, as part of Mexico, did allow freed slaves. And then when they joined the U.S.,
oh my Lord,
it became a slave state. I'm gonna post I'm posting it in.
You know, the best thing to ever fucking happen to Texas was Ann Richards.
She was actually a damn good governor, but the problem was I was in North Carolina and I was in middle school when she was governor.
Now there was a woman who knew some Texas history.
She was a. I would argue, Stanley. This is one of those where if you and I had a political stream similar to like the Shay Shays or whatever, where we're drinking or what have you on stream and talking, I would argue with you that Ann Richards was a Republican and Democrat name, right?
Well, you know what? I just like her. All right, what Constitution of Coahuila? I've never taken Spanish.
State of Coahuila.
I'm not looking at this shit. It was not America. Texas as a state. You know what? I'm going to show it out of pure respect
Ladies
for
and
this.
gentlemen in the chat, I didn't
legal
say which country. I just simply said as a state, and they were technically a state of Mexico.
It was not a state.
They even
Well, no, we gotta have a look though. We gotta pay it. We gotta give respect to history.
History's open.
You know what?
History's written in the hands of, by the hands of the victor. They say, right?
You know what? I don't know. And you know, that's an interesting point, and that's part of why we want patriotic history now.
Right.
Oh, look! What does this woman have to say? I went all the way. George Washington. What the hell?
Oh, Juneteenth.
You know what?
The history of the very last slave plantation in Galveston, Texas. I'm sorry, it's the wine talking, ladies and gentlemen. That got free.
Finally.
We should have a drinking stream together, Stanley. You and myself. We should do like a multi.
You know what? We would either bore ourselves or bore the audience. You know what? Fuck it. It is rare. Look, this is a privilege, Juan. I don't get, motherfucker. Do you know how hard it is? My wife, and you're not my wife, but one of the things I liked about my wife is I could actually use my words and she could keep up. And I don't get that a lot on these panels. Motherfucker, I love having someone I can be my verbose, fucking pretentious self and use a word. And, you know, I don't have to go, well, did Juan understand that word? Do I need to? It's like these motherfuckers. Dude, you are not Solid Snake. Oh, should I use word welfare? Does he need word EBT? Motherfucker, I can talk to Juan and that motherfucker can keep up.
Or worse,
it is a privilege.
What's worse is what we see here, Stanley, the video that we just played a couple of minutes of, De Laguna with Linwood and RB. You have people that, again, don't know what the hell they're saying, but they're confident in what they're saying and they're articulate. William said, there's nothing worse than a smart, dumb N-word. I mean, it's like, dude, you guys are so...
Dude, look at the title of this show. Well, you smart. I can't even read it. Smart at Anti-Black Non Est. That's simply Latin. Smart and anti-black don't exist. That's the rough part of it.
Right.
It does not exist. You cannot be smart and racist. They are, well, they're the same. And you know what? I want a, well, anyway, I'm smarting for a fight that shouldn't happen. Sammy, don't worry. Once I start posting more and getting back on schedule to stream more regularly, you'll certainly reach the double. Are you saying that I'm making Samuel dumber?
No, here's the thing, Stanley. You say some things that give us pause to think. I might not agree, but
why?
I'll give you an example. Way back in the day on CT's channel, Lord, you gave me hell. And then when I joined John Galt, you gave me hell again. But we'll fast forward to about a couple of weeks after you gave me hell the first time. I was talking to my cousin who lives in Chicago about the meetings, the city council meetings. Stanley, my cousin didn't know that the meetings occurred and didn't know literally what the topic of those meetings were, literally proving your point. And I remember you weren't there, but it was myself and Blacks Who Defy. It was Portia was moderating.
Well, Blacks Who Defy is the smartest black man in America.
Yes, he is. But she said so. Blacks Who Defy and I were talking. Portia was in the moderator, and I think John Galt was the guy that was on stream. He took off for a minute. But Blacks Who Defy and I were talking. I'm like, you know what, you might have a point regarding what people are, when people are involved politically, period, the end. And I told him that story, and I'm like, I'm talking to my cousin, and this is a city council meeting in her area. Blacks saw it, I saw it, and I'm a Texan. Blacks is originally from there, right? And the fact that she didn't even know that that meeting existed, I'm like, pardon my language, but Stanley actually is right. Stanley is onto something. And this is regarding the people with their involvement politically. You know,
motherfucker, I'm just old and have seen some things. It's not like I discerned it. Some of the stuff I've experienced.
Samuel, this was not recently. This was literally like a week before Christmas. I know because Georgia and Texas played in the SEC National Championship that week. And I was shaking my head on stream, and Stanley was threatening to boot me. And I'm like, I'm not paying attention to you guys. I'm watching the.
Well, let me also say this. I think that there are people like Blacks Who Defy. I think I admire Blacks Who Defy because that motherfucker can think conceptually, and it's hard for me to describe, but that motherfucker actually, he can see things, he can imagine things. If you, certain people have that thing, like it's almost like Star Trek. It can be, it's an idea, you have to make the idea happen.
Right.
And I'm not of that quality necessarily. There are people who live by ideas. There are people who have ideas and make them happen. And I honestly think Blacks Who Defy is one of those people. I have an idea. How do I bring it to reality? I'm a little less talented. I like proving ideas. Blacks would be the theoretical physicist, and I would be the physics teacher.
Person that I wish I would have been when I was a kid, because the thing with blacks, Stanley, is this, and you've seen this in the Navy, and you've seen this when you were at UGA, right? When you're around people that have those types of brains.
Yeah, they stretch you.
They stretch you, exactly, and that's what I want. And the thing is when you see those type of people, as they say, real recognize real, and you gravitate toward them. I'll be quite honest.
Well, better than that, motherfucker, you have to have those people. Look, you get them if you're lucky enough to have them as parents. Look, and I'm kind of drunk, but dude, people like a Blacks Who Defy, or people like Blacks. He's not my father, but I'm always fascinated. My father just turned, I think, 81 or 82. I never ask. But how can you be 60 and you talk to your father and still be amazed? That motherfucker, no, it's not always genius level. But the man is my father, motherfucker. I told you the story about we're gonna paint the house, and we blistered the goddamn paint. We took a motherfucking no. We're not gonna paint over it. We're gonna blister the paint and take it to bare wood. Then we're gonna sand it. Then we're gonna put a fucking coat. Oh, then we're gonna sand that primer. Then we're gonna put another. Motherfucker, it took me and him like 3 months But I tell you what, the shit was done right. Dude, we blistered the goddamn paint off. Blistered it. Took it to wood. Do you know in Savannah, Georgia, that summer this shit gets hot. This motherfucker, and you know what? It was just gonna be done. It's how he is a stickler. Like, it's gotta be done right. I'm not gonna tell you about hanging wallpaper. Every motherfucking fiber has to be matched up perfectly. It's like that's just a speck off. And he raised me. My mother was a little more flexible, but no, dude, I fucking hate cleaning because if I get into cleaning mode, it motherfucking just, dude, thinking about cleaning and cleaning are two different things in my head. Because if you start, you got to finish. It is scary.
In my case, I'm understanding at my age, Stanley, why when attorneys are working, at full steam ahead, why they actually have people that clean for them, the housekeepers, the maids, things like that.
Yeah.
Because what I'll do, I kid you not, I'll just finish cleaning the bathroom as a hypothetical, and I'm like, okay, I'll get the kitchen. The kitchen hasn't been cleaned for 2 weeks, Stanley, and I'll get that. Where I have to get shit done. Like it has to be a legal objective memo. Like I have to do an objective memo tomorrow, right? So I'll get that call and I have to do that objective memo, or I have to do that brief, or I have to do the I-90, or I have to prepare for I-360, which for context, ladies and gentlemen, an I-90 is a renewal of residence card. An I-360 is either an Afghan refugee or an Iraqi refugee that needs a green card, or somebody that's been abused, or religious workers, right? And before I know it, another 2 weeks has passed, and I'm like, fuck, pardon my language, the kitchen is still not clean. And now it's starting to smell. And Stanley, I absolutely hate when my kitchen smells.
Well, we can't have that.
No, we can't have that. But for me, that's oh, God knows. Now I understand why these people are contracting housekeepers and things like that, because they're so busy with X, Y, and Z. Like, oh my God.
Let me put it to you this way. Now, you would think there are some things that I was raised with, and you would think some of those would be discarded.
Right.
I have old toothbrushes. I don't throw my toothbrushes away because they can fucking hit the... No, I'm dead serious. And it is a fucking curse. But, dude, I literally will go around a toilet, the base, motherfucker, and I don't know why. It just has to be. And I'm not OCD, but if you know, look, well, no, the bottom line is at least you know what dirty is. At least you can acknowledge it. I'm too busy to do it. Fine. But it's dirty. At some point you're going to have to pay the piper. There are people who just don't know, who it's fine. You're got to.
You are.
It's obvious. At least you know something is wrong.
Yes.
Some people, it's the norm.
People like that, I'm sorry, I can't be around. I just can't. There's something innately written in me. Like when I'm in that and they're like, oh, the place is dirty, I'll accept it. Dude, I got to go. I'm out. I got to go. In my case, with the way that my place is, if it's like that, I'm not inviting you over. I'm not. I can't. It's beneath me. I just can't.
Well, Richard, my daddy would make me scrub the grout.
Believe it or not, certain toothbrushes, what is it? Those toothbrushes with the ridges by Oral-B are actually perfect for cleaning grout. As weird as that is. And because the thing is with grout.
Oh, motherfucker, I've done sea shanty. That is funny.
You spent thousands of dollars routing the bathroom or the kitchen.
I fuss at my son. You know, I don't use his bathroom that much. Oh, motherfucker. Look, I know the boy knows me, and he is testing my patience. Motherfucker, you better God. 19 and smart is just horrible. Sea shanty. Blew the man down.
19 is smart.
Anyway.
Because, look, I already know.
No, 19 and smart needs lessons. Like, motherfucker, you're not that smart.
That's exactly what I was saying. 19 is smart, and I'm saying literally the same thing that you are, but in a different way. 19 is smart for them. For me, is kid. I was you once. I thought like you once. I lived like you once. I done did it all like you once. You're about to fall on your ass. But you know what? I'm gonna let you fall on your ass so that I can laugh. And then I might pick you up.
You know what? There will be intersections. I look, one thing my son is not is shy like I was. He is actually he's actually smart, but he's also personable. Look, I've always been a prickly person, and my son is prickly too. He's just better. Like, he is prickly within these four walls.
Right.
Like, my sister, my brother-in-law, all these motherfuckers will come and say, well, oh, he's so polite. He's a lovely boy. He is, oh, he'll help you out. And I'm like, what? That motherfucker's a monster. But you know what? I'm okay if he's a monster to his father. You know, outside of this house, you better goddamn damn well, or I will fucking crush you. If you want to, you know, be a little, no, motherfucker, I have no tolerance for disrespect. However, you know what? They're within limits. Like,
Well,
I told you about the time he was like, well, dude. He was just like a dude. I'm like, what? Dude? Motherfucker, I'm not your friend.
Well, that part of it, when my kid did that with me, Stanley, that part of it I didn't mind because I made the mistake of doing that to my mom and my stepfather, and I ended up picking up my mouth off the floor, you know. But where the problem that I had was when I was called a misogynist. Oh,
Really? Who called you that?
My kid called me a misogynist.
Oh, well, you know, young ladies, she was just looking to wound.
Oh, well, it didn't wound, but it set a fire in me with her. Like, hija mia, that's the first and last time you ever do that. And what's funny, and this is where there's a testament to parenting, good parenting, whether you're together with your significant other or not. Her mom, the same thing. It was you might not like him, but you will respect him. And when the tables were turned, when things came to me, I'm not going to discuss those intimately in detail, but it was the same thing with myself. Hey, you might not like who you're with, or you might not like the situation, but you will respect the person. Period. The end. You're not going, you know, that was something that was deaded real quick. But the moment that I was called a misogynist, oh boy. After I worship the ground that you walked on, don't even go there.
Let me address something Samuel says. And, you know, Sam, this is going to be at risk of me revealing too much. Look, I did 12 years of Catholic school, and my high school, all boys Catholic military Benedictine. And in some weird way, it was I wouldn't say we were raised to be stoics. It wasn't a boarding school. But here's the deal. Catholic, strong mother, strong father. Um, it wasn't very hood. So, um, it I had a very strong mother, very strong father, but you I was kind of raised, and I kind of, even now, you observe people first, and for some reason, I didn't think I was very handsome. I was shy in that way. I have nothing to offer. What changed me, oddly enough, in college didn't. I went to the University of Georgia, and yeah, I had girlfriends, but nothing too serious. Sometimes you put on a uniform. Um, Life is complicated. Leadership is complicated, and I, oddly enough, the Navy gave me confidence, and I didn't join the Navy to get confidence. It was kind of a confluence. Um, that's what I think every man should go through the military. The one thing I learned is there are things that can't be done, but far fewer things can't be done than one would imagine. Yeah, I got, like, it wasn't a matter of self-worth, it was a matter of um I don't have to be Robert De Niro, or if you are smart, you don't have to be, you know, actor quality. Um Women like confidence. And what I learned is, being a Donald Trump is not manhood. He pays for, with money, some of these things. And, my thing about this whole black manosphere where black women are too masculine. No, they're not. You're just not man enough. I had to grow. You have to adapt. Some life lessons. Um, a woman will be your woman. You just have to be man enough. And if you want her and she's strong, be stronger. It's oddly enough that simple. And if you can't do it, move the fuck on. She's not your woman then.
The problem
Made the comment, just cause she got a fat ass doesn't mean she needs to be your woman, asshole.
But Stanley, the problem with that is a lot of men, especially in a lot of black spaces, are moving on, and now black women are complaining.
Who gives a fuck? See, this is the other thing I don't give a fuck. Fuck the sociology. If you're not meant to be together,
then you're not meant to be.
You might have to have a deficit of babies. No, seriously. You always hear about, well, the gene pool should be thinned out. Maybe it's being thinned out.
You're absolutely right. But the point that I was, well, not the point, but what I was saying is what's happening is the black women that are
Did I
saying,
shock you?
He can't handle a strong black woman. They're now crying that nobody wants to pick them. I know
No. We're not going down that manosphere path, and I don't care whether the black women or the black men. Who knows? I'm out of that goddamn game. However, there are 2 or 3 women in this John Galt space. They know who they are. If you knocked on my door, I'm gonna let you in.
I'm to be quite honest, there's
However, other than that, and they probably have no clue. What the fuck is this idiot talking about? They don't know who they are.
There's only one person. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, I met my wife purely by accident. So most of the women I've met, it was kind of like it, don't plan it, just take advantage when it happens. And she got a fat ass. I gotta get some of that is not going to make a good relationship unless I knew I wanted my wife, but maybe I wouldn't have gotten her.
The problem
And I know I'm a little drunk. I'm probably not, making linear sense. I'm a romantic. You will fall in. You will be with the woman you were meant to be with.
Or you're going to learn something from the people that were destined to be in your life.
Well, that's true too.
I'm divorced, right? My ex-wife is a Mexican national, and I'll be quite honest, there's so
really.
Oh yeah, and as funny as this is, and this is where my mom was like, "I'm sad because you got to remember, mom. You got to remember, son of mine. Your mama's black." And I'm like, "Mom, you did. You got with a dude that's Puerto Rican. My black card got denied in Houston."
Like, fuck all, dude. These black cards.
Well, I meant that as a joke, but the point that I was making
Well,
is,
I know.
With my ex-wife, there's so much that I learned from her in the relationship when we were boyfriend, girlfriend, and then when we were married that I apply now. And the thing is if I hadn't met her, I mean, we didn't work out maritally, but if I hadn't met her, those things wouldn't have been the case right now. I wouldn't be, I'll be quite honest, Stanley, I would be weaker now than I was. I would be weaker if I hadn't met her. Like I would have
Right. Oh, that is an odd thing to say. And you know what? I am not religious, but I am Catholic.
I've heard that from my boss too.
You know where I'm going to go with this.
I know
Sometimes
exactly.
you're not the same thing. Look, I'm a motherfucking romantic. It'll happen. But you motherfuckers, you gotta be a good person. It will happen if you are worth it happening to. Sometimes I just don't get the shit. And Juan, I am not like shit. I'm just not that. You remember I'm older than you. I'm not Catholic. I'm a Jesuit. You know that sort of joke.
They told me
I'm not religious. I'm Catholic.
They told me that when I was on a Greyhound bus from Chicago to Seattle, Washington. They said, "I'm not Catholic. I'm Jesuit," and the whole bus laughed, and then they explained that to me.
You know what? I'm a cultural Catholic. I'm a cradle Catholic, and one of these days I'll tell you a story because my mother's family. My father converted, and those conversos. I think is that a the conversos? Maybe it was a conquistador that era. My father was a convert, and you know what? Those converts are way more strict. So.
Well, that guy actually goes back further than the Conquista, La Reconquista, as they called it.
Really?
Yeah, that goes back to the Crusades because what they did.
Oh yes. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. What that was
Inquisition.
they wanted the Jews in Israel to convert because they actually they grabbed hold of Judea the first time that they went in there because they surprised the Arabs, and it was basically you either submit to the cross or you died, right? So
right. Well, you know what? Forgive me for my. You're absolutely right. I was a little flippant there. So
imagine.
You know what? And it's so funny. I'm actually reading about that now. Gerald Horn, but anyway, look, and I don't do religion. However, I am Catholic. So we go. And I think that is the best way to be. So I'll stop there.
Well, I have a difference of opinion because
Innate.
my boss was a victim. I'm not going to go further into that, but their religion itself, I believe in God and I believe in the Holy Trinity, but I'm not religious, if that makes any sense, because I believe religion leads you down some really, really dark paths. I've seen it personally, and people have told me their stories as well. It's just,
What? I'm sorry. First communion money.
What the hell?
Fuck? Innate salute. You know what though, dude? One of these days we're just gonna fucking hang out.
Well, I'm hoping you make it from here to Texas. If I get a call from you or Portia that says, "Hey, I'm in Dallas or I'm in Fort Worth," and
I'll give you way more notice. But you know what? Of course I will. I want to see shit. I want to see the whole gang. Half the motherfuckers on this channel are in Texas.
Hey, Texas is the place to be, buddy.
Let me tell you something. There's some pretty girls in Texas.
Well, yeah, we see one of them in the chat. That would be Lone Star Bell, right? Like, I mean,
you know what? I swear, and I'm not going to mention her name. I'm fucking stunned. Sometimes, wow. There are some girls in Texas. Motherfucker, I hope you know what? This is an old man prayer. T started a show, and I hope that was not a picture of her, because I'm like, God damn, motherfucker, I am 60.
I'm not saying
what the fuck.
I'm not
apparently shooting pew pews in that Texas sun. It's like shoot a couple of javelinas makes a pretty girl.
Well, here's the other thing about Texas, and this is why I like Texas, and as weird as this is, when I've thought about moving either further west, because I mean, God knows, I mean, my kid's grown. I don't have anything. I broke up with my kid's mom when she was little, and then of course I'm divorced. So, but the thing with Texas is, and I'll never forget this. My boss told me this, and one of my professors in college during undergrad. It's one of those things where it says, "Welcome to Texas. You're on your own, but we'll give you all of the things to make you being on your own survivable." And I was one of the village guys that was like, you know what? I'm all for common sense gun reform. And then Stanley, a decade ago, I got robbed at gunpoint. Texas is the only place that I've checked, when it comes to the gun laws, where I'm not giving something up. Like in North Carolina, there's a retreat rule. When I wanted to move back, because I mean, it was like, good Lord, my mom's going up in age, my brothers, I wanted to be around them. And they're like, oh, you need a permit to have a pistol. I'm like, dude, I got several in Texas. North Carolina's going to deny me a permit because I can't see that well. I'm like, nah, F that. I'm staying here. And I'm like, maybe I'll move to, another state. I thought about Colorado, and the same thing. Retreat rule, need this, that, and the third. I'm like, you know what? I'm staying right here. So,
that is. Oh my Lord! You know what? God damn it! Lone Star Bell has her guns, brisket, and the rodeo.
And she's right.
Stanley. Oh no! Wait, hold it. That's a show title.
It is a show title, but here's the thing. And you know what? Hold me to it, Stanley. We need to invite you to Texas come February, like late February, early March. That's when the rodeo season starts here. You will enjoy it. I took my ex-wife to the rodeo in Houston.
Dude, I've been to a rodeo before. You know what? You'll love
this. You haven't gone to a Texas rodeo, Stanley. You need to come
Well,
to
that it was a little Savannah rodeo, but it
You need
was
to
a
go to Texas.
traveling rodeo. And you know what? This is the interesting thing, and I'm just gonna cut you off for a second.
Go ahead.
Look, my father, um, my mother, um, well, my father especially. I mean, look, I rode a horse at 5. I don't ride horses. No, my dude, this is South Georgia. My mother was kind of the proper one. Motherfucker, we still own a farm. You know, we still tell the joke about my sister sitting on the rail and fell into the pig pen. It's been a joke. My sister is 59. I've been telling that joke for 50 years. My sister was a tomboy, like, oops, fell into the pig pen. And my grandfather was laughing his ass off, like, yeah,
I would
I'll
be
get
too
you.
because I've seen that happen in Dunn, North Carolina, sir. But again, that's not the same. It's not.
But I tell you what, I swear, even to this day, my sister's probably tougher than I am. She'll look.
She might be tougher,
We,
but I would argue that you can roll with the punches when it comes to mental toughness, Stanley.
motherfucker, I'm not that tough. But here's the deal. My father, my grandparents, dude, and I don't know where to go as far as I I'm lucky. Um Portia, who I'm kind of fawning on because he's the executive producer, and she's probably telling me, "Mother, you drunk ass son of a bitch, sign off." We know tough people. People like you, people like I don't know. You just you just know them when you see them. God damn it, there is Roz, there is Mo Love.
There's tea here for the tea.
No, you know what? I'm gonna have to sober up one of these days, and I'm gonna have to stop sounding like Fred Sanford here. I am being a little lascivious. That's the word. Lusting after these young girls. But gotta give um these young women their due. And motherfuckers, if you want a good woman, she's gonna be a strong woman. And stop being pussy. Stop being a goddamn pussy and man up to the woman you're attracted to or admire, or just simply look.
What you need to do as men and women, and my kid, I'm sorry, Stanley, she did a hell of a job letting this happen. And I think your son probably did the same thing, is you just have to let it happen. You can't force it. My dumb ass at 19, 20, 21, 22.
Well, there's a fine line. 19 is not. See, I come at this from a weird perspective, but finish your story because shit, you know what? I'm not going to interfere with my son.
Don't let it. Don't. I don't have an anecdote to say. I just, and I'm not going to give my story behind it. But you have
Motherfucker, trust how you raised your child.
Your kid. You trust how you
will
raise
be
your
okay.
kid as your kid, as the kid. For the kids that are listening, just let it happen. Just let it happen. It will happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know. You have to let it happen. There's no other way around that.
Well, you know what? Force. It's almost like trust but verify.
That's exactly
a little bit of work. Finesse works.
But Stanley, you're right. That's exactly what it is. It's trust but verify.
Yeah.
There's no other way around
hell
that.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I miss my wife all the time. Motherfucker, if I had not um like gone, hey, no, I was a little bit more. She kind of knew who I was, but you know what? I was a sly motherfucker. I knew her brother. He was my neighbor. And you know what? Before I made my move, I knew her mother, who I actually loved. We would can vegetable. Motherfucker, this woman's mother was like, "Oh, Stanley, I'll teach you how to can vegetables if you're interested." I was down there. I was there. So I see Juan. Well, come back, Juan. I'm gonna switch this channel, and someone hit the link. Innate. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna do what I want to do then, and I am probably too inebriated. Thank God you're back.
This is what happens. We have a good conversation. My computer says, "You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and hog all the memory and you off," and that's exactly what happened.
Look, and again, I'm not that religious, but look, I was raised to kind of make life easier. Look, I liked my mother-in-law. Um, my father-in-law just left a couple days ago. Look, wives, husbands are families, and not everyone can be as lucky as me or you. And I don't know. This is why I should never be asked for advice, motherfucker. Look, um, my wife was almost like, "What the? Why the? What's waiting? Why are y'all waiting?" I literally, before we got married, and my mother-in-law, future mother-in-law, because she died. My mother-in-law, because my wife and I were, I don't even think we were that engaged. My mother-in-law, she was literally dying. She pulled me aside and went like, "Are y'all gonna have children?" And I'm like, I look, my mother-in-law liked me, and here's the rub. I'm black. They were white. Now there were, my wife was a widow. She had been a widow for like 14 years. She had two kids by her first husband, who was a good guy. But I was also almost 40. Uh, I had no kids, and you know what? I got along with her kids, still do. My father-in-law, um, my father-in-law sent my father a birthday card. It's like, look, we just got along.
Yeah, the family.
Look, before I went to Savannah, my father-in-law was here to visit my son, and my sister and I were heading out. So my sister and my father-in-law are like, "Hey, motherfucker, we are white and black." Now I think there's some unifying, middle class Catholic, but the bottom line is, don't seek conflict, seek the woman that fits into your life. My wife and I, we made a life. We dated for 2 years. Look, I'm not chasing pussy because I had the best pussy a man could have, at least a man of me, me. I don't know. I still think of my wife. I see my father-in-law. My son is our child. If it happens, it happens. But I'm also goddamn 60. I love that woman, and it's not. Um, and I'm going to be very blunt, and I'm certainly not talking about you or anyone in this chat, but I'm not a nigga chasing pussy.
Well,
My life is never. Well, hold on one sec.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
And please, a nigga chasing pussy has never been my life. I wasn't raised that way. Won't become that way anytime soon. So I didn't marry my I was gonna say my fucking wife. My fucking wife at like 40 because she was a piece of tail. Some of y'all motherfuckers are just simply stupid. And don't bring that N word, I'm chasing tail, because I had it last night. There were people like, ooh, look at her. Ooh, she cute. She can't be saying something. Motherfuckers, y'all know who you are.
Those are the
Stop disrespecting women.
Those
and
are the idiots.
Stop fucking acting like every piece of tail is your goddamn right.
Those are the people, Stanley, that
Motherfucker, that's half John Galt's channel.
Well, if that is, no offense to
No,
John,
you know what? It's not you saying this. This is Stanley Cross, Stanley versus the World saying it. John Galt is Jeto. And motherfucker, I don't give a fuck about any of it. I'm saying it, and I can defend my point. Motherfucker, first off, who gives a fuck about John Galt's personal life? Stop pretending we do.
Well, where I was gonna
Your
go,
lovely lady Lisa needs to be John's lovely lady Lisa. No one gives a fuck. Stop the foolishness, sir. Yep, I said it. And I'm sure John somewhere lurking. Always welcome to hop the fuck up.
well, what I was gonna
Your
say,
lovely lady Lisa likes a ghetto motherfucker. She's not that Eurocentric. She likes a hood motherfucker like yourself. Stop capping, bitch.
It's funny, and this is before I log off because I'm starting to get messages regarding.
Oh, are you getting uncomfortable?
No, I'm actually starting to get some letters that are coming in that I need to respond to. This is that hurry up and wait, and then all of a sudden everything starts coming in all at once. But when I talked to my ex-wife, when I asked her to marry me, Stanley, and I think you have something similar in that, and this is for people in the chat that are younger. The reason why I wanted to marry my ex-wife, okay, the sex was great. Like you said, Stanley, it was premium, right? It was the bomb. But you know what? When I looked at everything, the trips to Mexico City, the times when I took her to Houston, or when I took her to the beach and we spent spring break there, the thing that I needed, Stanley, was somebody that I could trust. If shit hit the fan and I were in the emergency room, I needed somebody that was going to be there to make medical decisions on my behalf, right? If
true.
There were going to hit the fan and there were going to be financial decisions that were going to be made and I wasn't there, I needed somebody that I could trust to do that. And she was the person that I could trust. And that's the thing that I look at, when I was in my 40s, when I post-divorce, things like that. Now, yeah, sex is great, perfect, premium, what have you. Yeah, I can have fun. But the question for me and for the younger cats, this is what I would argue that you need to look at. Okay, after the sex, after you getting the premium satisfaction that you want, is this the person that you're going to be able to trust to make prudent decisions in your life?
Well, you're overthinking it. Do not overthink.
No, I wasn't overthinking
Look,
it.
I knew before I met my wife because I had a set of measures.
Right.
You know what I was hoping for when I met my wife. Actually, a lot of my analysis was after the fact. She kind of was there and fit the bill. It's hard to explain. Some of this was prerequisite just because of who she was. Um, but I will say this. Um, I was in love with her the second time we met. First time was at Easter dinner. And it was so weird because, you know, I was her brother was my drinking buddy, and he was showing me the ropes on the mountain. And one day, I was practicing fly fishing on
Right.
my front lawn. But the point is, I don't know. He's a weird guy in that he is an articulate redneck. Always be careful of the articulate redneck. So anyway, he's like, hey, and I kind of like didn't wear a holy t-shirt and sneakers. It was Easter dinner, for God's sake. So, I didn't wear a suit and tie, but it is Easter dinner and I'm not religious.
Right.
So, anyway, to make a long story short, you need to deserve the woman you meet, is my point. It was second time. Funny enough, she noticed me and I noticed her, but she was down in the city and I was up on the mountain. I met her a second time at a wedding, and it was like, I don't know that I ever asked her to marry me. I'm sure I did, but it wasn't like on a knee or anything. At that wedding party, we literally talked for 3 hours. It was like, oh hey, oh hey. We literally just, and we were on our feet. It wasn't seats or anything.
Right.
I knew the second time I met her, and of course there are always details like I need to make sure. It we were a couple the second time we met, and we just liked each other. I already knew her parents and her brother, so I guess I was pre-vetted. But
Well, that's where you and I are.
I will also tell you there was once, and I think I told someone this story. I almost fucked it up because, and that's a different story. But no, second time, honestly, I was like fucking 38, and I really figured, well, guess I won't be married,
Right.
That weird bachelor trope. And she literally, boys and girls for that matter, it'll happen if you got to let it happen. You got to kind of finesse, but motherfucker, dress the part. Women, don't be don't be Rihanna.
No, don't be. Definitely don't be. Rihanna.
Well, Rihanna's cute.
Just like Chris caught, to be quite honest, after all of the stories are coming out. But also the other thing is, and this is where you and I are divergent, but on the same wavelength at the same time. Stanley, I didn't fall in love with my ex-wife until after the second time. As weird as this is, I met her. A friend of mine from work introduced me to her, and of course, I was the class clown at that particular moment, taking funny pictures, and she getting mad. Delete the pictures, borralo, delete them, or whatever. But it was the date that we had. It wasn't at the Christmas party, which is what I invited her to, at the Home Depot. It was the second date when we went to a little convenience store in Mexico, and basically we just talked for 2.5 hours over tea. That was it. Same thing. Where I could trust her was when she was like, "You need to do this with your studies, and you need to do this with your finances, and you need to do this with your health. That was when it was like, oh, she's actually looking out for my best interest. I can actually trust her when shit hits the fan. Which is why I said what I said, regarding.
Well, Juan, this is kind of why I don't ask questions. I didn't ask a question about what race is my son's girlfriend. Motherfucker, that is a weird thing.
Me either.
Like I said, I didn't know she was. I honestly, and I did have the urge. I'm not a saint. Like, I almost asked, well, what race is she? However, he sent like, motherfucker just told me. And you know what? He's gonna be a good young man. He already is, but he needs some tempering. I want him to go into the goddamn Navy, but I'm working on it. However, I just want him to be happy. I trust that I raised him well. Look, I met my wife by pure serendipity. There is joy in things happening. Honestly, when my wife and I were dating, when we got married, honestly, I was in heaven. Yeah, we had a little tiffs and all that stuff. I honestly was in heaven. I miss her. And when my son was little, it was motherfucking heaven. And I don't give a shit. Heaven is maybe. I was so happy. So many happy times, splitting wood, buying a house. The time my son shit so much into a goddamn diaper, I literally thought this. She will not think I'm a man. This he put a load in that goddamn diaper. It's like, I'm not going to even bother calling her because she'll think I'm a pussy. I ran a fucking bath and just, I ran a bath. That motherfucker put some shit in that diaper. And you know what? Oh, a man can handle this. I literally have never. One, it was like, I swear that diaper weighed more than he did. It was like, how does that happen? So I wiped him up with the little baby wipes, and I'm like, oh no, this ain't gonna do. And I'm not calling my wife because she'll think I'm a pussy and can't handle shit.
See,
it's a joke, but
I had something similar, but it wasn't the diaper. My kid was 18 months. I'll never forget Stanley. This was one of those things where I had to watch my kid from the morning until a certain time when I had to go to work. And of course, my kid was so accustomed to her mom at that time that when mom left, she cried, Stanley, on one of my laptops, and I'm trying to get that hard drive recovered. I have a video of my kid when she was a year and a half old. But when her mom left, she cried. And when I say she cried. And so what I did, I had a Palm Pilot Trio 650, and I got that phone just to be my mom. I was like, you know what? I got a nice phone. Look at me, right? And so I recorded her on that phone. And her at that age, it was so precious to look at. But I played the video back while she was still crying. And she froze mid-cry, Stanley. She froze mid-cry. It goes, mine. And she grabs the phone to watch herself cry. I'll never
the most challenging thing and the easiest thing, I've told folks that my wife was a widow when I married her.
Uh-huh.
And she had a son, I don't know, maybe shortly after my son was born. He was graduating from high school. And yep, it all worked out. Oddly enough, I don't know. Um, so high school graduation, my wife is like, well, my son was born on June 6th. Was it? Yeah, it's June 6th.
June 6th of
And
2006.
yeah, and my stepson graduating like a week, maybe 2 weeks later. And my wife had a dilemma. She did not want to leave, and now I was concerned. Um, I have a brother who's 13 years younger, so I know how to change diapers and all that stuff. So I wasn't a rookie, but it came to a point to where my wife was not going to that graduation. And I was like, well, but you know what I did? I'm like, fuck it. my, I have held a newborn, and this isn't like me sounding like a hero. I was kind of scared too. This is my son. He is breastfeeding. He is like, that new father, like, oh shit thing. That is real. You will be scared until you're not, and motherfucker, pretend to be a hero. Honestly, the last thing a new father needs to be is unsure in front of his wife. Pretend, motherfuckers. However, and you know what? I was pretending when I said, it'll be okay. You go to the graduation. It's only for a few hours. And you know what? I was goddamn right. Um, Look, motherfucker. Now express breast milk into 2 bottles. Now, the weirdest thing I had to do is my son. He he was not going to do that traditional baby pose. He had to be like, he wanted to pretend to suck a breast. And I just had to like orient. So, I had to, the nipple on the bottle had to meet him where he was at that angle. But you know what the proudest moment was? My wife came back home because I was scared as a motherfucker. I was like, none the worse for where he's asleep. It was all easy. Motherfucker, I was scared as a son of a bitch. What the fuck?
You know what's funny for me?
What
Stanley?
if I failed?
Well, what's funny for me, and this correlates into the proudest moment that I had. The funniest moment for me was when my kid was born. My kid was all of 3 hours old. I drove home. I'm not supposed to drive. Again, I'm legally blind. How I made it home, I have no idea, but I did. But there was a song called "The Two of Us" by Will Smith, and I'll never forget that song where he was talking on the first.
Well, that was based on a song way before Will Smith made the
It was
rap.
based. The chorus is based on a song in the '70s, I believe. But he talked about in his.
No, it wasn't the 70s.
Oh,
It's
was it? Okay, but
maybe late 70s into 80s.
I thought it was 78 or 79, but I could be wrong.
That is right. 78, 79.
But in either case, the Costanza of Will Smith's lyrics were when he said he had problems getting that car seat in. Stanley, it took me fucking 3.5 hours to install the car seat. And Stanley, I installed car seats before for my friends. No problem. 30 seconds, boom, car seats in. No, not for my kid. It took forever and a day to install that car seat. And my neighbors looking at me funny and everything. But the funniest and proudest moment for me was a week after my kid turned a year old. My kid's crawling all over the house, blah blah blah. I'm on the computer. I had a record company for my previous life, so I was mastering the mixtapes for the guys that I had signed under me or what have you. And my kid crawls to where I'm at, the room that I'm in, and then she pulls herself up. And Stanley, she took her first steps to me, to me. And so, of course, I'm extremely happy. So I grab her, pick her up, and she's on my lap while I'm doing what I'm doing. And her mom yells, where is our daughter? She's with me, I yell. And she's like, how did she get there? She walked. Yeah, right. And I'm like, you want to bet? Before I knew it, she and her half-sister run to the door entrance. Walk to me, walk to me. And of course, my kid at that point walked over to them. But at that point, Stanley, it was already too late. She took her first steps to daddy. That you can never take away from me. You can say all the crap you want to about me, but she took her first steps to daddy. And I let everybody know that to this date, my kid, 19 and a half years old now, she took her first steps to me. You can't take that away from me. The end, right? Like that, that was my proudest moment. Of course, the second proudest moment was, when she graduated high school last year with the 12 and a half hours of college credit earned. That to me was my proudest moment there at that particular moment with all of the offer letters. And of course, she went to Texas A&M, at that point.
Right. You know what? That is how it's supposed to work.
Amen.
Do these YNs in the chat know the proud daddy?
They're not around enough to be the proud daddy, Stanley. I don't mean to sound rude about it, but
you know what? I think that we are down to 7. And Trump says 666 baby. What the fuck?
It's because on the same day that the movie The Omen came out, Stanley, or the remake.
Oh, I see.
Came out. That, if you notice my comment after that, that's why I said that.
Well, my buddy, roller skater Texas girl, in the audience, and very happy to see. God damn it. This might have to end, which I have been, man, you know what? I will never be a CT. I will never be John Galt. Sometimes you have to here's what I'm gonna be. I am just going to be boring and doing the shit I want to do. And I wonder, well, since no one's gonna watch this stuff, oh shit, Truism is on. Oh well, I gotta do tea. That woman.
But when it's the people that's hand in hand connected to you that help you get to the fame level that you're at.
You too, Juan.
Which route y'all taking? Because me personally, I feel like it's route B and it's fucked up. All right, so let's bump Gucci if I'm
dear.
But
not bump Gucci, child. That's crazy.
Why is
She said
no?
bump Gucci, child.
Nope. This isn't gonna work.
Let's see what the people saying.
Take it easy, Tropes.
Comedian B. Simone. Now, this is
Nope,
B. Simone.
not gonna work.
She's
called out by her former best friend, Shekinah Bayon. I don't know if I'm saying her last name right. But the friend is saying, a former friend is saying that B. Simone was literally handing out charity checks to churches and random people while she was going through getting her car repossessed. She had to move back in with her parents. She got on Medicaid and found some other resources to try to help her save her situation. She said this past year that all this happened. And so now fans are torn. Like, on one side, you know, B. Simone's money is B. Simone's money and she can use it how she wants to. On the other side, would you be cool with someone who's like watching you struggle and has millions of dollars, you know, or more than enough means to help you? It's leaving everybody in a crazy place. I also think that if you go and do podcast interviews after our friendship,
All right. Well, I
that's a
guess
red
this
flag for
show
me.
is just
That's a
about
red
done.
flag for me. But like, share, comment below. I want to hear from you guys.
Someone hit the
Follow
link,
the page. What do you guys think
or
about this?
I will go.
Comedian B. Simone. Now, this is B. Simone.
So, Stanley, the topic is, would you, if you're making $200,000 a month, per se, you're a millionaire basically. If your friend was going through it, needed rent money, needed her car not to be repossessed, you know, to keep her from going to the Medicaid welfare office to get food stamps and free health care, if you were making all that kind of money, okay, Stanley, okay, I got you. If you were making all that kind of money, child, would you give the money out if you had it to keep your friend from being homeless and carless? Or would you just say, figure it out on your own? Like I did. Listen, if that was my best friend, I'm helping my best friend. I'm helping my best friend, okay? I'm just saying.
I have got to find a way into Christian content. I just have a real big heart, so it just doesn't even feel right to me to scam the minds of so many people just by screaming Jesus, Jesus. Like, I just can't imagine doing that to people that are just really, really looking for Christ. But the way
You know what?
this woman to infiltrate the Christian
Well,
community
folks,
under the guise of
I want you to come over to
never
T's
seen
show,
anything like this. This
please.
is why they say that is the
If
easiest
I
bag that
had
you can get
half
into.
a
I
wit,
honestly wouldn't be surprised
I
that
would
Simone said she's opening up a
understand
church. I really wouldn't, because it's like at
how
this point
to
she's never gonna be
transfer
held
you
accountable.
over
So it's like whatever.
from
Mind you, there's
the
nothing wrong with what that
maybe
lady said in
Portia's here.
terms of
She knows
speaking
how
about her
to
relationship with being
get
someone that's
everyone
like famous.
transport
But
everyone over to
you're
T's
telling me that
show,
this lady was struggling
because I'm
so
gonna go
bad
there.
and did not feel
And
comfortable, and she's
I
using words like
actually
best
have
friend.
this woman
And you said
that
that this
I
woman was
think is
struggling with
kind of
kids,
cute.
and you reached. She wanted to be a
Gardening.
millionaire by this
But,
age and reached the
so
millions,
we go.
scammed, lied, did all this to get to the millions, and you couldn't cut your homegirl a check. You probably the kid's godparent, and you couldn't get, like, if I'm not giving no money to my friend, it's because I just don't have it. But I can't imagine God blessing me and me just, you know what I'm saying, like, not giving it to someone that's actually in need. And then she said celebrity. I was just like, I mean, B. Simone is known, but like celebrities, that's not for me to comment on. But it was just like, I don't know. I guess it'd be different if the friend, like she said, didn't see B. Simone helping other people out. But I see you helping other people out, and I'm sitting on the phone crying to you every day. This lady talk about food stamps, evictions, and you couldn't even look at her and say, I'm just gonna sow into your life. I'm gonna bless you. And B. Simone over here saying, Jesus, because you knew damn well she was gonna cut no check for this girl, but that's your best friend. Could be my best friend. I'm sorry. And that's what I'm saying. I can't speak to her heart, but I can't imagine that being the heart of a Christian, knowing that your best friend, I keep saying best friend, not friend or co-worker. I'm talking about your best friend.
Hey,
going through something so traumatic like
the
that.
panel verse,
You know,
whoever
just
you are,
getting her
thank you for that.
can change her life.
I keep forgetting. Please, y'all, make sure you hit the like. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. In spite of me, John is the star here. I tend to be a little bland, but I am who I am. And John Galt, his audience, I'm going over to T Show. Unfortunately, I started off tired, and I'm going to go over to T Show. Here for the Tea is honestly just like the sweetest woman. Her sister is just the sweetest woman. They had good parents, folks, and we should all be. Look, though their parents they raised like quality people, and I pray my son turns out that well. They are a standard, and we should all try and meet up to it. I certainly don't, but we can always try. So I am going to duck out of here. I am going to go over to Here for the Tea, and that's that. The decision is made. Roller skater, Texas girl, especially Juan. Juan, you don't know how cool it was to have you up here. Do it often, please. And Clarice, often, please. God damn it. Y'all are some quality people. Samuel, Richard, all my friends. Sorry, I kind of lost the bubble with the Bud Light, but so we go. So, roller skater. I will be making a curry soon, so I haven't forgotten. I have to meet a standard. So, and you know who's the sponsor of this show? Roller Skater Texas Girl. It is just an honor.
Nah, I don't know if y'all seen it or not, but B. Simone just did an interview with her best friend, and her best friend was explaining how she was going through a lot of hardship.
Anyway,
and she
before
had
I
seen B.
babble
Simone
on
basically, like, take
endlessly,
care of other people that was in the same
I'm
situation
heading
as
over
her,
to Here for
but
the
she never was
Tea. Let
like
me make
offended. Like, she
sure
never looked at B.
that
Simone different because
I
even though
drop
she seen
I
her
was
help
talking
the
the
others,
whole
link.
she still
time.
And y'all
realized that
better
God did
subscribe
that
to
for
Here
her.
for the
I was
Tea,
talking the
by the
whole
way.
time and you don't hear me? Okay,
She
I'll try
is
again.
a
For God
wonderful
put her
person.
in
Her
those
sister
situations
is a
and them
wonderful
hardships
person.
for her, for
And
her to
I
get through them
hang out
herself. So
there
when people say
when
because your
I
friends
need to
are
relax and
celebrities,
just
that does
listen
not
to
mean
smart
your life
people.
is doing good too. That's their life. And I agree with everything she said wholeheartedly. I truly, truly do. I get it. Like, nobody has to take care of you. You are grown. Look out for yourself. Trust me. I get that. But I just honestly feel like you can tell when somebody does not want you to be as successful as them or want to see you doing good, but not better than them.
There it is,
And that's
folks.
really the energy it was giving off, because if you're not going to
And
help
I will be
one
signing
person, you
off.
shouldn't be helping nobody that's in that situation. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's no way I'm gonna watch somebody
And
that
tomorrow,
I love
tomorrow night,
in a situation
maybe I'll
knowing
hang
financially
out
I can
on
help them, they want
Roz's
to affect
show.
me in no type of way,
So
and then turn around and help somebody else
that's
in
where
front of
I
their
will
face,
be.
knowing they're going through the same
I
thing.
think.
Like, if you're gonna help them, you might as well help your best friend too. If not, be hard on
Y'all
everybody.
have
You
a
know
good
what I'm saying?
night.
Like, you have to learn when people just don't mess with you like that.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot, lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck, lot, lizard. Put your head down and ass up, lot, lizard. Call me $40 just to fuck, lot, lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 lot, lizard. Twerk, twerk.